You guys do? What did you do?
All right, we're out here watching Tennessee football on one channel. We got Florida football on the other channel. And we got the charcuterie board here. We got apples, we got bread, we got crackers, we got jam, we got grapes, we got ham, we got everything. 8 different kinds of cheeses, 10 different kinds of breads, 5 different kinds of apples, and so many grapes.
In 1/4 of a mile, your destination is ahead on the left.
Bubba,
your dead baby's coming after you.
from the afterlife. Why would you slap your dead baby? The wind is picking up this morning. There is a hurricane coming. Day after tomorrow. You can already feel it right now. Hey guys, welcome back to the channel, Supercar Street Racing. What's up, people? Today we are going to start the process of painting my shed floor with elastomeric paint and then putting the Minwax coating on top of it, ultimate floor. First steps first, we got to clean this thing. Let's get it blown out. Leaf blower here. Gonna get all this stuff out of here. All right, guys, this is fresh concrete. Always wear the thick rubber gloves when you are working with muriatic acid. It will burn your skin. If it gets on your clothes, it will eat holes into your clothes. So I've got a half a bucket of water here, hot water. I've got about, I don't know, 3/4 of a gallon of muriatic. I've got my broom, and don't breathe it in either, and don't let it splash on you. But pour it slowly. You'll see the fumes coming out. This isn't a very big area, so I'm not going to pour the whole thing in. Okay, go ahead and cap that off. Do not breathe in the fumes. And I'm going to go ahead and start mopping. We are about ready to prep this floor again. Got my eyes on a roach right here inside here, but I'm ready to start prepping. So we're going to go ahead and tape up the wood here.
All right, guys, we are out here in the shed, and I see some areas that didn't get much of a coat. I just literally missed them, so I'm going to get those areas first and then start on a second coat. However, I think that I am short on paint. We're going to find out here. I'm going to use all the paint I have. Then Rich and I are going to go to the store and grab, I'm going to get another gallon, and I also might be short on the hardwood floor coating that goes on top, the polyurethane. So I'm going to go ahead and get these areas that I missed real quick, and then we are going to go shopping and grab some more paint. But came out good so far. I don't see any paint peeling, but I do see some obvious areas that I missed here. That'll dry pretty quick, and I should be able to get a second coat on it right away.
right, guys, so there was a pinhole, or a pinhole, there's multiple pinholes in the paint because I didn't put a thick enough coat on for the second coat. So my goal today is to get a heavy coat on. So we've got our paint here. Gonna go ahead and pour all this out and get to work. All right, guys, so I am going to go ahead and do the min wax because the hurricane's coming. I want to get one coat on the floor before it does. Today we have the hopefully final coat of the min wax, and there's not much left in here, and I'm really hoping that there's enough. And here is the completed project for the shed floor. We have painted this shed floor with the amazing paint Then we coated it with the amazing Minwax Ultimate Hardwood Floor coating. 3 coats of paint and 2 coats of the Minwax Ultimate Floor. Looks like this. Came out good. And that last coat of Minwax has sealed in our decorations on the floor. And this stuff will be dry enough that I can walk on it with socks. And really, it takes a while before you could actually park something on this. I think that they say, like, I don't know, like, if you're going to put something heavy on top of this surface, you need to wait like a couple of weeks at least. But I don't have anything to park in here. My golf cart's going to park in the garage for now. But yeah, as you can see, I just threw the flakes out randomly, tried to make like a cool random design. And now I just have to remove the tape, which might be kind of hard. If it starts taking off paint, I'll probably have to razor blade it. Let's see. We got all the tape off. I scored a lot of it, but we still had some issues with some of the edges taking the paint up. I should have just scored it all, but I got impatient. But basically, this paint and polyurethane does not like to stick to the Gorilla Glue that I use to seal the inside and the outside that was leaking water. The good news is we had a hurricane and nothing leaked, so I'm pretty sure we have a watertight environment now, but we will see. Yeah, so that's how it turned out. I hope you guys enjoyed this video, and I hope you can do your garage or your shed if you have concrete. Follow my plan. I'll put links in the description to all the products, and hope you guys have a good rest of your week. Supercar Street Racing. See you later.
All right, here we go. Big turbo time. Test run.
So much bad traffic.
Can't do shit. But you feel how there was no wheel spin at all?
Yeah.
It was like the opposite when I hit third gear. It was like I hit butter.
Jesus Christ. Insane.
don't usually play these tees either. I'll take it. I want you to don't film me, please.
All right, buddy, make it happen for video.
No pressure, right?
Nope, no pressure at all. Zero.
Yeah, we're live. We're streaming live.
That's got loud.
Sure we.
Money. Oh, now that's the shot, dude. That's the shot, straight down the middle.
That's a good one, Joe.
Better than you.
You performed on camera. That was awesome.
Guys, welcome back to the channel. On a kind of a bad note, I laid this bike down a couple of days ago, right after the last video we made showing Rich and Trish driving the bike, and subsequently messed myself up pretty bad in the process. And first of all, this thumb is beyond sprained. It looks like a log now. As you can see, it's black and blue. Don't think it's broken because I can slightly move it. Does hurt like crazy. The bike took some damage. This headlight got pretty scratched up. I already touched that up with a paint pen. This fender got pretty scratched. The bike came down on this side and the peg got pretty scratched. This hand grip, this brake handle got scratched, and the tailpipe and seat got scratched. I already touched those up. I think this also got bent inwards, not sure. But I already know what happened, pretty sure. Basically, I took a turn a little bit too sharp and there was tire dressing on the edges of the tire. You saw me do it in the last video. Huge mistake. These tires are slick on the edges, and when I took the turn, there was some dressing on it, and the bike came right out from underneath me, and the resulting picture I will throw up here on the screen. You guys already see this thumb is jacked up, and yeah, so put the bike down. So my first Easy Rider experience, and now I have to work on fixing the bike. I ordered a new handlebar, brake lever for it. I ordered a new grip. I think I just need to bend this back out. And yeah, that is all. And then next I will tell you what the next modification is for this. Okay, so we have this battery, and that is going to be the next thing that we are going to install on the bike. I think it will fit nicely right there up against the motor with some zip ties. And I bought a switch for the handlebars with a little LED light. And then the plan after that is to basically charge the battery when I'm not using the bike with a battery tender. And I don't think I have one anymore. I think I gave it to the guy that bought the cart. Let's see. Yeah, I did. I got to order another battery tender, so we will charge the battery constantly with a battery tender. This thing does have a generator on it, but I don't know if the little LED light on the switch is going to run the battery down when we're not using it, so we'll just charge the battery when we're not using it, and that should prevent the light from flickering, but we will find out. Guys, this is going to be a short video because I am injured and I can't really work on the bike right now. My thumb is pretty messed up. And as soon as we have updates for you guys, we will get back on this. But I hope you enjoyed it. Don't do what I did. Do not armor all your tires and then take a turn too sharp as the bike slides right out from under you. We can see here that it is kind of a mess coming out of the wall, all the audio. Okay, we are left with this stuff, and pull my wire over to where I'm going to repair a bad splice over there. All right, guys, we are up in the closet right now where we are going to be doing all this work. We can see here that it is kind of a mess coming out of the wall, all the audio cables and power cabling. All right, we're back in the closet here with our audio setup. We got some labels, refills for my label maker. Now we are going to go ahead and start testing all the wiring. I see some of it is actually disconnected. And then labeling everything. And notice a long time ago, I put pins on these so you don't have to use the bare wire on it. And we're going to test all these other ones. So on the front 8 says utility. I don't know what that actually is. Let's see if I can pop it with the battery. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and make a label now for this. Camera was locked up. Okay, we are left with this wonderful stuff right now. We got all of our wires all labeled up, except for 2 sets, which we will have to do when we have another person to help us. All right, we need to take this door off. This is coming off for good. Okay, door's off. Okay, welcome back this morning. It's Sunday and we are going to work on this closet because we have a lot of electrical to figure out. There's a bunch of places where we need to get power in here and fix some old power problems. Going to try to see where the studs are in here. Let's see. Oh, there's a stud right there. There's a stud here. That also sucks. All right. All right, this first trip is just recon. I won't suit up for this. All right, of course the camera overheated, but I'm gonna go ahead and drill through the cap right here and pull my wire over to where I'm gonna repair a bad splice over there. They aren't gonna be able to see this part, it's just drilling. All right.
right, a little update from the audio closet. I did get all of the wiring ran. I ran one Romex there and one down there. Up here to power everything in the bathroom, and that's kind of a good place for it. Also, if I need power up top somewhere, and down there, obviously, because regular power at the bottom. Now I'm gonna go ahead and install the wall boxes and the receptacles for both of these guys right now. Let's get busy. One of the wall boxes right there, it's just a standard 2-gang, and we have some nice USB receptacles for this thing right here. But I'm gonna go ahead and bust out one of these protective things so I can get my wire through. They're really hard to do once the box is in the wall, but you just literally push this in just like that. Your wire goes right through there, and if you do it ahead of time, it makes it way easier. But yeah, we have a mess down here we probably need to clean first before we start doing anything. I'm gonna grab the shop vac. Got all my tools in my work bag right here that I need. Power's still off. That's it. Just takes 2 people. Oh yeah, look at that.
All right, guys, a little update. We got a lot of work done today. We got our electrical run up here. We got our electrical run down here. Pay no attention to that one thing. You didn't see that. We cut out our wall for our LED strip that's gonna run along this edge right here. We got everything cleaned up and we're ready for the next step, and that is our shelf will be delivered tomorrow. Our audio shelf is like a tiered audio rack, and I need to know if it's gonna fit or if I have to take off. Well, it'll be this trim. There's no trim over here. Oh, yeah, I might not even be able to get it past that. So we got a task at hand tomorrow. We might have to take off this trim, then this trim to get this thing in there, but we will see tomorrow because it's literally 23.6 and this is 24, so it's going to be really close. That's all tomorrow though. We have to take off trim, we take off trim. It's just the way it is, dude. Yeah, we got all this done today. Look, we got the nice USB plus power outlets there. We got 4 power outlets there in case we need power up high. We got our Cat 6 RAN down there. We got the wall cut so we could run our LED strip power to right here. It's going to go along this frame right here. And everything came out great, and we also took an hour to clean up the entire house afterwards. So guys, we're probably going to have to move our subwoofer for the whole house down. I haven't figured that out yet until we get our audio rack, but we might have to move it down there, which would probably be ideal, in which case we have to couple these two and drop it because I don't think there's enough length to go down. We'll see about that. We're not going to get that far today. That's where we're stopping for right now. This is huge. Literally. That's going to leave a mark. That's blood. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. This huge box is something amazing for the Supercar Street Racing channel, and we have been trying to order this for a while, and now, boom, how do you like that? We have this amazing upgrade for the channel. That way all 10 people who watch the videos can be upgraded. No, for real though, this is a huge upgrade for the channel, guys. I have been wanting to get this for a while. We got the official SCSR scissors out so that we can open up this incredible, huge box on the channel today. No joke, this is big. Suspense is killing me, guys. This is probably one of the biggest upgrades for the channel yet. The only thing that I haven't bought yet that I really want to get that is coming is a camera. And that will be in the next month or so. Guys, I'm hyped for this. Half the box is empty. Where's my other half of my... I got gypped. And inside of this box is another box. And probably inside of that box yet another box. Hopefully this is actually recording. I got this SD card off of Ali and it immediately said, oh, you can't do everything you want to do with this SD card. But I did play back the video and it seemed fine, but if this doesn't work, I am going to be one upset individual. Ooh. Alright, well, those scissors are sharp. I just cut my finger hard. Not good. I just sliced myself open. So, lesson learned, don't grab a scissor. That was quite a little slice. That's gonna leave a mark. Just thinking how the scissors weren't sharp and they sliced my finger wide open. Not good. All right, so inside of this box, trying to keep my finger from bleeding all over the place, but inside this box here, I know, it's a lot of drama. I look like I opened the bottom of the box. I don't know. Let's see. Look at that bag, guys. I am hyped. I probably need to get my finger taken care of real quick. I'll be right back. All right, those scissors took care of my finger pretty good. I went ahead and washed that off, but yeah, I didn't think those things were that sharp, but I just literally pushed on the blade and it took a chunk out of my finger there, but that's okay, guys. I am not discouraged because no one can ruin this. And inside of this box, I don't want to bleed all over the stuff either, so I may need to get a Band-Aid. Yeah, I'm gonna go get a Band-Aid real quick and we'll be right back. All right, so you can still see some blood there, but hey, I'm not gonna bleed blood all over my brand new light kit. But yeah, this is my new lighting kit for the channel, and you guys can see right here and right now inside of this nice canvas bag what should be a set of lights for the channel. And right there we have a couple of power supplies, guys. Get hyped for power supply and power cords that go with the power supplies right there. So these guys actually have good reviews. They are RGB LED photography / videography lights, and inside of this you can see one right there coming out of the packaging, so fly, looking amazing. And looks like they have 2 pockets here for them. So there's one pocket on each side where the actual light slides into right here. And then we got a completely empty 2 bags because those were where the power supply were. And then we should have 2 tripods. It looks like we have 1 and 2 tripod assemblies right here. And what a nice bag this is, guys. So cool to have something for the channel decent. And this tripod slides right out of this unit like this. And the battery on the GoPro has been used now for 5 minutes and it's at 81%. So welcome to my life. GoPro, dead battery and overheat constantly. That's your life if you use a GoPro. No joke. Use the phone? Nope. GoPro? Yep. And inside of this box, guys, look what, we had 2 boxes right there. Both of them housed a nice tripod for each light. And then inside of the light right here, inside of the bag right here, we have the actual light. Now I'm not seeing any kind of instructions, but I haven't really looked. Don't see any kind of instructions on that, so I'm just gonna keep on going. And maybe they will pop up at some point. But is my finger bleeding? Yes, it is, all over the place. And there's 1 light outside of the kit. These guys right here are now scary to me, so I'm being careful. That was kind of a dumb move on my behalf, but I've done some dumb things in my life, so, you know. Wouldn't be the first time, brother. And that's a good look at unboxing and unplasticking this light. That finger really is kind of bleed a little bit, and I know I'm being drama-filled, but I just don't want to get blood all over these brand new lights. And inside here, we have the nice K80X lighting right here and right now, and you can see, looks like there's a spot for a battery right there, I guess. Not real sure, it didn't come with one, but I don't know what, I guess this is a slot for 2 batteries. Not sure, I'm gonna investigate this a little bit more. Those sharp cuts though. So this manual does say use the Pixel LCS app, so I'm gonna go ahead and see if I can find it
Pixel. I haven't even powered these on LCS. All right, there's the Pixel LCS app. We're going to go ahead and download that now. You have to buy batteries for it. That's fine. I didn't expect it to come with batteries. I don't care. The point was for you guys to see if it actually had batteries or not. And is my finger still bleeding? All right, so that's the LCS app. So we have not even powered these guys on yet. So I think the next step is to go ahead and get these guys set up. This is going into the fire, guys. Let's go. Oh, there's blood on my floor. There is blood on that floor. All right, blood and all, we are back in full effect on Supercar Street Racing. Our light set up left to right style here. They do have barn doors, and you can see right here and right now, when you make an adjustment to the back controls, it does affect both lights, which is pretty cool. These things are like joined. Very cool. This is 45% brightness. You guys can already see how much a difference this makes on a production. Like, I have nothing set up here except my Echo Show 15, and look at the nice stage we have here set up. I'm gonna need to grab my tripod real quick so I can get you guys on the tripod and we can go in front and do a little presentation. All right, I was able to open the app and add the devices to the app, no problem. And yeah, look, it says devices added, and they are right there now. So I don't know how to use the app yet. I don't know if I will use it, but there is the K80 lights. Definitely working in the app, even though some people said the app does not work with the lights. I beg to differ. The app is right there, and if you hit power, one light went off and two lights went off, so it does work. Guys, we are back in the Supercar Street Racing. Wonderful compound here, as you can see. Hurt finger and all, bleeding all over the place. There's blood on the floor, and who cares, because today the channel got a serious upgrade, and we have these wonderful lights now for productions, and it's so intimidating to actually do production with lighting. If you've never been in front of lights, these are very bright. This is 30% actually, so you can imagine what this would be like on full blast. Perfect for night shots, I would think. And right here in my hand, I do have the carrying case that came with the light, so you guys can get a good look at this. Now inside of this, there's two nice pockets right here for the lights to go into. They come off the tripods and they slide right into here and here. And then the actual tripods themselves can slide right into the bottom of this. And as you can see right here, right now, we have the Supercar Street Racing channel called up right here, if we can ever get it to work. And of course, it does not want to work for us, but this is our beautiful Echo Show 15. But yeah, so I just wanted something for you guys to look at while I was presenting with the new lights. And this is what they look like, guys. I mean, this is going to be huge for us. The only other thing we have to figure out now is getting a good camera. We're on the GoPro now. The GoPro is set to 5.3K. We usually downsample that or down-res that to 4K and get it to you guys on YouTube that way. But we're looking at a really good camera, a Canon R5C, which shoots in 8K, no problem. And this is just the start of what I wanted to show you with these guys. We'll take off the camera off the tripod now and see if we can show you guys some more stuff with the actual lights. All right, we're right behind one of these lights now. As you can see, we have one light lighting up the other. It is incredibly bright. So I'm gonna go ahead and crank down the brightness a little bit. And also, there is a bit of a glare on it because it's only lit from one side, but that might be better. But as you can see right here, right now, here are the controls on the back of the lights. We have two slots here for lithium-ion batteries right there, which we have to order. It uses Sony lithium-ion batteries, so we need to order 4 of those. And then, of course, your controls are right here. You can see we are at 3000K, and to adjust the 3000K, you just go to the mode where you see the color temperature, and then you move, that's the brightness, so you go like this. You hit this multifunction button, and then as you raise it, the color temperature does raise. You can see that clearly on the other light. 2600K is more towards yellow. 2900 is warm white, which is where I want to be for what I'm shooting today. And then of course these guys also do RGB, so they have plenty of RGB settings as well that I haven't even gotten into yet. We're going to look into that now. So in this mode here, you can actually set the individual RGB channels, so you can go up with red, and you can see that the red is increasing. If you hit the multifunction button here, it goes into green. You can add green. If you hit it one more time, it goes into blue. And in that case, you can add more blue, and that's how that part works. We're in the flash mode now, and then now we're back into the regular photography mode of the light. Haven't gotten any deeper into that yet, but I do love how these guys are on the same channel, so that when you do something to one light, the other light responds in the same manner as the first light, which is very cool. Okay, a little deeper dive into what is on the front of the display here. The channel is in the upper left. You can see it right there. It may not focus directly on it. Also, I think there's some peel satisfaction still on that. The group is A, B, C, D, E, F for a group of lighting. The brightness is there at 41% right now, 0 to 100%. And the DC mode is right there with the plug, and you can see right here and right now it says Bluetooth, and then the color gamut would be on the left, but right now it's color temperature. If you have it in a different mode, it would show you the color gamut and the saturation, but right now it is set on 2900K for the color temperature. And then we went to the other mode. You can individually adjust the R, G, and the B of the lighting. All right, guys, so this is a good look at how it looks with the RGB turned on. And right now we are a nice hue of blue, looking like a bunch of Smurfs right now for you guys, but this is how the RGB lighting effects work on this. It's pretty bright still, like it's literally hurting my eyes right now. I can imagine that these guys are so good at night when you don't have any light, or in the dark garage where we're always working. This is gonna be awesome. That's blood. All right, a closer look at the actual tripod for you guys as well, and the barn doors. As you can see right here and right now, this is the back of the unit, and the guy just kind of drops right on here and tightens up with this. You have the normal tripod here that you would get with any kind of other tripod. It looks exactly the same, performs exactly the same, has some height adjustments here, and then the top is the clamp for the actual unit. And we are lit up by the other light, guys. Get hype on the lighting. It's just lighting up the other tripod so you guys can get a good look at it. And then the barn doors are simply right here and right now if we spin this guy around. This is a good look at the front, and the barn doors just do open and close like so. And there is a plastic diffuser in there. And this thing tightens up just like that, and that is how it looked coming from the shipping. So to pack it back up, you loosen up this bolt right here, and then place it right back into its place right here. There's one for one light, one for the other light right there, and then the tripods go right there. And then here's a look at the light from the front. I want you guys to see that before we go have some fun. Let's go! And we have the light successfully packed back into the carrying bag, and you can see right here the way you do it is you put one light head right there, one light head right there. The tripods go in the center here, and I put the power supplies in this zippable bag right here. Then the whole thing just shuts and closes like this. Might be hard with one hand, but it will
in fact, close. Yep, it's going to be really difficult doing this with one hand. I'm trying my best. And yeah, not going to be able to do it one hand. Let me get that zipped up. I'll show you guys. All right, this guy is all packaged up and ready. Let's see how much it weighs. I would say maybe 15 pounds max. It's very light. Super easy to transport. As we go here into the Supercar Street Racing closet, it will sit just like that, where the tripods sit right behind it, and that will be in storage there. Just like we planned for the closet here, it is perfect. And actually, we could move that to the back and put the tripods in the front, and it'll fit kind of better. We don't need this light anymore, so we're going to have to retire that or put it in the studio. But let's take it to Supercar Street Racing Studios with Brad and look at this on Amazon. Guys, we're back once again in the Supercar Street Racing Studio. I'm Brad, and I'm so glad you're with us here today to take a look at these lights that we got for the channel. So let's get going by checking out the actual listing here on Amazon. Now, these are the Pixel K80 photography lights. You can see they have a 4.6 star rating there, so not bad at all. They are 2600K to 10,000K, adjustable for the warm to cool lighting on them, and also they do RGB as well. You saw that in the video. You can adjust the individual R, G, and B channels, and when they are working, they are actually locked together, so when you make a change on one, it is changing it on the other one as well. They are $297 right now. I just purchased them. They are not given to me. I am not sponsored by Pixel, but you can see they have 4.6 stars here, and not bad. They do come with 2 power supplies, 2 tripods, a nice bag, and then the 2 lights, and they do not come with batteries. I wanted to make sure that you guys saw that. They do not come with batteries. And the batteries were up when we first started broadcasting here, and you can see that they are an added expense. You can get 4 batteries and a charger for $139 right here on Amazon. I'm going to put a link in the description to these. The app does work. Some people said it doesn't. It actually does work. I'm going to put a link in the description to both the light kit and the battery kit. And please, when you guys are buying anything off of Amazon, it doesn't matter what you buy. Even if you buy something different than what is in the actual link, if you could please click on our link, I would be grateful. We get a little bit of money from any time someone buys from my affiliate links, even if it's not what I'm featured. Amazon understands and still gives me a little bit of tiny bit of money to keep the channel going here. And as you can see, it's not cheap to run the channel. We lose probably about $300 or $400 a month on the channel, but anything you can do would be great. And I'm gonna leave links. Like I said, go ahead and click and subscribe and like the video, guys, and we will see you next time on Supercar Street Racing. I'm peace out. Welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, and you've got Brad here, and it is a beautiful day in northern Florida, and a perfect time to talk about the summertime coming your way and a product that not only is inexpensive but high quality, and we will show you guys that today on Supercar Street Racing. Guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. I hope you're having a wonderful week. I know I am, because look at that view and look at that pool, and it is about 85 degrees out here today. It's going to be the high, and it is absolutely beautiful. And I did get all this concrete, this pool deck, and the fence, and the soffits and gutters all washed and sparkly clean yesterday. About 4 hours worth of work. But today we are here to tell you about this ABC canopy umbrella that I just purchased from Walmart.com.
My other umbrella went somewhere else in the wind. I don't know where, but like an idiot, I left it open and it is gone. So this is the ABC Canopy umbrella. Now this sells from Walmart.com for the unbelievable price of just $35 delivered right to your door. Now I won't ever make money off of Walmart selling their products because I don't get any kind of affiliate. I only get it from Amazon, but I'll put some comparable Amazon products down in the description. But what I wanted you guys to see is that I already had a base here. It does not come with a base, but I used my old base and I replaced my Mary Poppins Gone with the Wind umbrella with this lovely umbrella from ABC Canopy. And yes, my clock is wrong back there. I have to fix it. But I wanted to kind of give you guys an idea of how this looks and how it operates. And so I have it actually folded in right now because we have some lovely wind going. As you can see, it's actually really nice out here and it's cooling me off greatly. So next I'll show you guys how this thing operates. Alright guys, we are back with the ABC Canopy umbrella from Walmart.com, and the first thing you can see on this umbrella is that it comes with a tie strap so that when you have it in the down position, wind won't get under it and start Mary Poppinsing it away like what happened to my old umbrella. So I have this tied up right now because it's pretty windy, but I'm going to show you guys the operation here. Pretty straightforward. Unlike my other umbrella though, it does have a way to tilt it, which I don't think I will ever use here. But if you just pull up on this and then you can reach the ratchet just enough for you guys to get under here, and I can show you. So basically there's the ratchet and there's the pull string underneath it. This will give you an idea of how the thickness of the fabric is because you can kind of see through it. I wouldn't say it's the thickest fabric in the world, but it looks like a pretty good amount. And this guy does have really good reviews on Walmart.com. So judging by its reviews, it might be a product that would last. And that is debatable because nothing lasts in Florida over a few years. Everything gets moldy and mildewed and things just tear down in the humidity, the heat, and the rain of sunny Florida. There is the tilting mechanism, which I have not exercised yet because I don't need it at this point, but I have heard that it works pretty good. There is the mechanism for the drawstring, and you can see already that it's trying to fly away from us. And here is a good look at the top of the umbrella. And you can see it has a nice round ball thing at the top. Overall, pretty nice quality. We'll step back here for you to take a better look at it open. And there it is, wide open, looking beautiful above the extra patio table. And you can see now why I'm going to be retracting it, because the wind is pretty high today. So to retract it, you just go the opposite way until it's down enough for you to then just kind of squeeze it together like that. For storage, you go back to your drawstring, wherever that went, right there, and then you just tie around it, which is impossible with one hand, and I don't have my tripod out here, but maybe I can manage to show you. So that's all there is to it right there. Pull the string right through and tie that thing up, and that is going to secure it, which I'm going to do now. 10 seconds later, this umbrella is secured and ready to go
and the wind is not in danger of taking it. And under here in the actual table, that little crank is what secures the umbrella to the table and the base. So this guy is ready to be safe and not blow away in the wind. And now we will go inside and take a look at this on the Walmart.com website. We are right here in front of the computer again on Supercar Street Racing. My name is Brad, and I'm so happy that you joined us today, and we can take a look at this ABC canopy umbrella from Walmart.com. Now, this is the actual Walmart.com site with the umbrella up, and I did order the 9-foot umbrella, which is pretty big. You can see outside there that it actually covers the table and then some, which I'm really super happy about because I didn't know how good or bad this umbrella was going to be. But if you look right here, it has 4.8 stars, which is solid. If you go into some of the Amazon umbrella orders, you're going to see that they have a lot less, and especially the solar like LED light umbrella that I was thinking about ordering from Amazon.com. Now here's some of the pictures of the umbrella. This is the exact color that I got. Notice here that it tilts. I did not demonstrate that tilting on mine, but it does tilt right there, which is nice. My old umbrella did not. Here are the dimensions of this umbrella. Here is a couple of fun people on the beach chilling out under the umbrella. And here it is on someone's deck and looks really good with this little table and 4 chairs around it at their house. Looks better out here with the pool though, honestly. It says right here it's waterproof and UV protection, so we'll see when it rains exactly how waterproof this is. Auto tilt, I think that might not be auto tilting because you have to actually do it yourself. It doesn't automatically tilt. And you crank this to open and close it. Here is a good shot of the umbrella in the closed position. Back to the actual listing here on Walmart.com. You can see there's some other ones down here for even cheaper, but they don't have the ratings that this guy has, and they have one down here that is kind of broken up into sections that looks a little different. And then it talks about down here all the features of the umbrella. Like it says it's 100% polyester, water, UV, and fade resistant. I will keep you guys posted whether it is actually fade resistant in the long run. The pole's 1.5 inches, so make sure that with your table and your base, this pole is good enough to work with your system at home. 12 colors available, and here are the colors. This says 11. One of them is not available at all, and that is the super light blue. That is actually the color that I have. It must have sold out after I bought it. It has 8 ribs in the actual umbrella that keeps it sturdy and supposedly gives it longer life and is able to deal with weather better. It says excellent fabric. I don't know what that actually means, but it is excellent fabric, and sure enough, it is sold out now. I must have bought one of the last ones available. It says you need a 50-pound weight is what they're recommending for this. There's an air gap at the top, and what that does is lets the wind blow through it, and it doesn't pick up on the umbrella, because I can tell you for sure that mine went bye-bye. Now let's take a look at the reviews. There's not many 1-star reviews, but let's look at the 1 stars first. Somebody didn't like the orange color. They said, received a blaze neon orange umbrella. Says the tilt's difficult to use and it gets stuck. Somebody got a faded, filthy one. Looks like maybe they got a used umbrella. Rain pours through it. We'll see about that. I don't really sit out in the rain under it, so I'm not super concerned, but for you guys, you might be. This guy said the dark navy color did not arrive. Some other color, like cadet blue, arrived. Broken out of the box. I can understand the bad review there. And then here's some without any feedback. Now going to the
5-star reviews, which we have quite a few of them. We have 223 5-star reviews, so 4.8 rating here for the umbrella. Says great quality, love the looks more expensive, color is great. Nice addition to our deck. Patio umbrella is built with great quality assembly, very easy, just push the tube in and that's about it. Great value, love the bright color, focal point in my backyard. Umbrella steady, went through a few storms. Fabric is well made, no single drip under the umbrella. So that guy says that it is waterproof. So I don't know who's actually telling the truth here, but we're gonna find out on our own. Great crank handle here. Good quality for the price. Nice large size umbrella. It is bigger than the last one that I had. That is 100% true. This guy says it's high quality, much better than expected. And use the handle to open and close, very convenient. 9 is big enough, and I agree, it's a nice size. Should keep the shade good, especially on a big table like that with 4 chairs. Great water repellent and good color. They seem to think that this thing does repel water. Blocks sun well, came packaged with no damage, quick setup, easily fits the center of our patio table. That's great. It works out great. I bought this umbrella for my newly built patio. It fits great with my existing table and base. Now if we go back to the actual guy and we go to some of the competitors, this is the same company here and they have another high quality product here with 243 ratings and a great rating. Here's one a bit more cheaper, only 10 reviews, but with good ratings. And here is one about the same price with 60 reviews. So by far, the only ones that have a lot of reviews are the ABC Canopy and the Mainstays. And we've had bad luck with some Mainstays things lately. But here are some other choices down here. So I believe that this is actually a good, safe choice if you're looking for an umbrella for your patio. And guys, I really appreciate you tuning in. Like and subscribe, and please click through our affiliate links. They help pay for the things that I can't afford to pay for. I lose money on the channel, and every little click just makes so much of a difference to me. And thank you for being on Supercar Street Racing. We'll see you guys soon.
We got the smart mirror. We got the Tito's ugly sweater. We got the smart mirror again. And we still have the Tito's ugly sweater. And then we got the peel. That peel satisfaction is real. That peel sat is so good in your life. That peel sat. And then we got the ugly sweater on top of the peel sat. And the peel sat's trying to be difficult. But we're still going to peel. And it's going to be good. And it's in your life. And you love it. That peel sat. And that peel sat is so good that it won't even make it into 60-second videos. But I'm really trying hard for that peel sat because I love you guys. And that peel satisfaction is not going to make it. I got to speed up and peel faster. And I'm just ripping it harder with the peel sat. And I'm not going to make it. And that peel sat was so good. We'll have to have a 2.0 peel sat. I just finished cooking a burger and my air purifier is going insane because of the smoke. This thing is losing its mind. It's like, yo, let's rock. What's this switch do? Okay, this is how you, if you forget your cutter,
You take your axe.
right,
Normally throw.
your heavy axe.
Yeah, and don't hit your thumb.
Right. Oh, hell yeah. Bye-bye. What's up, everybody? Tuesday afternoon, we're out in the garage. What we're going to do today is attempt to paint these matte black, these exhaust tips. We have some silicone high temp coating paint here from Advanced Auto Parts. We got some sandpaper. Actually, I bought the wrong grit sandpaper. It's way too fine. But I'm sanding down these and roughing them up as best I can. We'll come back and we'll spray these with this high temp coating and see what happens. Hopefully we get it all masked off good and we get a good matte black finish there. We'll see. Got the back all taped off and ready for paint. You want to be really careful with this stuff compared to Plastidip because this stuff is not going to come off. So I've got plastic bags all up the inside around the exhaust pipes. I've got everything taped off around the upper lip. I'm gonna go ahead and spray it now and let you know how it goes. Got the first coat on. Looks freaking awesome. Stuff is kind of watery, so that helps with the overspray. Just go around it a couple of times, and I'm gonna give it like 2 total coats and see what happens. First side has had some time to dry. That's what it looks like. Looks pretty cool. I'm gonna go ahead and do the second side now. I got this all taped up and ready to go. We'll be back. That's what it looks like. Came out really good. As you can see, the body work around it is already black. Turn the light on so you can get a good look at it. There it is. It almost looks a little bit purple from the lighting. I guess the white balance on the camera. And that's our little project for the day. We took those chrome exhaust tips on the back, wrapped them in DEI high temp silicone coating, and now they're matte black, matching the rest of the emblems on the car and the soon-to-be wheels. Little update on UPS and my wheel situation. 3 out of the 4 wheels are still delivered. 1 is not. UPS is running 3 to 5 days behind, and they literally do not care about your packages. If you call them, they'll lie to you. They'll tell you every excuse in the book. Your package is coming when they feel like it, or it might not come at all. That's gonna do it for today, guys. We'll see you on the next project, which is gonna be those wheels and tires. Later. Hey guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, and on my lap today we have the Invertech power inverter. This is a 500 watt power inverter, and we're going to be taking a look at this today, all the features, what you can do with this, how much it costs, everything today on Supercar Street Racing. Hey guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing unboxing, and we're going to take a look today at this Invertech 500 watt power inverter. Now what this does, it converts your DC 12 volt power to 110 volt for like home use for anything in your home, and it is 500 watt capable. Now on the ad here for the power inverter on Amazon, we can see here that it has a nominal input voltage of 12.8 to 13.2 volts, and its output frequency is 60 hertz, and it has a continuous power output up to 500 watts. It also has a 2 amp USB port, so if you want to charge something directly or power something directly from USB, it is right on the inverter right there. So what's in the package with it? Supposedly from the ad, it has a 500 watt power inverter inside here, a cigar lighter plug that you can connect to the terminals, a battery clip terminal, and 4 fuses and 1 user manual. Now let's take a look at some of the features of the power inverter, and it comes with these features. It has up to 1,000 watts of peak power, and it comes with battery clamps and a cigarette lighter adapter. It says it's small yet powerful, that it has dual 110 volt AC outlets and USB charging ports, ideal for charging tablets, game players, Kindles, digital cameras, TV, cell phone lights,
power tools, or any other household applications. It also includes two options for actually powering it. You can actually use the cigarette lighter plug, or you can use a clamp as to clamp it onto your positive and negative terminals in your battery, on your car battery. It says that it's a user-friendly design. It's aluminum, and that's supposed to protect it from any drops and bumps. And it has a smart cooling fan, which hopefully only comes on when it gets under load. And it can increase, I think, in fan speed as well. So yeah, that's everything that comes inside of the power inverter here, the Invertech. Now this thing weighs about 1.5 pounds, so it's not that heavy, and it has 4.3 stars out of 5 on Amazon reviews. Now let's take a look at what's actually inside the Invertech power inverter box here. So taking a look at the packaging, it is a very generic type of packaging here. It's literally just a brown package with a 35 by 35 on the box. I assume that means the size of the packaging. It has a model number on the side that says MA500-11. Not sure what the 11 is, but it is made in China. You can see right here on the packaging. It has a couple of warning labels as well. It says cancer and reproductive harm on the front right here on the box. And it's got your barcode label here with the model number on it. And that is all that is on the generic packaging of the Invertech MA500-11 power inverter. So what does a power inverter do, and what can I use one for? A power inverter changes DC power from a battery into conventional AC power that you can use to operate all kinds of devices. Electric lights, kitchen appliances, microwaves, power tools, TVs, radios, computers, just to name a few. You can connect the inverter to a battery and plug your AC devices into the inverter, and you've got portable power whenever and wherever you need it. An inverter draws its power from a 12-volt battery, preferably a deep cycle, but any battery will work, or several batteries wired in parallel. The battery will need to be recharged as the power is drawn out by the inverter. The battery can be recharged by running the automobile motor or a gas generator, solar panels, or wind. You can then use your battery charger plugged into an AC outlet to recharge the battery. Now we can open up the box and take a look at what's inside the MA500-11 500 watt power inverter box. So let's take a look. All right, so the first thing we see inside the box here is the power inverter here, and it is black, looks like black anodized aluminum here. And on the front, it does say input 12 volts, DC 52 amps, output 100 volts AC, 60 hertz, which is normal. And then it has a USB 5 volt DC output that is capable of providing 2 amps. Now that is not enough to quick charge. It will not quick charge your device, so if you're buying this for quick charging, you will have to power another quick charger with this, and you could use the AC ports here to do that. What else is in the box here? Well, we have 2 things of cables here, which I have not opened. So let's take a look at what's inside these cables. It's actually one single thing of cabling here. Let's put the box aside for now and take a look inside of this. All right, so inside the cabling, we have, first of all, a cigarette lighter plug here. Let's go ahead and unzip tie or unbread tie this guy. And we do have a cigarette lighter adapter one end, and we have a little ring terminals on the other end. And if we take a look at the side of the power inverter, this would be where you would connect the actual ring terminals for the box. So that is the first wiring we have with the inverter. Now let's take a look at the second thing we have here with the power inverter. So the second thing we have here is a connector for a battery. So this connector here is made so that you can power your inverter directly off of a battery. So let's say you have a 12 volt battery readily available you can go ahead and connect these two clamps to your battery, and you can power, and then you connect these ring terminals to the side of the inverter, and you can power your inverter with your standard 12-volt battery, either in your car or any other 12-volt battery. It doesn't have to be inside your car, but you can connect these clamps to 12 volts and power your inverter. Hey guys, welcome back to the channel, and as you can see here, I am working hard on getting this video edited, but I wanted to take a minute and share with you guys what you need to do exactly to search for an adapter on Amazon, and I will put a link in the description to this adapter here, but you need to kind of understand what you're looking for. So if we open up Amazon right here, we have done a search for a 12-volt power inverter. I may have called it an adapter. It actually is an inverter, and as you can see, what comes up here is the Invertech as a sponsor. Now that means some company, Invertech or another company, paid to have their product go right to the top of the page. Of course, it got my attention. I did end up buying this one right here, and I actually only bought it because it has these 2 feet right here that can be screwed on to the side of whatever you need. That was a big important factor for me, but also here it shows you a big picture of the parts list, and then right here it shows you that it has a 2 amp USB port. It does say ports here, that is incorrect. It has 1 USB port. It has a power indicator here, and I believe an overload indicator. There is a switch. Shows you the negative, positive terminal, and the cooling fan and the fuses. And then right here it tells you that it has some features here. It has over temperature protection, over voltage, low voltage, overload, and short circuit. And then it's 1,000 watt peak power. Don't mistake that for the average power it can handle is 500 watts. And here's some of the things you can power with your Invertech. And then here you see they have actually used the battery clamps to connect it to a battery. And if we go here, we see it is $42.99. I will provide a link in the description. If you want to spend more, you can get more. If you like red, you can grab a red one from some places. This one actually has 2 USB ports, which could be handy if you need 2 ports. I only have 1. This one has I think it looks like it might, just 2 USB ports. And there are plenty of others that go up in wattage. Now remember, you will need the appropriate wattage for whatever amount of power you need in total. And as you step up in watts here, notice $169 for a 2500 watt, $299 for a 3000 watt, and here's a 1000 watt one for $68. But there are plenty of choices here. My advice is to go with one that has high reviews and that has USB ports, and check out my links in the description. I'll put some links to some different power levels here for you also, so that you have a choice. But as we go down here, we see we have plenty of options here. We have some cool ones with like digital displays, which is neat. We have just normal ones again. We have some that have the plugs on top. If that's something that is important to you, you can have your plugs on top of the unit. And then we have this cool one that actually looks like a power strip. And you can see here that it has plugs on top and the fan on top. So if that's a better option for your install scenario, you might want to go with that. Here's one that is just like 2 little ones that plugs into your car outlet. And yeah, I will put a link in the description to some recommended ones, and I hope you guys enjoyed this little browse here for some 12-volt power inverters. So that's a quick look at the 500 watt Invertech power inverter, all the connections on it, and the wiring and the packaging. And when we get this unit actually in use, we can go ahead and tell you how it performs in the golf cart, because that's where it's going. Guys, I hope you enjoyed the video. Please like and subscribe if you like to see this kind of content, and I'll be bringing you much more in the future.
My sister donated this Jeep machine gun pimp with a duck float to Patricia because she has a Jeep. Yeah. And this thing is so cool.
We know who you voted for. My sis.
Hey guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, and today we have the Marantz Cinema 70S, and we're going to be replacing this old tired Pioneer VSX 1021. So hang out with us while we take a look at this flagship Marantz receiver. Now, about 1 year ago, we did create this nice 5.1 surround sound system in the Supercar Street Racing bedroom, and we also added this nice big Fire TV from Amazon. It has a UE error 22 showing on the screen, and for some reason the sound cuts out all the time or just gets really loud and blows you out of the bed. So we're gonna have to disconnect this and get this brand new Cinema 70S connected. So let's get this thing unboxed and see what's inside. Okay guys, we got the brand new Marantz Cinema 70S in front of us. Let's go ahead and get this thing unboxed. Now this is the flagship, one of the flagships of the new Marantz lineup. And this is replacing the NR1711 that we have in the Supercar Street Racing Studios as the new updated model. I was a little bit too early to get this model when we built the studio. Let's get it turned around. And inside the nice packaging, very, very nice presentation. You can see already, there's a nice Marantz box on top here. There is an Odyssey mic for calibrating your sound. And then there is your power cord. And inside the box here, check out the presentation. We have the remote, the Bluetooth Wi-Fi antenna, some batteries, and a nice quick start guide. And then under that, it tells you how to use the HEOS app to listen to high resolution audio. And then there's an antenna right underneath that for FM and AM radio. Very, very nice. Once inside the box, we see this nice presentation here of the Marantz Cinema 70S. Let's go ahead and get the mic out. This is unlike any receiver I've ever unboxed before. The quality and the presentation is very high end for a $1,100 receiver. And you can see the nice wrap here of the Marantz Cinema 70S. We are gonna have to get it off the table now to get it out of the box. And it is a slimline receiver. Okay, that is all that's inside the box of the Marantz Cinema 70S. Now here's the Marantz Cinema 70S compared to the VSX 1021 from Pioneer. This Pioneer receiver did come from a thrift store a while back, and it is giving me quite a few problems. But notice how well built this Marantz looks compared to the Pioneer and how much more high-end this looks. All right, now that we have the Cinema 70S up against the Pioneer VSX 1021 here, let's go ahead and get this VSX 1021 disconnected and get this Pioneer out of here. All right, taking a look at the back of the Cinema 70S from left to right, we do see one Wi-Fi Bluetooth antenna upper left, and then we see our phono inputs. We've got our standard audio inputs here, right next to our antennas. At the top, we've got digital inputs, we've got a coaxial, and we've got an optical input. Then we've got our Ethernet input jack here. And then we've got the preamp outputs. It does have preamp outputs for all the channels, which is important if you have a high-end system. Right here, there's a remote control, and then at the top, all your inputs for HDMI, and we will be using the ARC input for ours. Now, ARC is audio return channel. This will allow us to play audio from the TV through the receiver. And then you have your speaker outputs at the bottom, front, center, surround, and surround back, and surround back. And then your standard power jack and your other Bluetooth antenna. Now, I did not label these wires when I put them on the back of the Pioneer. I have enough slack where it shouldn't be a problem. All right, we got the Marantz out, we got it plugged in. We have the audio return HDMI going to the television. And so this is what it looks like here in front of me. Looks so good, so much better than the old one. And I have the remote control right here as well. And I decided to go ahead and just use Wi-Fi because I was using a power line adapter before and it is very slow. To do anything fast, we're gonna need better network.
I would like to run Ethernet to this room eventually. And here is the remote control for the Cinema 70S. All right, so we have the receiver plugged in. We have power to the remote control. Let's go ahead and power it on. It did come on, and on the front it does say Marantz here. Really cool looking display. Input. We should see the setup for this. We do. Okay, we have the setup on the screen now for the receiver. All right, now you guys can see the AV receiver setup assistant here. I'm gonna go ahead and click English. I'm gonna click next. Already got all that stuff done. Okay, is this the speaker setup? Yes. Okay, no height speakers, no front, top, no that. No, I don't have Dolby Atmos. Yes, that's already connected. We're gonna play a test tone, so let's see. Set the subwoofer at 30. I do hear front left. I do hear center. I do hear front right. I do hear right surround. I do hear left surround. I do hear the sub. And we have the Odyssey calibration, and we are going to go ahead and break out the microphone for Odyssey. And there is a microphone jack on the front right here to do Odyssey setup. So go ahead and get that plugged in. Go ahead and hit next. But I'm gonna go ahead and plug in. I'm gonna plug in the Odyssey mic. It is plugged in. Connect the calibration microphone to set up. Main listening position is going to go in the center of the bed back here. Main listening position is going to be with a pillow, just like that. And let's go back to the front. Okay, it's ready to test. Main listening position. Okay, I'm moving the mic. All right, it is done. I stopped at the third listening position. It says disconnect the microphone. Went ahead and did that. The antennas are actually already connected to the back here, and it's gonna connect us to network here. Firmware, let's go ahead and try to update the firmware. Yep, there is an update. Okay, it does say 1 minute left on the update here. And you can see the TV went into screensaver because the receiver has switched off the HDMI signal. Okay, it is not outputting audio to the subwoofer. This is what I was talking about. I need to find that setting. Okay, I did figure it out. It was set on full range. For the front speakers, I set it to crossover at 40 Hertz, and now we have subwoofer audio here on the front. And I don't know what surround sound mode we are in right now. I'm gonna go ahead and get the app opened up, and I'm going to record it when I do that. And let's find the app now. Marantz. Go ahead and open the app. Now don't forget we have 2 Marantz AVRs now. Now it's detecting. It found master bedroom and it found studio. I'm gonna select master bedroom and it is loading. Now it is on Dolby Audio, Dolby Digital plus Dolby Surround, so it's on auto. Welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. I'm Brad. You're in the 4K production studio, and we are taking a look today at the Marantz Cinema 70S, as you can see right here on your screen. And this 70S Marantz is one of the flagship Marantz models, and it is a slimline model as well. Now, this receiver has 50 watts on all 7 channels. It does 4K 120 and also 8K. Now, right here in the Supercar Street Racing studio, we have the old NR1711 from Marantz, which is also their slimline model. And unfortunately, I got it right before the 70S came out, so I wasn't able to pick up the new 70S. I did pick up the 70S for my bedroom, and you guys remember we did a 5.1 audio project in the bedroom about 1.5 years ago. And I did use a thrift store receiver at that time. It was a Pioneer, and I was trying to save money, so I just picked that up, and it got by for a little while. Now, the Pioneer started giving me errors like UE22, which is something to do with updates. And it is so old that it is no longer supported by Pioneer. Now, checking out the Cinema 70S right here on Amazon, you can see that if you buy it from this person, this seller,
it is $11.93, but you can actually get it for right around $1,000, and I will put links in the description for both of them. When you take this link here, you can actually pay it in Amazon payments. The $1,000 version, you cannot pay it in payments. And this receiver has a 4.2 star review out of 52 ratings. Now, I will tell you on YouTube, this receiver has great reviews, and it's one of the best receivers I've ever personally used. Just the packaging and presentation was so nice on this receiver. When you open it up, you immediately see the quality there and the effort that they put in to make this a little bit of a higher quality experience for its customers. And going online here, you can see the pictures here of the receiver. And there's the front of the receiver. It has a really nice modern looking high-end feel. Here it says elevated performance for the Cinema 70S. Soundmaster tuned using precision components ensures your listening experience is extraordinary. And right here you take a look at the back of the Cinema 70S. And we did go over all this stuff in the video, and I showed you the connections on the back there. But notice here, one of the higher quality things that it has are preamp outputs for every channel. You can see right here, that is something that a lot of manufacturers are leaving out of their receivers now. And right here to the right of that, you can see all the speaker outputs and the HDMI inputs, including the 8K monitor output there. And you can see it does 4K 120 as well. It also does have 2 subwoofer outputs. And they're just letting you know right here that it has an included microphone, so you can use their Odyssey setup to perfectly tune any room. And right here, it's showing you the style, which I think is pretty cool, honestly. And it's telling you here in this slide that it has the most modern technologies available right now. Now, this also supports HEOS, Wi-Fi, and Bluetooth, and multi-room, so it has multi-zone support. And taking a look at the reviews here, I don't necessarily agree with some of these bad reviews. There are only 52 reviews total on this ad. This one says buggy firmware. I have not had that experience. Now, I did update the firmware immediately when I got the receiver, and so maybe I had a different experience. This one says it doesn't have Odyssey multi-EQ. It does not. It has regular Odyssey. But checking out the 5-star reviews here, you can see that it says pretty happy. Best audio gear I have ever owned. Fantastic sound. Hard to beat the price. I also agree. It is pretty hard to beat the $1,000 price point on this receiver. Incredible sound reproduction. I kind of agree. It sounds amazing. I've listened to music and movies on it, and it does sound really good. Perfect addition to my home theater system. I think the plan is for me to also, in the future, get a second one to upgrade my home theater room, because my Yamaha is getting old at this point. So far, everything excellent. I agree with that review. For me, everything is great so far. And this last review says it was just fantastic. So the Marantz Cinema 70S has worked out great for the Supercar Street Racing 5.1 surround sound in the bedroom. And like I said a few minutes ago, I do plan on buying another one for my home theater room to replace the aging Yamaha. Guys, I want to thank you for supporting Supercar Street Racing in every way possible. Please buy all your products through our Amazon links that'll be in the description, including this Marantz Cinema 70S. And you can buy anything through any of our links. It doesn't have to be the product that you're currently looking at. And we have to get out of here right now. We have to go upgrade every receiver in Jacksonville.
All right, guys, welcome back to the channel. Something exciting just happened. The materials have been delivered for the shed that is going on the side of the house. They just dropped everything off, and we just paid the deposit, and now all we are waiting for is concrete to be laid on August the 8th. So yeah, just a little update. Here's all the materials for the big shed. I think it's a 12 by 8 if I remember correctly. But yeah, that's all happening. It's exciting. I'm glad you guys are all along for the ride. Making a label with my brother label maker, which by the way has a fatal flaw. If you leave all the batteries in it, it drains the batteries overnight. But anyway, we're gonna make a subwoofer little printout indicator for the wall plate. So let's go ahead and go, well, let's do a capital. This thing's so hard to use. I think it's that, and then lowercase subwoofer.
Let's see how that prints. I think it's black. Yeah. It's interesting. I'm gonna go ahead and peel this off. I need 2 hands for this. All right, guys, we got our label made for the subwoofer jack with my label maker, and that is looking good. And we're just literally waiting for speaker wire to come in the mail, and then we can start wiring up these speakers where I can get in the attic tomorrow and pull the wiring. Well, they drained my pool to do some more acid washing on the finish because they weren't satisfied with the way it came out, so pool is refilling again. So I'm gonna go grab the other hose so we have 2 hoses going. All right, guys, making delicious keto burgerage. Oh, those are gonna be good. Guess what happened though? The mailman just came and he brought this, what I've been waiting for, package. Boom. There is our speaker wire. There's what, 200 feet or something, I guess, 100 feet, I don't know, 200 feet, I think, of 14 gauge speaker wire we've been waiting for. I have all of the lengths ready. So right after dinner, we are gonna pull out these lengths, cut them off, mark the wire so that we know where they go. And then we are going to, tomorrow morning, first thing before even daylight, get up in the garage when it's nice and cool and get up in the attic and run these speaker wires. All right, guys, so we got the speaker wire in. We have it measured out and marked. We have a code on each wire so that we know when we pull it into the attic which one is which. When we pull it down through the cap into the speaker wall plate, we'll know which one to connect to which wire. We have front, center, front, both rears. So what we're gonna do now is take these speakers in, hook them up, and then we are going to attempt to throw the wire as close as we can to where we got to put it down the cap so I don't have to drag it through the insulation tomorrow morning. Well, let's get started with this. I have a plan. We have our wire already ready to go, stripped back with my auto strippers here. So what we're going to do now is take this into the attic. We're going to lay this somewhere on the bed, unbundle this wire, and literally throw it towards where it's going to go, and then hopefully get the insulation that is kind of out of reach. I'm going to try to get it. It's just a tiny bit out of reach. Also, that's what this is for. This tool is for getting out the grill. You stick it in there and you just pull straight up like that and the grill comes right off. Dude, where is the insulation? huge update, guys. Oh, I'm nervous already. Nervous already. I was just in the attic pulling wire. I don't see my wires. I don't see my wires. Okay, I see some wires. I gotta pull them through. Okay, as any smart man would, I ran a lot of extra wire and I just wrapped it all up with electrical tape and stuffed it down in here. I'm gonna get this all unwrapped now. This is how I got it down through the wall, and we'll be back. What's up, guys? We have some fun gonna happen now. We are going to install our home theater plate and prep all of our wires. We have a lot of wires to prep. So we are going to do that now. We still have to pull a HDMI cable up to the TV from this plate. So we can't completely seal it yet, but we can get it mostly done. So first things first, let me take a look at the wall plate. Let's see where everything is. Okay, some are, okay, that's not too hard. We can just, Okay, so what we're doing now is the dresser up here. The dresser up here is where the receiver, which is right here, is going to go. It's literally going to go from right up here to right down there. So it's probably, it's 2 feet to the wall plate. The wall plate's not centered though. So that would be, I think if we do 5 foot or 4, let's see, 5 feet would give us, that give us enough to get over to that side. 5 feet would get us to that side as well, with some room to spare. Let's do 5 feet chunks of wire. I am ready to make some wiring, guys. All right, now I can see, guys. I literally cannot see up close anymore. I have to get glasses soon. Surround right. These things are fun. See, banana clips right there. Makes it much easier, guys. I'm just saying. I don't know if I should come in from the bottom. What do you guys do when you hook these up? Do you come from the bottom with one set? Like this? I mean, you can't see the bottom. How do you? Or do you go? How the heck are you supposed to do the bottom when you can't see it? Can't find the hole. I guess I can just come up from the top. So forget it. Why aren't the speaker holes up and down? I mean, seriously. I saw a receiver where the speaker holes were up and down, and I'm like, thank you for actually being smart. And why didn't they do that on every single receiver? Why are they angled? So stupid. Okay, the first one's in. Second one's about to be in. Wish I had like a drill that had an attachment for these, so you could just tighten it down with a drill. Okay, so that is surround right. Next. Let's see what this is. Here's our next one. That's surround left. By chance. You know what I'm talking about, right, guys? These speaker wire holes should be freaking up and down, not diagonal. Surround left. Look how hard this is to get in there. Man, this thing's borderline old, I think, because it still has component video and composite video. No Wi-Fi, but I have a little adapter to bring LAN for this. Got the little power line adapter. But yeah, you don't see, they don't put composite video and component video on receivers anymore because there are no components that use it. If you see one with S video, you know you got a really old receiver. They probably don't have HDMI either. Notice here there's a 5-volt output. Never noticed that. There's a wireless LAN adapter available for this guy. Wi-Fi adapter. Didn't know I had a 5-volt out. That's awesome. Can use that definitely for something. Next. Three more left. Let's see what this is. Front right.
this guy, maybe I can get this one under, since I can actually get to it. Yeah, this one I think I can come from underneath and save and make some more room for other things. Well, I thought I could. Stripped off way too much wire on this one. Yeah, this one's going under fine. And positive. Did I do it right? Yes, I did. I'm like, am I paying attention to polarity again? Got a lot of freaking analog audio too here. Does it have any analog audio outs for the front? No. No, it doesn't have preamp outputs. All right. Is this going to be center or front left? Let's see. What? Can't tell. Center. This one's going to be fun to get in there. Yeah, this is not going to be a good time. I'm going to see if I can come in from the bottom, because this guy is hard to get to from the top. Let's see if I can feel the... This is suckage. Of course, every time you touch it, you have to bind your wire. It's right there, dude. Hey. Got it. Got him. And then I'll do the top for the positive. I would punch myself in the face if I did the polarity wrong on that one. So for testing purposes, we will be using this receiver for video. So what we'll do is we will plug the Fire Stick into this guy and then plug this guy into the TV. Last one is front left. Front left. Let's see if we can get underneath that one. That's another one that's hard to get to. Yeah, this one's going to be fun, fun, fun. Okay, here we go. That should be right there. There we go. Got lucky on that one. and we'll do the top on this guy. See why banana plugs are so freaking awesome? What would it take? 15 minutes? 10 minutes to wire this thing? Banana plug, 10 seconds. Done. This thing is wired. HDMI. First we need our Fire Stick. Fire Sticks are picky about power, so you may not be able to power it with that. It's 0.6 amps. I don't know if that's enough to power the Fire Stick, so I'm going to put this Fire Stick on its power brick. But number one is do video one in, I guess. Ow. Okay, there, that's in there. So we got our Fire Stick there. We'll come out of this guy to the television, and we will go to HDMI. We'll go to input 8 on the TV. And go to out here. And that's that. Video and audio are connected. This thing is ready to be tested. I have a mess to clean up first though. Guys, back into Supercar Street Racing Garage, starting a very ambitious project in here. I have ordered hex lighting for the garage, and part of this project, I want to get this garage cleaned out and painted black. So today we start the process on the channel, and I'm so happy you guys are here with us for the whole thing. Back once again in the Supercar Street Racing awesome garage, which needs a makeover. And so part of that, the very initial stages of this are hexagon lighting over the Tesla, new RGB smart lighting where these little in-ceiling lights are, and then also we're going to be painting
Everything that's brown here and everything that's white on the ceiling will be painted black. This back wall is going to remain the color that it is. So that is what we're doing first today. We got to get everything off these shelves. We're going to paint these shelves also black. The shelves are kind of in bad shape. I might just remove them completely. But yeah, we got to get this out, at least removed or something, and figure out what our next move is. So let's do that now. So this is interesting. There's some house numbers up here that say 19324. No clue what that's about. It's been here since I moved in the house. And it's not my house number. So I don't know where it came from, what it means, whose it was. But it is time to delete 19324 forever. And it is deleted. Okay, we have everything cleared off of that wall that is going to be cleared off. I'm going to paint that thing because it's gray and ugly. But I'm going to go ahead and test part of this paint right now and see what the paint color looks like. It's a flat black that I got from, I think, Ace Hardware. I want to make sure that's what I want, so I'm going to do a little test hit here. So this is the paint. It's Ace Hardware Black 2132-10. Flat black, 126B440, whatever that means. But that's what's going on there.
And I have a good amount, so we can probably do the whole wall.
subscribe to my channel. And also press this bell icon.
just a little update, guys. I have one side done completely. I'm about to start on the other side, but I have decided that these wheels and tires have to move to this side of the garage simply because there's no room to walk next to the car. All the stuff is going away. Let's get busy.
Hey guys, Supercar Street Racing here. Just posted a video about SpaceX Bitcoin scam videos going around. They are currently live. Wanted to post a new update here with the actual video that's happening now. So let's just switch the camera. So you can see right here this current scam that's going on right now for Bitcoin. Now what this is the actual, I'm going to go ahead and mute the video right now and play it. The actual person has named their channel SpaceX like that. I think my screen is all dirty, but let's try to wipe it off a little bit. And so see, it's called SpaceX right there. It has that you can actually donate Bitcoin and win like more than you actually donate, which is of course ridiculous, and it's a total scam. So what you want to do when you see these videos, now you'll notice if you go to their actual channel, there's one video on here. Obviously these guys are not SpaceX. If you go to About, and then you go to Flag, and you go to Report User, go to Spam and Scam, go Next. It says this channel doesn't have live videos, but it is live. And then put Bitcoin Scam and report this so that YouTube can delete the channel. You can also go to the video, go to Flag, Spam, go to Scam, and go Bitcoin Scam and report this. Now if you notice, once the video plays after this ad, they will also have a fake registered URL up here. So what you can do with this, all these URLs, this is the same person or people doing these scams. You can go to reg.ru, reg.ru, and it's actually, the email address is abuse@reg.ru, abuse@reg.ru. Tell them the name of the URL that's posted here and ask them to remove it because it's a Bitcoin scam, and they will delete the actual account from the internet. So do not fall for this scam. Notice SpaceX is 2 right here instead of just 1. SpaceX is actually one word, space, and the letter X with no space. So I wanted you guys to be aware of the scam. This will get taken down here pretty soon, but until then, people are actually, I don't want you guys to be one of the ones that actually falls for this stuff. Please report this. Please let it be known. These people are trying to use SpaceX to generate money, and you're not getting anything. You will lose every penny you ever put into it. Thanks guys, and have a great day. I hope you are going faster and faster. What do you know about Van Halen? Do you see it? Van Halen! It's literally Van Halen. You don't have it. Oh, dang.
We are out here in the supercar street racing sunroom, and I'm about to go on a little business trip. But before I do, the manufacturer Disease,
These nuts.
that sounds hilarious, has provided me with this smart security camera model CG6 to take a look at with you guys on the channel. So let's get this thing unboxed, see what it's all about with Disease.
These nuts.
Back on the channel today, we're with the Disease, I think is how you pronounce it, smart security camera. And you can see here the model number is the CG6. This was provided to us by the manufacturer to take a look at, hook up, and see what we think about it. I've not looked at it yet, except I did charge it completely. It took an overnight charge to get this guy working. And a look at the side of the box here, we can see this is made in China, and it does has these Disease website on it and the logo up here. And sometimes it makes me wonder, the choice of names for these companies is hilarious. It's got live view and recording history and app message notifications, and you just scan this little QR code here to download the app. Okay, looking at the phone now, we can see it wants to go here and download their app, so I did press that button to do that. And this is the Disease Home app. You hit install. And let's see if that does install properly. And yes, it did. Let's get it opened up and see what's inside of it. You have to agree to their statement there. And then here's the splash screens. Get started. And we have to sign up for a new account. I will do that off camera. We did go ahead and give the email address, supercarstreetracing@gmail.com, and now we have registered this device. They sent me a one-time code, and now the next step here is to add the device by pressing the plus, but we want to get this camera unboxed first and see what this guy is all about. Let's do that now. Right here in front of the Disease, or Z's, however you want to pronounce it, smart security camera, and inside of the box, which I'm not going to lie to you, I opened it already because I wanted it to get pre-charged for you guys so we could go ahead and hook it up. We've got the smart security camera here on the left looking like a big white egg. And we're going to get that peel satisfaction in just a minute too. But there is the security camera front. It looks like on top you have a slot for an SD card and a USB Type-C, and I'm not sure what that is right there, that other port. But there is your USB Type-C charge. There is a reset button. A mount here for this mount, it looks like. They actually do give you a mount for screws, which you can also just sit like that if you want to. They give you this nice USB-C charging cable. And Z's also gives you this little support thing to get the app. And there is your instruction manual right there that comes with it. Now, like I said, I did charge it completely before, so there's no need to charge it again unless I want to top it off. But let's dig a little bit deeper into this now. All right, it would really like us to put an SD card in this thing, so I have not tried that. But here is an SD card that I got from Alibaba or AliExpress, whatever you want to call it. Let's go ahead and get that put in, if that's where it goes. Let's see, it doesn't go in that way. Let's see if it goes in this way. It does, but wow, it does not really have one of those spring mechanisms. I don't know. Okay, there it is. I finally got it in there properly. And that is how you put the SD card in the smart security camera. Looking at the instructions here for the camera, it does say to hold down the power button on the bottom for several seconds. So let's try that. And we did hear the little tone on the camera, and it is making a little noise now, and we're going to want to try to add this to the app. So we got the app open here on the phone, and it says add new device. It is making a nice little tone for us. We just added power to this guy with a standard USB cable that it comes with, and a Type-C on one end and Type-A on the other end, and it's plugged into a power adapter. And we can see right here that the yellow light did come on the front right there, indicate that it is charging. And now let's go ahead and power it on. And it did come on, and the blue light is flashing, and it is making the tone. So it is searching for the camera. It did find this camera here, and it looks like it connects to a temporary hotspot. That is the camera, so we just hit that. It wants to use location, that's fine. And it is going to look for Wi-Fi networks, and we're going to hook it up to Supercar Street Racing if it can find it. If not, we're going to have to go out to the studio. Yeah, it doesn't see the Supercar Street Racing hotspot, so we're going to have to move out to the studio. Out in the Supercar Street Racing studios with this smart Wi-Fi camera, and here it is on the app, and now we're close to the hotspot, so let's go for it. It's looking for Wi-Fi devices. Let's see if it finds the Supercar Street Racing Studios Wi-Fi. It did. And then over here, while you guys watch this, I'm going to put the password in. And I'm going to go ahead and hit next step. It is a 2.4 gigahertz network, which is what you have to have. Connect to device. Got it. Connect. So it looks like it is connecting to the actual device now to program it.
Connection succeeded.
So the camera said that the connection was succeeded. New device found, register cloud, initialize device, connection successful. We're going to call this the studio security camera. Click done on that. Place the device where you need to install it and check the Wi-Fi signal. I'm going to plug it in. I'm going to hit next. And that's about motion detection and height and angle and mounting. And I do not want cloud storage. I'm going to continue with free. I'm not going to do notifications for now. And let's go ahead and see if we can see the camera. And we do see the camera, and it does have peel on the front. So we got to do that peel satisfaction first before we can actually look at the good picture from the camera. All right, we're out here in the studio with the mushroom light, and we do see our security camera plugged in directly up here next to this clock that is looking oh so fresh. I love that clock, actually. And the only complaint I have about this is that the wire is really visible. And we can point this camera down, but it might have a tendency to fall over because of the fact that the speaker's on an angle. So I'm going to take some sticky tape and put it on the bottom here eventually. But we do have the camera mounted up here. So what we're going to do now is go ahead and open up the app and see if we can see our camera. Let's go ahead and hit play. And there is our security camera. And it is angled up a little bit, so we're going to want to get that angle down just a little bit more to see more of the room. So we can go ahead and do that now. All right, so we do have our security camera ready to go. I'm going to go ahead and get on the phone and record some actual footage of the camera while I do some editing for you guys.
Hey there. subscribe to my channel. And also press this bell icon.
We're back here at the Supercar Street Racing Studios. You know what it is. You've been here before. And today we were provided this disease security camera, the funniest name in the world. If it's Z's, it might be pronounced Z's with just a Z, but I think it's hilarious that it says diseases. And we were given this by the manufacturer to take a look at and see if we enjoyed the video quality. You did see some actual video of the camera right before this. I'm going to throw some more up on the screen right now, right before we take a look at this. And you can see the video quality is pretty good in the studio, even though we have darkness in here with just some purple lighting up on the ceiling. It's quite a bit of purple lighting, but it's not like being in full light. So the quality is pretty good. It is sitting right up here on top of one of the speakers, and it is connected to Wi-Fi. And now we'll cut back to me here in the studio and take a look at this on Amazon. Now over here you can see the, I'm going to call it Z's because I don't know if it's disease or Z's or what. It's just hilarious to me. But here it is. It's a wireless outdoor spotlight and siren 1080p battery powered Wi-Fi camera. It does motion detection, color night vision, two-way talk, and it uses an SD card, which I did put a 64 gigabyte SD card in there, and it recognized it with no problem. It is $38 right now on Amazon, and you can get a coupon for 6% off if you click this button right here. This will be in the description. Make sure you order it through me. Please, it helps me out so much. It gives me just a little bit of cash and just enough to get by on the channel. And taking a look at some of the other pictures here, if we go zoom in, it shows you it has AI. Of course, everything has AI now, whether it does or not. And it shows you activity zones and secure storage options, smart and trusted, and then rain or shine. It works either way. It has a 4.3 star review. Some of the worst reviews are useless for outdoor monitoring. Camera worked properly first 8 or 9 months. I really wanted to like, but they're not dependable. Never buy again, not worth it. Those are the 1-star reviews. Taking a look at the 5-star reviews, however, says absolutely amazing. That person did buy it. Didn't look like they got that for free. Excellent in Spanish. Great value home security cam. Love this camera. And so far, you'll see from the footage that I put up on the screen a few minutes ago, not having any issues with the camera whatsoever, and the quality is good enough for me. And that is going to give me a security camera inside of the Supercar Street Racing Studios. I have tons outside. The only thing is, with all these different security camera brands, now we have more apps we have to deal with. All my other cameras are Wise cams, and now this is the first one that I have that is not a Wise cam. No wires, easy to set up. I do have this guy up here plugged in permanently to a USB cord so that I will never have to charge it. You could choose to charge it, and it says it lasts a while, but we didn't actually test the battery life because we have no way to really to do that. And that is the Z's wireless security camera. Go ahead and get one and buy it from the link in the description. Guys, we appreciate you so much at Supercar Street Racing, so please like and subscribe. Come back and see us, and we'll see you next time. We're out of here. We're going to New Jersey. Guys, we're outside the beautiful Supercar Street Racing backyard, and today we have something to take care of that we did not finish. When the house got painted, we removed the speakers that were out here in the corners of the patio. The speakers were getting kind of old and crusty, so I did throw them away. But today we've got something nice and fresh to put back in their place. So let's get busy and get to work. We are back inside the lovely Supercar Street Racing abode, where today we have right in front of me these amazing Polk Audio Atrium 6s. Now the Atrium 6 is an upgrade for the Atrium 5 that I put out front, and these guys are going to enhance the sound on the rear patio. Now there are already holes drilled into the stucco out back, so what we're gonna do right here and right now is open these Atrium 6s and take a look at them inside. All right, we are back here and in front of the Polk Audio Atrium 6. And looking into the box here, we have the familiar cardboard packaging. Put that to the side here, make some room for these nice speakers. And out of the box, they are bigger than the other ones that I have. They are bigger than the Atrium 5s out front, and that is probably expected. They are higher quality and cost more. Don't forget, I'll have a link in the description to these for you guys. But here are the Atrium 6s. And you can see here by the brackets on the back and the side that they are very easy to take apart. You just flip that open a little bit, unscrew that all the way. You unscrew the side thing all the way. And these are cool because they pop right out. So when you're installing them, it makes it much easier to install. They just pop right out of the thing. That way you won't drop them while you are installing. They slide right off like that. And so if you turn them like this and pop this, the bracket will come right off and they are ready to be installed. So let's go set up to install these guys. All right, we are at our old location and there is only one problem. The holes don't line up. And we don't know if the speaker will actually fit without hitting the top here. So actually, we need to reassemble these and test the fitment real quick. So I'm gonna grab the speaker. So we're gonna want this to face down. It's no big deal that the current holes don't work. I should have some. They just don't line up with the new brackets, but really, it looks to me like we can go the same place. We're just gonna have to drill new tap cons, but the speakers themselves will reach and not hit the top. So I'm gonna have to get my tap cons and my drill and do new connectors, new fasteners. I'm just gonna cover up the old holes, get my level, and just get straight to work.
Okay, we got the second speaker bracket installed and all of the wiring disconnected. And now all I'm going to do right here and right now is clean up all this wiring, get it tied up really nice, wipe everything down really good, and reconnect everything in a much cleaner fashion. So I'm going to get to work on that right now. All right, guys, we have successfully gotten the second speaker hung and also tied the wiring all up back there. All we have to do next is test both of these speakers out, and to do that, this is zone 2 on my Pioneer amp, and we have the deprecated iControl AV5 out, but it still works on my tablet, thank goodness. So let's go ahead and turn it on. There should be no copyright music. If it is copyright, I'll cut this part out. All right, so that side's working great. This side's working great. Let's see if our rock speakers are working. All right, that speaker is on, no problem. Let's see if this one's on. This one might be burned up. That one is on as well. That is a successful test of the brand new Atrium 6 speakers that look amazing up there in the corners. And you know what's crazy? They have decent bass as well, but there's also subwoofers inside helping that. So during the summer, I will probably keep this door open so some of the bass can come out. I'm not going to run a subwoofer out here. Let's finish tying the wiring up for the Govee permanent LED lights that's up in the corner there now.
right, guys, as you can see right here and right now on Supercar Street Racing, we did finish up this project in the back. We went ahead and installed the Atrium 6 speakers to replace the old speakers. They sound absolutely amazing. We also restrung up our LED globe lights here and ran them up this way rather than across the back of the house because we don't need them back there anymore. We have the Govee permanent lights. We actually don't even need these, but I wanted to just go ahead and keep them up for some ambience under the patio. We also cleaned the entire patio ceiling here and the ceiling fan and the existing lights up here and got all the mildew and everything off of that. And we cleaned all the furniture by hand and got all the pollen and mildew off of the furniture. And it has got to be done every couple of months here in Florida, or every month or so. Like I said, we completely cleaned the ceiling fan as well. And that's gonna wrap it up. And we made our patio much better. Now let's throw it into the Supercar Street Racing 4K production studio and see how you can get yourself some Polk Audio Atrium 6s just like these. Hey, we're back once again in Supercar Street Racing, and this is the 4K production studio, and we are so happy to have you guys with us today, just like every other day. And today, we've got these Polk Audio Atrium 6 outdoor speakers. These Atrium 6s are one of the top of the line outdoor speakers from Polk Audio, and they do cost a little bit more. Right now in front of you, you can see they're $299, and they are 25% off, so you should go ahead and pick up a pair right now while they are on sale. Now, Polk Audio does make quite a few different versions of the speaker, and if you scroll down, there is a comparison down here on all the speakers. And before we bought the Atrium 5s, these are the Atrium 6. They are a little bit more expensive, but the woofer is a little bit larger. They do have a 5¼ inch woofer instead of a 5-inch woofer. Now, when you move up to the Atrium 8, these are 70 volt speakers, so you need a transformer and 70 volt system to actually use those. And you can see right here and right now, these Atrium 6 speakers have 2,236 ratings, and they do have a 4.7 star overall rating. And that's very good. It's hard to get good reviews on Amazon, I've learned over time. Now, checking out these speakers here, you can see that they are very high quality. Here's a good look at the front of the speaker, and here's a little bit of info about the speaker itself. It has a 1-inch anodized dome tweeter, and they handle up to 100 watts. They're about 11 inches high, 8 inches deep, and 7 inches wide. They are very easy to mount, and you can mount them either horizontally or vertically, and the little clamp things just snap right in and make it easy to mount the speaker so you don't drop it. You can see there the one-click speed lock with the 180-degree turning radius on it. Now, hopefully these don't rush. You can see right here they have stainless steel and brass hardware and an aluminum grill and bracket. They're designed to be outside and be weatherproof. It says they're built to weather all season. They're rugged and durable. They're exceeding baseline and industrial military specifications for environmental endurance. And it does show you the specification there, salt fog at the bottom. And here is the whole line of Atrium speakers, with the 8 being the ones that you can have either 1 or 2 for stereo, but they are 70 volts. And here's a good look at how they look mounted on a patio outside. Not bad, huh? Now, taking a look at some of the high reviews here for 5 stars. Great speaker for the money. Overall, this is a great dual channel speaker. They must be talking about the 8 there. Love this product. This one says nice size and sound quality for an outdoor patio space. Impressed how well these sound. Great powerful sound. Great sound with a Sonos. Taking a look at the 1-star reviews, which is only 3% of the total. This one said pole busted and Polk Tech rep said it was impossible. This one says it was returned item. They only lasted 2 years. Terrible customer support. Terrible Polk support and a defective mount, and worse speakers and customer service, and there's a few more. But overall, 4.7 is really good for speakers. There will be a link in the description for these Polk Audio speakers. Now we are back on the Supercar Street Racing channel here, and we just wanted to take a minute to thank you for your overall support. And if you take a look there at the screen, you can see the shark coating video has 202,000 views, and it's all because of you guys and your support for the channel. When you buy something from Amazon, please be sure you click through any of my links in my description. Every little bit helps, and you don't have to buy the actual product. You can buy anything you want and click through any of my links in my descriptions, and the channel gets a little bit of credit and enough to keep us going a little while longer. And please like and subscribe, and please leave us some comments. I love responding with you guys and being part of the community. Right now, we got to get out of here. We're going to put 400 more speakers out by the lake, and then blast the alligators.
Okay.
The fight is on. Oh yeah. Guys, we're back in the ever familiar Supercar Street Racing dining room here, and we got a package here from Amazon that's going to help us accomplish some maintenance today at the Supercar Street Racing compound. And inside of the box here, we have some garage door lube, 3-in-1. We're not in a cold climate, so we don't have the silicone-based garage lube. We're going to use this stuff today and show you guys how to keep your $16,000 garage door properly lubricated. So hang out with us today. We'll all learn something lubing up the garage door. Let's go. Guys, we are right in front of the 3-in-1 garage door lubricant, and that is our mission today, was to get this out of the box and go ahead and go in the Supercar Street Racing garage and service the garage door. It needs lubricating. It has not been done since it was new, and also we're going to lubricate the spring and the hinges wherever we have hinges that do bend. Now this 3-in-1 garage door lube was something like, I don't know, $13 or $14 for 2 bottles on Amazon. So of course we have to be careful with this stuff. It will go everywhere. So during the process of lubing the garage door, we will carry a few towels with us so we don't spray and drip all over our nice garage floor that has been char coated. Now this says it's quick drying and no mess and prevents rust and corrosion. And there's not much of the directions on the back. It just says shake well, apply by spraying directly on the surface to be lubricated and protected. Wipe excess with a rag. This says lubricate monthly. We're going to start maintaining our garage door like that. Let's get out in the Supercar Street Racing garage and start getting to work. Out here in the garage today with the 3-in-1 garage door lube, and all we're going to do right here and right now is show you guys how to lube up the garage door. And the most important part is that you get on the tracks where the rollers go and you're actually cleaning the garage door as well, and then you also lubricate these hinges right here. So the first step is going to be to do the part that is open right now. We'll get all this lubricated, get it wiped down, and then we will go ahead and do all of these hinges right here. So that would be the second step. Now the garage door lube does come with a nice little red hose right here for you. Sorry about the traffic. And so all you have to do right here and right now is get a towel, and you don't want to go crazy with this stuff. So you just go light. And then you take your rag, and you are also cleaning the tracks at the same time. Wiping off the oil doesn't mean it's not lubricated. And look at that. So that is dirt accumulated from whatever over time. And then of course, while you're here, you can go ahead and lube the roller, but you don't need much, just a little spray. So part of the problem is it's going to drip, so wipe it off after you do lube. If you get any on your nice floor, go ahead and wipe that off as well. Let's go ahead and do the other side. And obviously that needs cleaning. So I'm gonna get that today also. All right, and you do see, be careful with this garage door track. You will cut your hand so bad on it. It's very sharp. So we are getting the garage door track clean now. And that is that. And then we spray a little bit on these hinges right here. Just a tiny bit. You don't need a lot. And that does soak right in. See, that time I did better because I didn't get it all over the place. And now I'm going to take the opportunity to clean this, all the spider webs and mess right there. All right, so we are going to continue with our cleaning of the tracks, and we're going to go ahead and do this top part and then proceed to clean and lubricate all of these other parts of the track. Let's get going. We're going to start there, wipe our way all the way down to that side. We just finished lubricating that track right there and cleaning it. Notice I wiped off all of the oil. Well, not all of it, but I wiped off the oil, the excess. And now all we have to do right here and right now is go lubricate these rollers. Just a little shot. You don't have to push hard. And if you do get excess on there, just wipe it off. Just barely press on it. So I didn't do a great job on that one. And make sure you get both sides. That one's gonna drip. Let's get all of these done. Okay, all that is left to do now is go ahead and get this track done. I got all the other ones done, and all the rollers and all the hinges, so that's the last thing left before the spring. Let's go ahead and get this thing done now. All right, the last step to this project is to lubricate the spring there. We're gonna spray it on top of the spring. Don't get too much on it. It will actually fall down and drip. So we're just gonna go right on top of the spring and then that's it. Wipe it off with the rag. All right, we're gonna go ahead and exercise the garage door a couple of times now that it has been lubricated. Let's go ahead and open it up. That's gonna allow that nice lubrication to get through those rollers. And the garage door did open. Let's go ahead and close it. Awesome, so you should be doing that once a month. This is a $16,000 garage door. I'm gonna take care of it, you guys should as well. I'm gonna leave a link in the description to this lubrication oil from Amazon. And I hope that you guys do maintenance on your garage and don't pay a garage door company $200 or $300 to come out and spray some oil on your garage door. Do it once a month, you should be good to go. And that's gonna do it for today, guys. I appreciate you guys so much. Please like and subscribe and buy all of your Amazon products through any of our links. It doesn't have to be the one in the description. You can click the description link and buy anything you want. It helps me out greatly. So we'll see you guys next time on the channel. Thank you for joining, liking, and subscribing, guys. Peace out. Day 64 of the keto diet, and I am at 144.6. I was at 169. So I have lost 25 pounds on the keto diet in 64.
Waterfront Grill.
All right, we're out here at Island Bar and Waterfront Grill, having some drinks, enjoying the view down in Cocoa Beach, and you guys all wish you were here with us. What's going on, everybody? Supercar Street Racing here. It is Wednesday, and want to give you guys a little update because you probably saw the Z06 dyno video from yesterday. What happened was we took the Supra out to call it a Supra. It's actually IS300 with partial Supra swap. We took the IS300 out to Tuners Inc. to Tracy, and once we got there, we decided that it was probably silly to go ahead and dyno and tune on the current setup without getting more fuel. In the current setup, the car made about 523 to the wheels. That's on 22 pounds of boost on 93 octane fuel in Florida. Yeah, fuel, I said that. So the plan is to go ahead and get these injectors, which you are going to see on the screen right now. And these are the 1650 Fuel Injector Clinic injectors. They are a brand new technology from Bosch. They are stainless steel, so they're able to handle E85 with no issues whatsoever. We're also doing a second fuel pump. This will assure that we have the right fuel pressure to deliver for these injectors. Now, this also is the first step on two steps. The next step is going to be a larger turbo. I want to try to put down between 800 and 900 to the wheels. Now, we have one problem here, and that is the rear end of the car. The differential is a BRZ rear end, Torsen rear end, and it may not be able to handle the power. It's handling 530 to the wheels right now with no problems, but I have a feeling I'm going to destroy it maybe when we tune up another 150 or 200 rear wheel horsepower if we can get there. Dusty at MVP Motorsport seems to think that 650 is the limit of this turbo. However, someone online did 800, but with a higher compression motor. I think. I don't know what my compression is actually. So take a look at these injectors. This is what we're getting. And as soon as these injectors are put in, which they already arrived at Tuners Inc., we'll be going back for a retune. So stay tuned for that. That's coming up. Later, dude. Checking out the video from last night. Of course, I'm so critical. I see some spelling mistakes, which are just careless, but I was Decora. This says decorator. So it's either Decora or decorator. Now the difference being, Decora is the square type of plug, and the standard plugs are the round kind. So these tend to be a little bit more
your AC wiring versus your DC wiring. So your AC wiring generally will have
smaller the wire is. This is probably 16. So it's these are workman pliers. These guys are designed to deal with cutting Romex. So they're thick, they can cut through this no problem. Workman's pliers, you gotta have those, link in the description. Standard Phillips screwdriver, gotta have that, or a flathead for these. Don't rely on a power tool. That last little crank is what gets you your accurate and your reliable connection. in. So you take one of your really small, they make little electrician screwdrivers. You take this little screwdriver, you push it in this notch here to release the wire out of these small holes if you ever need to replace these guys. So let's add that to the list of things you need. You need a small flat blade screwdriver if you're going to. If you can, to the receptacle, and then inside the box, you're not going to be able to terminate that anywhere, but go ahead and hook it up here. Now what you want to do for stripping the wire back is take off about 1/4 of an inch of wire. These handy auto strippers don't work well with this solid So how do you do that? Well, it's pretty simple. There's a little tab right here. It's a little copper tab. And if you have a set of needle nose, which I will get out now. You know I have some needle nose in here somewhere. Any pliers will work. You take this tab, you squeeze it with your pliers here, you turn it and turn it and turn it, and this will break off on both sides. You got to do it both times. What does that do? So that separates the circuits here. That makes the top two screws independent from these bottom two screws. That way you can have your bottom part of your receptacle switched from a switch and your top part constant, or vice versa. So in that case, if you're not familiar with electrical wiring, you would need assistance from an electrician, but basically the output of your black wire from your switch would go to here, and your white wires would all combine together inside the box, and that would go to here, and then this bottom would be switched, or the top if you do these top two screws. Doesn't matter if you do top or bottom. But if you separate this little tab here, this becomes a separate circuit. But let's concentrate now on how you do the wiring. And I can tell already this is a little bit too short, so I'm going to take off some more of this guy. So you just squeeze and turn, not too hard, you'll clip right through the Romex sheath, but okay, that didn't do it all the way. So if it doesn't, just try again, and that time I got it. Notice I made a little notch by pressing too hard. And now that we have our bare wires, let's look at the back of the quick connects. There's two holes right here where you push in. All you do is push. Clearly labeled white right here. So take your white Romex wire, push that in. Now look at this. It went in. Look at that. I want to show you guys up close, but it went in and that guy is not going anywhere. See how I can't take it out now? All right, so that's what you want on that. Take your black wire, and once again, it's clearly marked. Hot wire here is your black. The other one's neutral. Take your black wire. Get a little bit closer here to the camera. Take your black wire, push it right inside that hole. And notice how it went all the way in with no bare wire. It went all the way. So about half an inch was good. A little bit less than half an inch maybe. Went all the way in to the back. Now this is good. It's wired. Now, if you are just using quick connect, now you can take your nice electric drill and run these in. Run the other side in like this. Now, more than likely inside your electrical box, you're going to have more peeled back than this from the Romex insulation, because you need to be able to bend this about like this, like that, to push it inside the box. And notice I made a U shape. That's how you push it inside your electrical box, to then use these two screws to screw it into the box, okay? And then your wall plate goes over the top of that. Now, don't forget your ground. Now let's talk about the way you bend the wires for screws, because we got to do that for this ground right here. So you always want to bend your wire the direction that your screw is turning. So in this case, it's clockwise. So we take our workman pliers, we go to the end of the ground. Ground doesn't have a quick connect. All we do is turn like that. Notice I made a nice hook right there, okay? All right, now we take our ground. You'll see the green screw at the bottom. You always want to go the direction your screwdriver is turning. It's got some safety catches right here, and we just wrap it around the safety catch so that the wire touches these two little metal tabs that are there. That keeps the wire from backing out. I don't know if you can see it there. There's a little tab right there, and there's one on the other side. Now, we take our manual screwdriver, since we're using screws, and it wants to pop out, of course, and we tighten. And a lot of times it's going to come out, so you got to keep pressure on it. Like that didn't stay in all the way. It's not properly in there. It's got to be in all the way. And if it gives you problems, take out the hook and make it a little bit more pronounced. Put that bad boy back in. Hold pressure on it like this while you're screwing it in. So I'm pushing on the wire with my thumb to keep that pressure on so it doesn't back out. Give it a good, nice twist there. Really tight, all right? So check it out. So that's how you properly put in the ground. And then you take these back wires, you make that U shape, and you push it right into that electrical box. And then you screw that in, okay? This receptacle is ready to go. Let's pretend this other end is connected somewhere up in the wall, okay? So we're good to go on that one. Now, close that up a little bit if you have to, and also manipulate it. That's what they're for. Makes working with wiring easy. Now I've got a nice U right there. See that, guys? All right. Take that and put it around the screw now. And now what you do is you pull pressure towards, you put pressure on that screw. Go ahead and tighten that up while you have pressure on it. And once it gets tight, go ahead and bear down on it. That guy's in there all the way. See that? And it's always white on the left, remember that. Now this other guy, your black wire, actually turns backwards.
to the quick connects. Now, one last thing that I like to do, and this is all just literally up to whether you feel like doing it or not. Take your electrical tape here. Got a set of regular electrical tape, a roll here. Of course, it's annoying, you can't find the end, but take that electrical tape here. Is properly wired, and you have put a receptacle in, guys. Can you believe it? You did it. I got faith in you guys. If you need any help, hit me up. Feel free, leave me a message. We can email back and forth. First things first, go out and get all these tools you need. Be prepared. It's nice to have all the tools you need and not have to do anything, you know, halfway. These are tools that are a necessity if you're doing electrical work. I do a lot of my own electrical work here, so I keep my tools. If you take a few minutes every time you're done to put your tools back, you will always have them the next time. And the Romex and everything that you need, all the electrical tape, I'll have links to that in the description. And I hope you guys enjoyed this video, and I hope to see you next time. Peace. Hey guys, Supercar Street Racing, welcome to the channel, and today we are going to address the fact that Amazon has seen my video on how to install Downloader, and they have blocked it from being able to be installed on the Echo Show 15. So what we're going to do today is show you an alternative to getting the Kodi app or any other app you want to get over to this device by using another file manager. Supercar Street Racing back with another video, and I did find this out before I browsed over to AFTV News and was just trying some things on my own, but they have verified on AFTVnews.com that this does work. So I am going to show you step by step how to get apps over to your Echo Show 15 and get them installed. Now, first things first here, I already have Downloader installed here, so I'm not going to show you that. I am going to show you how to get any APK file from your
NAS device or your computer and get it over to this guy right here. All right, here we are in front of my Western Digital MyBook Live, which I have had for a very long time, and I'm actually surprised this thing still works, but it is a 2 terabyte NAS. It has public shares on them without passwords. That is your best bet, is using a SMB share from a NAS device or one from your computer. This one has a public share, and then inside of that it has a directory called software. That is where we're going to be pulling our file from to get it over to the Echo device. Now, if you don't have yourself a NAS device like this Western Digital MyBook Live, you can also do this from a PC, any kind of PC, even a phone, anything with a share that is an SMB Windows share that can be used for this. We can do that. We don't have to have a NAS. You can also create a share on your PC and then share that with your network, and you should be able to log on from the Echo Show 15 and not copy the file over, to which then you can install using the built-in file manager. We are in front of the Fire TV on the Echo Show 15 now. And after all that stuff I just went through here, I'm going to go ahead and post the full how-to here. So if we go to, let's see, so the app you actually want is called Explore. It's right here. Just got a blue icon with a red X. So if you go up here to your home screen on the Fire TV and you go to Find, Explore, File Manager. Go ahead and download Explore File Manager. Okay. Now for this to work, you need to have your downloader app installed, actually not installed, downloaded to a share on a NAS device or a computer. So it has to be available on your LAN. It's going to be difficult for some people to get, but it has to be available somewhere that this software can browse to.
Alright guys, Supercar Street Racing here, and I am going to show you guys how to create a user and a share on the computer that you can use then with the File Explorer app on your show to get that file copied over. So the first thing you need is a user. So if you right click your little Windows icon in Windows 11, go to Computer Management, and this pops up, and then go to Local Users and Groups. Go to Users, and I had already created one. I'm going to remove that now so we can get this from scratch. Go ahead and right click and go New User. Pops up a little window here asking for a username. Make it easy, just type share. You can call it share. Password, put share. Confirm the password of share. Uncheck user must change password at next log on. So you've done the user here. Now you need to do a actual shared folder. So I'm going to delete the one that I previously created and create it all over again. So find any drive you like. I'm using my rendering drive. Go to new folder. So you can right click inside that folder or go new up here. Pops up and says new folder. Just type the word share. That names it share. Right click that folder, go more options, so show more options, give access to, and then specific people. When this comes up, it's asking you for a user. Just type the one you just created, call it share. Click add over here. All you need is read privileges and click share. Now notice who you've just created it on desktop. This is the actual computer name, desktop F7Q119K. Keep that in mind if you can't find the IP address, because that's how you would add it to File Manager on your show. But if you want your IP address, go down to the search box and type in CMD for command and hit enter. Type in IP config. Now this might be complicated if you have more than one network adapter, but my IP address is here, 192.168.0.11. You can also get your computer name by going to system. So if you search for system, pops up. Here is your computer name that you would then put into the file manager. Mine's desktop F7Q119K. So yeah, guys, that's how you actually get a user setup and a share that you can then go into your Show 15 and get files from. One more thing though, I have downloaded the actual Kodi APK. Let's show you how to do that real quick. So first things first, let's open up a new Chrome window here. Go to me, and so we can get Kodi from Kodi.tv. When that pops up, click the download. Make sure you get the Android version. So here it says ARM 32-bit or 64. Make sure you get the ARM 32-bit version. It's downloading here in the right-hand corner, or left-hand corner, sorry. And our folder that we just created is here called Share. It's done downloading. Let's pull that over here and then let's right-click where it downloaded and show in folder. And here is where it downloaded. Let's go ahead and cut that. So right-click on the little cut, or if it says cut, choose cut. Go to our share folder that we just created. Find that. Here's our share folder. And just paste that there. So now we have our Kodi APK ready if you wanted to put that on your Show 15. And then the next step is we'll show you that from that side.
All right, now that we've created our share on our computer, if we go back here to the actual Explorer, File Explorer, and we have our right side here that has all the options for directories and other places we can get files from. What we're going to do here is add the computer, which I've already done, but to just show you how to do that, you go to LAN, click Add Server. Now you see how it says IP address here? Click that. Now this is kind of crazy because the dot's here, but you have to keep going back to numbers. So it's we looked at our IP address on the computer, it was 192. You got to hit the ABC to get the dot. 168.0.111. Just click next, 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 next. You got to go down to save. There's our share. The other one is our MyBook Live. So there's the one we created on the computer. There is the Kodi app that I copied to that directory. Now on this side, you go into internal storage, download, and then you click copy. See, they're both highlighted here and here. Now it's going to copy this to our download folder on the Echo. And there it goes. Once you are done with that, you can click the home button here or on the on-screen remote. Go to all your apps. Go to your Toolless app or either your developer tools menu, but there's Toolless. Click this is the built-in file explorer that comes with the Fire TV. Open that. Go to share because that was the name of the folder on the computer. It copied the folder as well. Then click the actual Kodi app. Click install. Actually click continue. Then install, and that will install the app for you. So that is how you work around Amazon blocking the downloader app for you to get apps over to your Echo device. Hope you guys have a great day, and I hope this works for you. Let me know in the comments section. Here's how to get an APK file installed on your Echo Show 15. First, download the Explorer app on your Echo Show 15 and install it. After that, create a user and share on your PC or NAS device. Your NAS device might not need a username or password if it has a public share. Now on your PC, download the Kodi 32-bit APK for Android from the Kodi.tv site. Then, Create a share on your PC and share it with the user you just created. Now copy the Kodi APK file to your share. Next, on your Echo Show 15, open that Explorer app that you installed earlier. Now add your share or NAS device under LAN on Explore. Then navigate to the Downloads folder on the left side, and then proceed to copy your file from your NAS or share to the Downloads folder. Next, you're going to want to open the Toolless app or search and install it on the Echo Show 15. You can see my previous video on instructions for how to do this. Now, navigate to the blue folder once you open the Toolless app. Find the Downloads folder and open it. And then click the Kodi APK file you previously copied over and install it. And that should do it. Okay, so there you have it. This is how you install any APK file on the Echo Show 15 right here. If you need any help with this, please let us know in the comments section. I respond to all comments. I appreciate you guys so much watching and subscribing and liking this video, and I hope you guys enjoyed it and keep on watching Supercar Street Racing.
Say hi. Let's see if this thing will start. This thing is not staying. Say hi. Let's see if this thing will start. This thing is not staying.
Got him!
Dude, we ran a whole battery out. We find ourselves once again in the Supercar Street Racing dining room with an exciting product today that I am so hyped for, and I've been wanting to do this for a really long time. And right in front of me right here and right now on this table with my briefcase, which has nothing to do with this, are the Govity Permanent Outdoor Lights Pro that we're going to be taking a look at today. We're going to unbox these, get these installed on the house, and it's going to be the coolest thing ever. I am literally hype train. Let's go. If I had to guess, I'd say this box weighs a good 30 or 40 pounds. It is very, very heavy, which is quite impressive, but when you think about it, it does have wires in it, and those things can be heavy. So we have the Supercar Street Racing Bad Knife opening our Govy Outdoor Permanent Light Pro kit here. And let's take a look and see what's inside. And inside the Govy Permanent Light Kit Pro, which I'm getting more in the light so you guys can see it better, we do have a Govy Home card asking you to connect, and it's got a barcode on it right there. Don't know if I can show that, but whatever. And a user manual and a matter guide card, whatever that means. We have a Dream View box. Talks about the syncing system. And then let's see what else is in here. We're back this morning with the Govy Permanent Outdoor LED lights. And we're looking at the installation steps here. And the first step, it says to check the string light, plug it into power, make sure every string is working, and then disassemble them again. So we're still getting into the unboxing. Let's get this unboxed a little bit further so we see what we're dealing with this morning. And checking out the box here, it looks like we have 4 or 5 other boxes inside of one box. So they attempt to confuse you by putting boxes inside of boxes inside of boxes. And then right here, right now, we have the accessory kit that also is inside there. Let's get this out of the way so we have a chance to do a little more investigating. Now, we created a little bit more room on the table so we can go ahead and get into this a little bit further. Don't worry about this toothbrush. It has nothing to do with the Govy Outdoor Permanent LED Light Kit. And again, we have to use our SCSR knife on these guys. They have a little seal here. There's also a funny story about what happened with the bank with this, but I'll get into that later. Credit card issues, but yeah. Let's see what's up. Okay, so the accessory box opens there. And here. And inside of the accessory box, we do have the connector kit, which I believe is for splicing. And we do have this package of LED mounting hardware, and it does have some screws and some of the 3M strips included. Looks like a extension kit. So some little extensions if you have to jump from eaves to eaves. We have the power module, which I don't know where that's going to go yet. Probably on the house, but I'm not 100% sure how we're going to get that mounted. It has a power switch right here also, just an on-off power button.
So this all depends on where you have power, and if you don't, you are going to have to create power. And this is the driver. And it does say install behind the 5th string of lights right here. Install behind the 5th string of lights. So that's the accessory kit. And this thing does come with a lot more than the regular standard non-pro does come with. And unboxing the accessory bag, there are a lot of extra LED mounting tabs. There are a lot of 3M mounting stickies, and those are the ones that go behind the actual lights themselves. Now, a lot of people have reported issues with these things staying up. It's going to be very important to prep your surface first, or yes, they might come down. And also, I bought some extra LED mounting things for mine as well, so that if I have issues, I have plenty of extras. And then inside this bag, these are drywall inserts, which we will not be needing. I was a little over-prepared for this. I was ready for this for a while. I bought these extra LED mounting brackets with screws. These screws may not work with the soffits, but these brackets will work if I have to use other screws. They might work. If I need these, I have those extra. Now let's go ahead and get some of this other stuff unboxed. Now on my particular setup, I do not have any eaves to jump, so I'm super lucky. Probably won't need the extension. My only concern is going to be power, but what I do see here that is a good thing is that I have a nice, really nice long power cable here. So we probably have 20 feet of power to get to the first light. So what that means is I have a place in my back to put it. If it is long enough to reach all the way around the house, I have a spot to put it, and there shouldn't be an issue. But we have to lay them out on the ground first and see how long the set is. These are just for cutting and splicing the wires. You get a good amount of extra, which is why the kit costs more. They do give you some extra extensions as well. And that's why it's called the Pro Kit versus the normal kit. And the LED lights are upgraded. They do white and warm white without using RGB, unlike the normal Govee lights. The normal Govee home outdoor permanent lights use RGB only, and that does not have a dedicated circuit inside the bulb for white and warm white. Big difference. Now when you have these lights up all the rest of the entire year, you're probably going to want to do the warm white or the cold white because it's not Christmas time. Or you may just want to do one RGB color. Now I've gone ahead and plugged in the power supply. So I would say the power brick maybe weighs about maybe 2 pounds. It's kind of heavy. And then we've got our first end here. So what we're going to do right now is get these things out and test them, because it asks you to do that before you even start. Oh, I did find some other mounting stuff here as well. It's like it looks like it might be for, oh, that is that's the drywall inserts. And it looks like it allows you to mount the power supply by the cables. So what you would do here, as I break the camera, what you would do here is mount the cables themselves on the power supply to the wall. But I do have masonry drill bits for that if we have to. Now let's look inside the actual LED light boxes. All right, here is one of the LED light boxes that came with the kit. These all are probably the same. Pretty cool, really nice packaging as usual with Govee. Now Govee is not the cheapest in the world, but this is why. You get instructions, you get quality packaging, and you usually get things that actually work. And they do have this nice Govee little Velcro thing around each one. So I'm gonna go ahead and get this first guy powered up. Now don't forget, when you put these in, you have to put them in the right direction, right? Because they have a male and a female. And think about your driver, your LED driver that has to go between. And then they have a triple keyed connector that you cannot possibly get wrong. It will not allow it to be plugged in the wrong way. Let's get all these interconnected while you guys watch in fast motion. Now, I know you're thinking we are ready to test this, but we are not. Do not forget the LED driver kit right here. Now, this has to go somewhere, so it's going to be showing on your soffits or your eaves or whatever you're going to do. But this is the driver kit, and this does say install behind the fifth string. Now, I don't know if behind, I'm assuming that means after. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, I didn't even connect these anyway, so we are good to go. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Perfect. All right. Well, actually, I made a good mistake that time because they go right here with the driver. Again, it is keyed. There's absolutely no way you can get this wrong. The driver just literally sits in between. Oh, I didn't even finish connecting all the lights, so we're way good. Those still have to go, these. All right, let's get these things connected. We are at the next step in the manual, and that says to prepare a stable ladder, but we haven't powered on the Govee permanent outdoor LED lights yet. But to do that, we need this button, which I just pressed by accident. And they did come on, actually, they came on and went off, I think because I had the power like halfway on. These are freaking awesome and bright. And let's turn the light off so you actually see. Alexa, turn off the living room lights. We are in complete darkness now, and you can see right here all the lights are working on all of the strings. I'm just double checking that all the lights are on. Looks like they are all functional. I don't see any lights that are not working. That's a good thing. That's your first step to actually installing, is doing a test hit with the RGB LED Govee Outdoor Permanent Pro light kit, and let's go to the next step. Now let's look at the instructions, and I'm just going to push this point home. When you install these, you have to clean the wall surface. And the best thing's probably like Windex or alcohol, something that takes off dirt, oil, grime. And so we have a bottle of Windex that we will actually use. And they did not give us cleaning goop. Alcohol would be great as well. They did not give us alcohol. The back of each one of the lights has a 3M strip already on it, but they give you a bunch of extra ones, which is very convenient in case you need like more sticking power. But my plan is to, between every light, put in a clip if I have enough. I don't know. I think I do. Yeah, I have enough. I have all these clips that if they work, they can go right up into the soffits, which is plastic. And all we need is a small enough bit for our drill. It's a very, very small bit. I don't want to do that by hand. Let's hope we have a bit that small. For now, we're in a holding pattern. It is dark outside and we can't get started, although we might be able to lay these out. We could probably go outside, lay them out, and get that part going. We have powered on the Govee LED lights and paired them to the app, and now it is asking us how many green lights we have. And we can go ahead and power them on with the app. There they go. Looking so fly. Let's go ahead and turn them off now. But we have them in the Govee app. And here is all of the available effects. They can also sync to music, but I don't know where that music is located, if it's on the actual app or if it's from the actual controller that it actually syncs to music. We have to figure that out. I've never used these before. There's ambience, there's illumination, and you can see right there that is a colder, that is a 4300. If we run the temperature down to 2200, that's when they become a warm. And that is the difference between the Pro and the non-Pro, guys. The Pro kit will do warm and cool white with its own dedicated LEDs inside of the actual lenses. The non-Pro kit uses the RGB bulbs for white, and that is not true white. It uses a combination of colors to make it white. But that is it. It is in the app. It is ready to go. All we have to do now is get outside, lay it out, figure out where we're going to put it, and go ahead and get the install work done. Guys, it is getting daylight now, and as you can see, I am out here with the Govee permanent outdoor lights power supply here. And I am going to just think right now that really we don't need to start any lights until way up underneath the studio. So depending on how far it goes after I lay them out, all we need to do really is get this extension going up here, because we do have power, convenient power source right here at the edge of the house. And we're not going to put these on the back of the house. We're only going to put them on the front, depending on how far they reach. So our main goal is to light the side of the studio that faces the street, and that will make us have to put some extensions, but we just don't know how far yet. See how much we got? We have all this cable, and we just have to go up under the soffits right there and stuff the wire into the actual soffit.
right, we're out here with Rich, and he's got his Tennessee shirt on, but we just took a look at the final product here of the Govee permanent outdoor LED lights, and we were just talking about maybe covering or disconnecting the spotlights on the house so that the lights are more, you know, they probably look a lot better with less light, because I've got like 5 or 6 spotlights actually shining on the house. Don't need that anymore because these guys can go to warm white, and I'll show you guys that now. All right, we just switched the house over to warm white 2700K. So that's what it looks like when it's not in color mode. And you can see with that mode, the spotlights actually look good. I think they look good. Yeah, I think it looks good with the spotlights when it's on warm white like that.
Yeah, that's fine.
With the uplighting.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I think just the Christmas lights maybe cover the white light, the solar lights.
Yeah.
I mean.
All right, we're gonna put this thing back on Christmas lights, and then I'll walk you around the house and show you the final install. All right, we're out here right in front of the house now, and I'm kind of gonna walk you guys around and show you the whole thing. Now, I am recording this on my phone. I usually record on the GoPro, but my phone does way better at night. So let me go ahead and show you guys this. It starts right here. Oh, the GoPro's still out here. Totally forgot. So it does start. I have to clean up this wiring right here that runs underneath the studio, but the power is over here, right up there in the corner, and there's extensions running to the corner here of the shed, the studio, and now that is the studio lighting. I'm gonna back off the zoom a little bit here. All right, so this is the studio. The lights actually start above the studio door. So this is the first light in the chain. They run all the way around the side of the studio, because you can see the studio from the street. And then they continue right here. And I can see that we don't have any lights falling off, which is a good sign. Sometimes people have problems with the 3M, but as of right now, I don't see any issues with the lights. Here, we came under the gutters because I just thought it would look better if it could project kind of on the door of the garage. We continue around here to the front of the house, and then when we go into the porch area, I didn't go in the porch, I just came right up against the wall there, and I think we cover these lights up, it'll look better, these spotlights, which I'm probably going to go grab a couple of rags and do that. Now the lights do continue around the side here. And they continue around the side of the house, and I was actually able to make them go almost all the way around the house. And they continue right here on my patio and out here by the pool. Look how far I made it. I was surprised how much extra I had once I started putting it up, but I got it all the way to here. And that's the only part. That just little strip right there is the only part that does not have lights, and I don't think I can add any more, unfortunately. I do have to get some sticky, I ran out of sticky stuff, sticky pad things, so I have to get those for that. But yeah, guys, that is how the LED strips, look, this one came off. Yep, that one did not stick, so that's a repair job right there that I've got to get done. I've got some extra sticky stuff, but also didn't put, since I ran out of LED little pads, I didn't put them in the center, but yeah, that one came off. So yeah, hope you guys enjoyed this project. I absolutely loved it. It was a lot of work. It took me about 7 hours to do, but it was worth it. And we'll see you guys next time on the channel.
Oh, yes, this is you if you break in. Yes.
All right.
In the Supercar Street Racing kitchen, and today we have a project to clean the fence again. It is time to do it again. It needs to be done about once every 3 months. And you see we did break our ortho sprayer to mix up a combination of goodness to go and clean the fence. What we're gonna do is mix a tiny bit of Dawn and some cleaning vinegar, spray it on the fence, and then use a scrubbing brush to brush the fence off and then rinse it off, and that should do it. And so I have my ortho here ready to go, so let's get busy. Guys, Supercar Street Racing back in full effect after a short break and one video after that. We decided to come back and do this project before we head out on vacation. We are going to be cleaning the white vinyl fence again, and this time there is a few areas down by the pond that are starting to look mildewed and rough. I'll be using cleaning vinegar, and I'll be using the spray bottle and a all-purpose brush. And the first thing we're gonna do is mix a little bit of Dawn into this, then water, then the cleaning vinegar, rest of this at least into that jug, and then maybe a little from that jug as well. And I think that's all it's gonna take. If I was reading online, I do have other stuff down here, but it is a vinyl fence and you're not supposed to really put any harsh chemicals on it. Soap, water, and cleaning vinegar should be fine. I don't want to use all this because my housekeeper uses it and I'll have to go replace it before I leave on the cruise, but yeah, let's go ahead and get this stuff mixed up. I know you guys noticed that my appliances are all gone. They will be here on the 28th, but let's go ahead and get this bottle full of some soap and vinegar. I am going to put very little soap because it will foam up a lot. And then I'm going to pour this vinegar in there. This is cleaning vinegar. This is White House all natural cleaning vinegar. We're going to follow that up with cold water because I don't have hot water in here because it is turned off because the dishwasher is disconnected. Cold water's fine though, I think. Should be alright. I'm going to do it slowly because I don't want it to foam like crazy. And if it doesn't look like it's enough soap, I will add a few more drops. Okay, it's not foaming real bad, so let's put a couple more drops in there. And I am doing it slowly simply because I don't want soap bubbles pouring out the top. Go all the way up to about right here. Because when you put the plunger in, it raises the level up. And I have about 2.5 hours to get this done before I have to work. All right.
All right, we did get the entire fence cleaned except for the one around the pool equipment. That one is much newer, but it still needs to be cleaned. They all do every 3 or 4 months, and it is about a 2-hour job if you do it alone. And you can see the fence looks awesome, especially down here by the pond. It was really bad because it sits under trees and closer to the water and everything. But yeah, it came out awesome. The mixture really didn't help. It was just really soap and water, probably would have done the same thing. But I hope you guys enjoyed the video, and I'm gonna jump in the pool. Okay, so the next step in this is to redo this wiring back here into something a little bit more acceptable. And you know I can't live with it like this, so we're probably gonna have to disconnect our internet in the process, and it always takes forever to get back up. But I'm gonna get back here with my zip ties and try to get this mess into something, even though I don't even have all the stuff yet. I can pull the wiring from here back to the wall and then just leave it back here till it's time to go up to the TV, but that's the opposite way to do it, so I cannot do that. Amazon just got here and delivered the 4K 75-inch Omni TV, and it is looking fly in the living room. But that thing has to translate to that wall, so we're gonna see how good that fits. Probably perfectly, but let's go. All right, we need to get the 75-incher over to this coffee table, lay it on there, get it unboxed, and then start with the LED strip installation and the TV mount. So let's get to work right now, dude. We got the TV packing materials out and in the trash, and we have the TV left over. So now we have two missions. Get the mounting brackets on, and then also put the Govee DreamView LED strips on the TV while we have a chance to do that. Now, this is the DreamView strip, that's the TV DreamView strip, and the mounting arms right here, dog. We'll figure that out next after my meeting. All right, we got the mounts lined up. I went to the top because I figured why not? I mean, let's measure from the top of the mount to the bottom and see if we actually are as high as my center channel speaker, and then we'll see. All right, we have the TV here with the mounts on. So now our job is to just find the right bolts that attach to this. If they need spacers, we'll have to put spacers in. They give you spacers here, and then all we have to do is just make sure that they can be tightened. So we measured from the mount to the bottom of the TV is going to be 13 inches, so we have to actually do
13 inches on the wall above that speaker, but we're gonna do 14-ish. That should put the TV perfectly above the center channel. Guys, we have the socket set for the mount, and we are just going to center this over the center channel and go ahead and mount the TV mount with this bolt right here. 4 of these bolts and this impact driver, 50% here and here, halfway between the two. Let's get busy. All right, so we need to measure 50% of this. 78 divided by 2. Activate. Whoa, that's good enough. You need to go up at least 3. I got the mount ready to go, and then I carved out a section for the wall box. So now all I have to do right here right now is cut that box out and put the box in. So let's get that done now. Let's get that drywall saw up. Hole is cut for the electrical box. We have the box here. We don't have the wall plate. It will be here later today. So what we have to do is make sure that we have everything punched out so we can get wires through it. Leave it outside. Oh, we're not gonna be able to mount the TV until the wall box gets here though. Dang, son. These things come like this, but you have to kind of punch out the boxes to put wires through it. So you punch out the feed right here. Otherwise the wires can't fit. So all we have to get through here is power and HDMI and network. So we need 3. And see what I did here? Got the power cable right here. That is tight. Super lucky that we have access here, but yeah. We got it. We got it, dog. We got all the wires run. Now we have to get an extension cord for the power. I'm sure I have one in here somewhere. Power cord isn't long enough. It comes barely out of there. So let's just go ahead and run this inside the wall. We got power ran, we have Ethernet, we have HDMI. That's all we have to run to this guy. So all we have to do now is basically put the wall plate here, connect all the wires here, put that plate on right there, and put the center channel speaker in because it's already wired up and ready to go. Let's get this center channel installed. We have every other wire ready to go. check out all the wildlife right there. Turtles, alligators, everything. Crazy. These are the Mika Media Series M8Cs, $49 each. I want to show you guys these as I unbox them. I have them in the bathroom. These are the Mika Media Series M8Cs, $49 each. I want to show you guys these as I unbox them. I have them in the bathroom and one in that bathroom, but now we are going to be putting them as our front left and right and our rear left and right. Right out of the box you see, I think these are to hold in the speaker grill. And then there is our instruction manual, and here is our actual speaker. Now, what we are going to be doing, I figured out really fast that you probably can't cut a circle with that insulating tool, but I want to Google it and see if anybody can cut a circle with it. If not, I'll use the handsaw. But basically, I got these out so I could get out the template because I have to make a trip in the attic. We want the center part. The other part of this is a paint shield if you want to paint the speakers. The inner part is a paint shield, the outer part is your template. Now what I will do is go up in the attic, find my 4 locations when it's early in the morning and nice and cool, put this on the ground as close as I can to the wall, and also have to account for the lip. So I have to add an extra little bit on there. So the lip is 3/4 of an inch. So I have to be at least 3/4 of an inch away from the ceiling walls up here. I'll need 3/4 inch of clearance in order for the grill, the protector, the edge to fit. And in the bedroom, I got really, really close and I got very, very lucky on that. When I go upstairs, I'll take my template up there with me. So I'm gonna put a small hole in the center of this, and I'm going to take a screwdriver up with me. And what I'll do is I'm gonna go an inch from the wall, from the nearest wall stud. And then I am going to punch a hole through the ceiling with a screwdriver to mark the hole. I'm gonna do that 4 times. Then I'm gonna come back downstairs and I'm going to get my drywall saw out, and I am going to cut some speaker holes. While I'm up there though, I am gonna go ahead and drill out the cap on this top wall here. Right up there, I'm gonna drill through that cap with a 1 inch or bigger paddle bit so that I can run the speaker wires through it. So that is the plan, probably tomorrow morning. But I can definitely get the speakers holes cut and mounted ASAP. Probably first thing in the morning around 6 a.m. when it's nice and cool out. All right, guys, I did just get up in the attic and I poked the holes for where I need to cut the speakers for the surround sound. There's one there. I wanted to be further down, but it's almost impossible to get down there, so I just did it right there where I could get to it. And then up here in the front, we're gonna have one, because also I can't get up here to get wire to it. One over here above the fireplace in the corner, and then one up here by the skylight, right next to that light, as close as I could get to the light. So now what I have to do is take my template and get the ladder out and cut some holes.
This one I hate.
That's.
I gotta be all the way up on the ladder.
I'm scared.
Whoa.
I'm scared.
Whoa.
I don't like this at all.
I have finished prepping the wires to pull up into the attic for the surround sounds. And so now I have to get up in the attic and feed the wires through the hole that I created and then pull a couple of feet out to connect to the receiver here. I got that long string of wires there. Hopefully it doesn't get tangled up. And yeah, I'm gonna go up in the attic and feed this down through. This end is taped up, so it should fit with no problem through the hole. No big deal. And those are the 4 that are going up. And then I'm going to wire them up to the speakers while I'm in the attic. All right, guys, I just got done crawling in the attic and pulling all the wires and connecting them to the new surround sound speakers. Now they are all coming out of this wall plate here. I'm just using a brush plate this time on the bottom. I'm not going to do a complicated setup because I don't have that much space down here to put another box in and it's getting cluttered. So I'm just using a brush plate. The wires will pass through this brush plate, all of them. There will be 4 speaker wire, actually 5. I haven't run the center channel wire yet. I need to cut that and get that run. There will be 5 speaker wires, 1 for the center channel and then 4 up there. Yeah, there'll be a Ethernet cable, which will be hardwired. The TV will be hardwired. It will not be using Wi-Fi because the router's right here and the switch. And what else? That is it. HDMI, Ethernet, and 5 speaker wires. So now I'm just waiting for the television to be delivered and the HDMI cable. I have the Govee, the DreamView backlight for the TV here. Uses a camera, really cool. Ethernet cable over here. They sent me the wrong HDMI cable. They sent me a 4-foot. I need an 8-foot, so that is wrong. Actually, no, I do need both. I need both. They did not send me an 8-foot. Okay, I might have. I'll just keep this one. Another piece of the puzzle did come in, and that is we have our banana plugs for the ends of the speaker wires, and we have our long HDMI cable. Now this will actually go from the back of the wall box to the receiver, and then from the TV to the wall box, we have a short HDMI cable for that. But the next thing we are waiting on is our wall box and our TV, and both are scheduled to be here today. Alright, 335i 0 to 60 and more with a tune. So that's transmission XHP flashed, stage 2, E85 30% mix with just downpipes and a tune. We ain't got no place to park no cars up in this garage. Oh well, let's sell them. Game on.
Guys, welcome back to the Supercar Street Racing 4K production studio. And guys, it is hot in here, but we have the AC blasting on 19 and 70 degrees, like my birthday. And we have packages in here to be opened up for the studio. So let's do that right here and now. And inside of this box here is a lock and key for the new studio door. An actually expensive lock and key from Kwikset. Because if you guys know Kwikset, it's quality stuff. And right here, right now, is a box from Prime Video. Amazon Prime. I've been asleep for like 3 hours. You'll have to excuse my ridiculousness. Oh! We have the Eufy security lock, camera, and doorbell. So yeah, this is the new smart lock for the studio, for the production studio. We have a deadbolt and a regular lock. Also, the Jaguars just lost. Not good times. Alright, let's get this thing unboxed here in the studio. Wow, look at that production value right there, people. Check that out. Comes so nicely packaged, like this. Ready to rock. There's one side of the lock. Part 2. And the nicely packaged second part of the lock here. They do have such a great presentation. So I need to get out the instructions and figure out how to install this. Alexa, set the studio switch lights to white. Alexa, set the studio switch to white. And it does get bright in here with that. Alright, let's get the instructions out. Checking out the installation manual here. Step 1 is to install the deadbolt. And it says if the back set is 70 millimeters, turn the faceplate 180 to extend its length. And the deadbolt would be right here. Let's go ahead and get you guys clamped. And we just simply undo this. I've not looked at the door yet, but inside of this, if the latch hole is round, contact customer service to a round drive-in faceplate. Okay, the latch hole is probably not round. It's probably the same as this guy. Okay, we're in front of our door now. We have some towels or shirts. Yes, perfect. Okay, so the first step is to install the deadbolt part, which is right here. And let's see how we have to do that. If the back set is 70 millimeters, turn the faceplate 180 to extend its length. Don't think we need to do that.
Okay, so it also has the word top marked on it. Literally fits perfectly. You don't really have to do anything to it. It says to insert this and screw the deadbolt into the door frame. Make sure the word top is face up, and I did that. And it comes with these two little screws right here to do just that. I do have my trusty DeWalt drill right here, guys. It fits perfectly right here. I love this brand new installation and a brand new door. Guys, perfect fit. And now, next step of the puzzle here, install the strike plate, which I did not do yet. The strike plate would be on this side, right here. This plate is way too big, and I don't think the door will close with this in. Oh, I guess it will. So it doesn't fit the door. The door is not routed out for this strike plate. So this is way too big to fit there. So I'm gonna go ahead and install the lock without this strike plate, because I don't want to go ahead and screw into the door. Doesn't fit. So I'm gonna do it without it right now. It comes with a strike plate reinforcer, but like it doesn't fit my door. So strange. It's like a wide, it's just like a super wide plate. Alright guys, so we have the interior assembly here, and what you do is you take off the cover somehow. Going to figure that out, right like that. Somehow you install this.
Okay, while the battery is charging for the smart lock, we have the quick set lock to put in here. Checking out the outside of the Eufy doorbell and security lock with that peel sat. That peel sat is real, and there it is. There's the outside of that, and then there's the quick set lock installed and looking so fresh. But this battery is dead, so we can't really do anything. But here's the final install. Now, the piece of the puzzle that doesn't make sense to me is this. Has a regular strike plate, but yet this has this huge plate that doesn't fit the routing on the door. Will probably still close and shut properly even with this on. I'm gonna wait till the battery's charged on the lock and then test that out. And that is going to be the next step. As soon as that battery charges, it might take up to 6 hours. Guys, I completely forgot that there is a step to this that I left out, and that is the doorbell chime. This is the Wi-Fi bridge and doorbell chime, and it comes with this little adapter for 110 volt that you have to screw on. So you basically put this on and then turn it somehow. And I need 2 hands to do that with, so I'm going to do that now. A tiny little cute little doorbell adapter thingy is ready to go. I had to screw on a little adapter plate to it, and right here and right now you literally just plug it into an outlet like this, and then the rest of the step is to use your Eufy app to go ahead and set up and configure the doorbell, but it is not charged yet, so we're waiting for it to charge right now. We have successfully charged this battery all night long, and the little light on the back did turn blue, acknowledging that we had charged it. We got the base station set up and paired by scanning the QR code on the back. We ordered an SD card for it, but it says delayed in transit, so I don't have an SD card to put in this guy here. So I don't know if the video works at all without that. I don't think it will, but we're going to go ahead and set up the rest of the lock now that we have the battery charged. So we have to set it up and pair it on the phone. Alright, finishing this lock is as simple as sliding this battery in and putting the back cover on. The one up front makes us tone when you put the cover on. Interesting. Did not do anything. Let me see if it works.
Security. Please download the Eufy security app to complete.
Okay, it did acknowledge, so we have to add it now. All right, guys, we are back, and we did get our extra tiles in, and we got a floor mat in. So our job right here and right now is to just simply finish what we started with this tile. Back over here by our doorbell, there should be an SD card slot in the side. And it is right over there on that side. I don't know which way this thing goes in, but let's find out. Not like that. Okay, SD card is in. Now all we gotta do is go to the app and make sure it works. Last part of this project is clean up. So I brought some cleaning supplies here and my lithium ion vacuum. I do need to put this strike plate on the door at some point, so I'm gonna leave that here so I remember to do it. And then now I'm gonna go ahead and clean up the whole room. Hey guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing Studios. I am Brad, and today we are bringing you this UFI Security Video Smart Lock and also the quick set regular doorknob that we just installed right back here on the Supercar Street Racing door. And at the same time, we also did the foam tile all over the brand new door and got this place sealed up like it was meant to be. It used to just have a regular shed door on it. And as you know, we converted this into a 4K production studio. And now we have a real door and a real door lock and a video doorbell. And you can see right here, right now, that the UFI Security Video Doorbell is about $300. So we went ahead and put that in, and it does show video on the actual phone when you walk up to the doorbell. Really cool thing, and I will have the install steps in the video you just saw just now. And this will be in the link in the description along with the quick set doorknob. Guys, please buy everything through our affiliate links. It helps us out greatly, and we really appreciate your support and help at Supercar Street Racing, and we will see you guys on the next one. That, my friends, is a pretty big alligator on the other side over there. And you can see him chilling. Big ass alligator. Things are looking beautiful in Northeast Florida today. As you can see out here, we have this most amazing view available of the pond and the pool. And from the sunroom today, we've got this on-foru 10-meter LED strip light for the closet where we made the charging station. We're going to take a look at this, unbox it, see what's up, and let you guys know, and do this whole entire project on the channel today. So hang out, let's chill, and let's go. Out in the SCSR sunroom. And today we've got this on-foru 10-meter LED light strip. And this is for the closet where we installed the charging station. So that closet has no lights, but now that it has electricity, we can go ahead and put a nice light strip. And I contemplated doing a smart strip, but really, honestly, I don't think I would ever use that part. It really just needs a control panel, and inside of this box we have the on-foru, the names are just hilarious, light strip, looking so hot and fresh, and inside of the box we have the power transformer. And I'm actually happy to see it has a pretty long wire here, because what we're going to do is plug it into the outlet in the closet, and then we are going to run that down the side of the wall and up and around, but we want it to be a full U-shaped pattern, and in order to do that we have to put the power control near
the bottom, which is a bummer because we'll have to reach down. But what we'll do is we'll put it up a little bit on the wall. We'll put it up a little tiny bit so that we can actually reach that. But it'll be down around knee level. Or we can actually, yeah, I don't have an extension for this, I don't think. I might have one. I have a bunch of actually, I might have an extension for this, which would be cool. We could actually put this up higher and then extend down and put the light strip on the bottom. But you also get these nice clips here and some extra 3M tape. And of course, the light strip has on the back of it stickiness for your enjoyment to stick that directly to the wall, and we will get rid of this stupid sticker. But yeah, here's the light strip. You get the little clips and the screws, you get the power supply, and then this is a on-off type dimmer control that we will show you guys here momentarily. But I think I have an extension for this, which would allow us to put the power up higher and then run down to the power strip down at the bottom. I am an absolute wire hoarder. I have to force myself to throw away, and I think that I see, it's actually really long though. Yeah, this is so long, oh my God. Yeah, that's exactly what we need. Male to female this, but it is so freaking long. Like there's absolutely no point in using that. So we're not gonna use that. That's like a 20-foot long extension cord. We'll have to figure something else out. Not that one. Inside the SCSR charging station closet now, and you can see right here and right now that it is very dark in here. We've got just our production lighting here lighting the way, but what we're going to be doing is down here, and of course the GoPro battery is already at 30%, barely used it. We're going to be connecting power here, run over to this wall. We'll just clamp the power wires to the wall there, and then we're going to go up the side of this closet to the top, around, and then back down this wall here, and that will be our closet lighting system. So that is going to take a little bit of work here, and the first step is to get the power wire run and see what it's going to take to run power. We're just going to go straight over here. I hate to do it that way, but that's really the only choice we have. There's no other way to get power to it, so let's get rolling. We have our power transformer here, and unfortunately there's not really a great way to get the power over here unless we go through the wall. I mean, I guess technically we could punch into the wall here and punch out, but I don't think it's worth actually putting a hole in the wall for this, because then it has to be repaired. So I think the best bet is power transformer below here. And then I think maybe just well, the problem is going to be, no matter what we do, our control is going to have to be somewhere where we can get to it. So unfortunately, I think we're going to have to start about right here so we can at least touch the control. So let's go, yeah, I mean, it needs to at least be height of hand, so I think right here is fine. And then we'll just have to run the wire in the corner here. Unfortunately, I hate that, but I don't think there's any other way to do this. So let's go ahead and stick our wire there. And they did give us some 3N strips to do that with. They give you like these little squares, so you just stick those on and then you just pull off the backing like this. Sorry if it's a little dark, I don't have great lighting yet, I ordered it. So we're going to stick that right over here on the wall at a height where we can actually get to it when we're ready to work. It's not going to be ideal, but the result is going to be good when we're done. So what we're going to do here is go to the bottom of our reach and then just go ahead and stick this guy. And of course I stuck it crooked. And then we're going to actually run the LED strip from that, and my phone is going off. But As you can see right here and right now, this is how we have the controller, and then this will come off of an LED strip and go just like this. And our LED strip is right here, so basically there's so much extra wire here now. But if we go ahead and put this on, we can test it. And there's our LED strip. So you can see right here and right now, I think what we're gonna do is run this wire down the side like that. We're gonna take this off. Gotta get my scissors for that. And then we're just going to go down and start down here. Let me grab my scissors and we'll go from there. And the battery's almost down to go for this battery has LED strip and
Hey there. Subscribe to my channel. And also press this bell icon.
I wanted to show you guys the progress over here. So basically I mounted the controller right there, and the wiring is going to go behind it like this and just be hidden back there. And then of course we go up here. You weren't even on it, but there's the wiring on the side. We're going to go ahead and clamp this to the corner and then go all the way down to the bottom with that. See how it goes down to the bottom underneath, and then we will come up here and we need to go get a stool to finish this work. Alright, this is our nice, well-lit charging closet now compared to before. Check out the lighting on this, guys. We just have to clean up the wiring over here and tuck it behind here like that somehow. Maybe put a screw back there to hold it in somehow, and then we will clamp everything down to the wall and make it legit, and everything will be fine. Everything fine. Like that, maybe. Maybe not.
but we will figure it out somehow. And there is the adjustable light, and that is full blast. As you can see right here, right now, I can finally see what I'm doing in this closet for the first time on Earth. Now let's take it to Supercar Street Racing 4K production studio and Brad to take a look at these lights online on Amazon. Let's go. Guys, we're out here again in the beautiful 4K production studio at Supercar Street Racing, and today we finished up our project to create a nice closet to store all of our equipment in, and we did order lights. They will be here tomorrow, and I'm super hyped about that. Real production lights to actually add to the value of the station. And right here on the screen we have a very simple $22 on 4U LED light strip, and you can see right here right now it is dimmable, 3000K, and you did see in the video what the actual color looks like. And they have 2,835 LEDs. They have an adjustable dimmer switch, as you can see right here, and there's not a whole lot to it. You literally just take off the 3M tape on the back and stick it to the wall, and then you provide it with 12 volts of power, and it just is basically an LED strip. Now it does have a 4.5 star review here, as you can see on Amazon. We will providing you a link in the description to go ahead and purchase this LED strip or any other product that you see. Please click through my link to buy anything on Amazon. Even if it says LED strip, you can buy whatever you want, and it gives me a small credit so that I can continue to bring you quality videos on the channel. So yeah, this thing has 4.5 star reviews. I don't know why. I read some of the 1-star reviews and it was like it stopped working after a few days or whatever, but that's what returns are for. I know it sucks to have to take it down if you have to do a return, but hey, you got to take your chances sometimes. But yeah, please like and subscribe to the station, guys, and then we will see you again real soon on Supercar Street Racing, because guess what? I'm out.
Go. You do it, I do it.
We can't do it like him.
Do it.
He's so light. He's like, we don't even see anything. Like, what the fuck? Oh my God.
Hey everybody, welcome to the channel, Supercar Street Racing. We got a whole new look, and today we're taking a look at the Sunjoe SPX 3001 pressure washer. Stay with us. Welcome back to the channel, and today we have the Sunjoe SPX 3001 electric pressure washer. Now this is a follow-up to the Sunjoe SPX 3000 and did replace that unit. This went on sale for Cyber Monday, and I decided to go ahead and pull the trigger and get this awesome pressure washer after reading all the reviews. Now, some of the things we can look at on this pressure washer, some of the features here in the listing, it says that it has a powerful 14.5 amp, 1800 watt motor that can generate up to 2030 PSI or 1.76 gallons per minute for maximum cleaning power. It does have a built-in onboard hose reel, which I thought was awesome. It has a total stop system, which means it automatically shuts off the pump when the trigger is not engaged. It saves energy and prolongs the pump life, and the hose diameter is 1/4 inch. It does have a detergent tank, which you can't readily see on this picture, but it is built in there. And it has a max rating per the CSA test standards, and a maximum internal pressure of 2030 PSI. Under typical load though, the working pressure is going to be about 1450 PSI. And it has a Sunjoe warranty that is clearly marked on the box as 2 years. And I've heard good things about the warranty from Sunjoe from people doing reviews on Amazon.
So the Sunjo SPX 3001 is right here, and we're going to take a look at it now as we unbox it. Hey guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, and right here today we have the Sunjo SPX 3001 pressure washer, still fresh in the box, has not been opened up at all. We're going to take a look at this, and we've got our tablet here so we can get some close-up video for you guys. But if we see here on the front, right at the top here, you can see it's a 4.5 amp electric pressure washer. It has an onboard reel, and you can see the actual reel right there. And then there's a good look at the box where it actually shows the pressure washer. And it says at the bottom here, 1.76 gallons per minute. And then we can see here on the side, it says that it has a 2-year warranty. It says if your name is on it, grime is gone. And then it's got some little technology details down here, like an onboard hose reel, total stop system, aluminum hose adapter, and a 40-ounce detergent tank, and 5 quick connect nozzles are included with it. And then there's some other little details down there in other languages. So there you have it. That is the outside of the box of the SPX 3001 from Sunjo. And now we are going to actually open up the box. Let's get our trusty scissors out here. Get this box all opened up. Very well packaged, very well sealed. And on the top of the box here, it says if you register today, you can get a 2-year warranty, 90-day bonus coverage, and it has the URL here to register, and I will throw that up on the screen. Now we got to look at the very top of the box, so I'm going to get our video out again here. Here we are on the top of the box of the Sunjo. I'll tilt it a little bit that way for the other camera, but you can see right on top here, we do have some hose adapter nozzles. These are the actual spray nozzles that determine the pattern and the pressure. Those are right at the top here. We also have the adapter for the hose, it looks like, right here. I think that's what that is, and some various little pieces that go on the side of the device here, probably for just accessories and things like that. Put that to the side here. And then we have the actual unit is in the box after that. You guys can see it on the big camera, and I have it on the tablet right here. Let's get that opened up now. So here we are opening the top, and there's a little cardboard separator in the top. And directly after that, we have the Sunjo actual pressure washer. So I'm going to put this down on the ground here to get out the device. Now this is pretty heavy. So yeah, you're probably going to struggle a little bit, just like I did. And it has a pretty beefy long hose here with a GFCI on the end. And also in the box, we have the wand. We have the metal part of the wand where the tips go on here. And just making sure that there's nothing else in the box. I don't think there might be one more thing in here. Let's see. Okay. Yep, so that's it. There's nothing else in the box. Covered in plastic here. And you can see right there that you have a well placed pressure washer condom right over your new Sunjoe SPX 3001 pressure washer. Inside the bag, also your instruction manual. Pretty cool. The detergent bottle is on the back. Let me get out the actual tablet so we can take a look at this. All right, here we have the Sunjoe pressure washer. Good look up at close up of it. And the hose reel here. And the other side, which has your switches. And I believe a flow rate. I'm not sure, we'll have to look at the instructions. And then on the back, there is a look at the back and your detergent tank. There is a little label on the front that says read before use, the hose must be connected and water turned on before you operate your unit. That is true, you can burn the pump up. So you need to put the hose on and turn the water on before you start this guy up. Now inside of the Sunjoe manual package, there is a thing to register your Sunjoe to get your warranty. And you can upgrade your warranty coverage here. And then here is the phone number on the front as well as the manual. And so there is a good look at the Sunjoe right out of the box. Now let's take a look at the wand. Let's unbox this wand. And here's a good look at the wand that comes with the Sunjoe SPX 3001 pressure washer. Feels kind of plasticky, but it does have good reviews. And then the hose actually screws on to the end of the wand right here. So that would be this hose. You literally just screw it on right there. And then you take your tip here. Your tip actually, you pull this little condom off the end. And then that actually screws on to the end of this wand, like so. And then your different pressure nozzles actually go here. They're the quick connects there. But I actually have a surface cleaner for this as well. So what you do is get any of your different tips, and there will be a mark on the end of the tip to show you exactly what the degree is. Like one of these says soap, this says 40 degrees. There is a 0 degree, a 15 degree, a 25 degree, a 40 degree, and a soap. And this is what your nozzles look like that go on the end of this wand. And to get them on the wand, you simply push them on like that. You just literally push them on. And then to get them off, you pull back, and it looks like they fly off and go out of camera. So when you take them off, go ahead and put your hand on there so they don't fly off like they did with me. But yeah, to get this on the end of the wand itself, you remove this white thing, and it literally screws right onto the end there. So that is a look at the Sunjoe electric pressure washer right out of the box with this nifty hose reel, and also have these little accessories that came with it. Not sure what these are yet. I haven't gotten into the manual, but these look like they go onto the actual device somewhere to store the hose and things like that. So we will break into that next. And it looks like this might be where you actually put the hose. So I don't see that yet, but here it is. So that goes right here at the bottom. grab our tablet so we can get some video of that. Here at the bottom of the Sunjo, they give you this little adapter here. And basically what you do is you screw that onto here, and then your hose will go onto the other end of the adapter. And there's a little filter inside there to keep goop out of the device. But yeah, you just screw this on here like so. And then you tighten it up and put your hose on the other end. Next, we'll be taking a look at assembling the rest of this unit. Now that we've unboxed the Sunjo SPX 3001, let's take a look at how you assemble this device. Okay, welcome back to the channel, and now we're looking at the assembly of this device. Now this comes with a hose reel holder right here. So this is the hose reel holder. Let's get some video on our tablet. Here is the included hose reel adapter, and it looks like you just put it just like this. So basically it slides. If you're facing the unit, it's the left side. It slides right onto that, and then in the back side here, you actually put a screw. It comes with 2 included screws. So let's go ahead and get a screw into the back side of this hose reel holder now. So right on the back side here, you just put a screw into it like this. Pretty simple. Screw goes in pretty easy. Might take a second to get it lined up. Just go ahead and drive that screw all the way in. That's the first step of the assembly. Now the second step is the spray wand protector, and it looks like it goes down here on the side. There are 2 little marks, little like square holes. Well, they're not holes, they're squares, but they are on, if you're facing the unit, it is the left side down at the bottom. And let's go ahead and get some video of that now. Here is the spray wand protector, and it just goes into the side of the device like so. And then you are supposed to put a screw into that. So if you look at the manual here, it says that you put your screwdriver through the hole at the bottom here, and then you put your screw in right there. I know it's kind of difficult to see with this tablet, but there it is. Let's do that now. So right here, we put our screwdriver through. Well, it looks like you can't actually put the screw through the hole in the front, so you actually put your screwdriver through there, then put the screw on the end of the screwdriver, and then you can, well, okay, so it's not that easy, and it's hard to actually line up, but I think I got it. Yeah, they don't make that part easy, but it does go eventually. You can see here, you got to put your screwdriver kind of through the hole there, and then put the screw inside first, and then you can go ahead and tighten this up. You don't have to go crazy. It's just going to be just like that, and you are actually done with that part. Now, it says for the next part of the assembly, you want to fit the stainless steel lance into the trigger gun and rotate the collar until the 2 parts are completely locked. So the stainless steel lance is actually right here. And you have to take off this end cap. You can just screw it off right here. Okay. Now it says rotate the collar until the two parts are completely locked. So here's your gun here. And you literally just screw this in like so. There is an O-ring inside there. And tighten it up like this. It might need more tightening once you get outside, but that's pretty tight. If you have to, you can get your wrench right on the end there to tighten it up. That part is done. Now the next part of the assembly instructions are saying that they want you to go ahead and hook the hose up, I think. So let's see, 5. Connect the high pressure hose to the trigger gun. That is, of course, if you want to store it with this connected, you don't have to. But if you see right here, our little wand goes directly in like that. And then the protector is at the bottom. I'm not gonna put the hose on yet, but you just screw this hose reel the same way you did it before. You screw the hose reel to the bottom of the gun, the wand. And that's how it stores the wand, which is pretty nifty, or you can store it backwards like that. Either way, does the same thing. And then it's got some information about how to use the wand. We'll go over that when we go outside. Now it has also a place for you to store your nozzles. Let's take a look at that with the tablet. So some of that might not have gotten recorded with the tablet, it looks like, but first you take your nozzles here, and I'm trying to figure out how they actually, yeah, they just clip right on like that. And it's a good storage spot for your nozzles. Notice how they all get on there pretty neatly. Yeah, and basically you are ready now to move outside and start pressure washing once you put the wand on. All right, guys, we are finally back out here after I had lip surgery. Sorry about that. If you see my lip is kind of jacked up, it's because I had lip surgery. But now what we're going to do is prep this driveway to get pressure washed here. And as you can also see, the rust stains there and there from my well. We're going to be dealing with that a little bit later as well. But for right now, we are going to get these leaves off of the driveway and get that garbage can out of the way. All right, now that we got the driveway all blown off, we're just finishing the setup of the pressure washer. There's a little zip tie on the hose. And looks like the pool guy is here as well. But the next step is to put the wand onto the hose. Looks like there's a little O-ring connector right here. And then it just really just screws on just like that. And that is that. Got a little tag here. Still not sure what this knob is for on the side. I'm gonna have to look that up. All right, that part's done. I'm gonna break out the manual.
So the first thing is this pressure washer will not work well with a surface cleaner, and that means everything will take 10 times as long. So I'm going to grab the gas pressure washer from the neighbor's house and give that a shot. All right, over here at Rich's, gonna get his done. Hey guys, so we just spent about 3 hours with both pressure washers. And as you can see in the video, we started off with the Sunjoe and it could not run the surface cleaner. So basically, the Sunjoe has enough power for the wand if you put on one of the smaller narrow tips to generate more pressure. But the Sunjoe does not have enough power to run the surface cleaner, which is important. Because if you're using a surface cleaner, the reason you're using that is because using the wand, you clean about this much per swipe of the wand. Now, as you can imagine, that could take some time to do the entire driveway. So with the surface cleaner, you can pretty much clean an area about 15 inches wide per swipe of the wand. Now, as you could see, I got about 10% of the driveway done, if that, maybe 5 to 10%. And then I completely gave up on the Sunjoe and trying to use the pressure washer in any way with both the surface cleaner and the wand. Now we switched to a Ryobi gas pressure washer that came from Lowe's. And I can't give you that model number because it is discontinued. Basically, this is what it boils down to. In the battle of pressure washers between electric and gas, the gas pressure washer is always going to win. Will the Sunjoe be okay for normal day-to-day uses? Can you pressure wash your deck? Can you pressure wash your bulkhead? Yes, you can do that. However, the pressure is barely adequate for the wand with a high pressure tip with a narrow angle. It will not run a rotary pressure washer tool. I'm returning the Sunjoe. As you can see right here on the screen, you'll see me clicking the return button now because it just doesn't work for me. I have a lot of area out here that needs to be pressure washed, and I can't use the wand. It would take me days to get all that done. Guys, I hope you enjoyed the video. If you have any questions, go ahead and drop them down in the comments section. Please like and subscribe as always, and we'll see you next time. All right, we got the alien, we got the mirror, we got the alien, we got the mirror, and we got the peel satisfaction. That peel sat is so good in your life. You love the peel sat. And then look at this. Look how good it peels with the alien and the pure satisfaction. What's going on, everybody? It is Monday, and I am so frustrated right now with UPS. My wheels and tires were supposed to be at the shop on Friday. 3 of the 4 wheels and tires were delivered. The other wheel and tire has been saying out for delivery for 2 days now. I am at my wit's end with these guys. I've called them 10 times. Nobody can tell me where my package is. Today we've got an unboxing. As you can see by the title, this is the G paddles. This is to convert your button style shifter that was on the AMG, the early AMGs, to paddles. Let's take a look at this. Go ahead and open it up. This came from England. Just be aware if you order these that you will have to sign for the package. It kind of took me off guard and got to the post office today. There were 700 people in line for the holidays. But thank goodness that some lady walked out and said, "Is anyone just picking up?" So first thing I notice is the package is almost open, but oh well, hopefully there's nothing wrong with it. It says that the G paddles are inside and that there's instructions here. Literally was hardly closed at all. Go ahead and get that rest of that open. See what's inside here. Looks like we got some instructions here about that they emailed me. The real instructions. And we've got this other page here. So there's one thing you got to know about this. The factory button holder, which you will see when we install this, is very delicate. They do not make that button holder anymore. If you damage it, you need a new steering wheel. There are ways to get this thing out though, involving heating that unit, that button holder up so that it's more pliable. If you don't, you're gonna break this little tab off. Picture it like this. Basically, this is not dirty looking at all, is it?
there is a little button holder. The stock button is has 2 tabs on the side like this that fit inside these little round things. Okay, to get that button out, you have to pop those little tabs out. But when you do, most people break off this little circle that covers it. It's almost, I don't even know how to describe it, but the pin goes inside this little half circle that allows it to turn. Most people break that off right there because they just are in too much of a hurry and they don't heat the housing. So inside here we've got this nifty little, I guess it's an air freshener, British flag air freshener. And then inside here we've got G paddles. So they are silver. You can get other colors, but I mean, if you really want other colors, just paint them. That's G paddle number 1. So there's the mechanism. So if you see what I'm saying here, these 2 pins, right there, they fit in 2 little circles that are pivot points, and this part presses the actual button, and this part would be this left side, I believe. So when you pull it towards you, it pushes the button. So that part inside the holder, button holder, that's the part that goes around this pin is what people usually break off. So here is button number 2. I will put the instructions for this with this video. There's button number 2. So it's going to probably be like that, I'm guessing, but the opposite of the way it's facing you. That side would face you. There's the 2 together. So look for video number 2 of this, which would be installing these beautiful G-paddle button replacements. I'll throw these back in here right now. And any day now you can look forward to a video of brand new wheels and tires. I won't tell you anything about the wheels except that they are matte black. And I was kind of trying to save that, but I gave it away in another video. So look for that video coming up soon, and we'll see you guys in the next day or 2. That looks like the car. It's 4 a.m. as you guys can see, and I'm half asleep, but I'm waking up early today to get my workout in because I am going to look at a car finally, and you guys are gonna figure that out today. All right, I'm a little bit more awake this time, and now Rich has come to my rescue and offered to drive me to the train station, and we're at Speedway getting gas. But yeah, we are started on our trip already, and the train is 45 minutes late already, so I don't know what that means for our trip. Ultimately, we're supposed to leave at 7:26, but the train is not even getting to the station until 45 minutes late, so we'll see what that means for the trip. I have no idea at this point. All right, we are out here at the Amtrak station. But they said that the bus will wait in Tampa. So we are headed to Tampa as soon as the train gets here. Good. Right. Well, I hear the train coming. See if we can see it. Here's something. star. I see people on it. I'm assuming a lot of people are getting off. All right, let's get on. All right, we're on our way. We got a bunch of wilderness out here. And here comes the conductor to check our ticket. We already had to clean all the junk out from the last person and then check for bed bugs. So then we will go to the cafe. We are in the dining car now with our breakfast here of champions with this Tito's, and it's actually glass, pretty cool. We got our Coke Zero here, glass, and then we got these egg bites, so 0 carb egg bites. I'm gonna go ahead and check those out.
The forest. All right, so I think we are on the top. We're pulling into Orlando now. There is Orlando Station. About 45 minutes late to an hour late, I think, right now. And there is the train. We're gonna see what happens. All right, we got our lunch here. Cheeseburger. Diet Coke.
And we are going to do this low carb style. So that's next. All right, we are almost in Tampa. About 20 minutes till we get to the station. 1:51 p.m. Who knows where we are now? Outskirts of Tampa. All right, we have arrived in Tampa. We are unboarding, deboarding, detraining, untraining. I don't know what we're doing. But I gotta find the bus to Bradenton now. Once I get off the train.
right, we are in Bradenton, waiting for the mystery car to show up. That is not it. And we're gonna go in here and use the restroom real quick and wait on Travis. All right, we are out here with our non-sponsored C4 Starburst strawberry drink, waiting for Travis to come. We are at the Bradenton Ellington bus stop, and Travis will be pulling up with our potential new vehicle any moment. I would like to get that coming in if I can, so you guys will know immediately when he pulls up what it is. So we will see him shortly. That's it, I think. Yeah, that's the guy right there. That's it. That looks like the car. Travis, what's up, man?
How you doing?
Good, man. Is it alright if I put you on?
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to be like broadcasting my name. Yeah, you're good. You can do it.
I'll cut that.
Yeah, you're good.
All right, man. Dude, did you say it was Expel, the film?
I think so, yeah. Yeah. I got a buddy that's up by my shop that did it.
Okay. What did that cost?
It was like $75.
Yeah, that's what I was quoted for the same thing.
On the windows, and I did it all. And I got the upgraded rims.
Yeah, those are the Arachnid, the 19-inch. Yeah. What's the miles on it now? What's the miles on it now?
That's driven a little bit. You can check it out if you want.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, check it out.
Dude, I like the, I mean...
It looks good with the mat, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah. That's the key to the whole car to me, you know, is the Expel stuff. I mean, that's kind of the reason I'm here, to see if the car excites me or not. Yeah. If it does...
It's like the only car I've never wanted to actually sell.
Yeah. No, dude, the car is immaculate.
I had a Trackhawk before this, the Jeep Trackhawk.
Uh-huh.
And I loved it, and then I sold it and got this. And
707 horsepower Trackhawk?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had that before.
So you went from using all the fuel to none of the fuel.
Uh-huh.
So this is the 2021 Plaid, and it has full self-driving option.
Yeah.
So if we go to software there.
Yeah, so there's everything. I don't even use it that much.
Yep. So I don't know a lot about that, as far as like that you have to follow certain rules, and they can give you strikes, and they can take it away and all this stuff, even if you pay for it. But
I have no idea. I'll be honest. Like, I just use it sometimes on the interstate, double click it, and it keeps me in the lanes.
Right, and a lot's autopilot too. Maybe you're just using autopilot. So it's got 18,000.
So it's got more, yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't even look.
All right. Okay.
Yeah, so there's actually an update available. See, it always does this too. Like, when it goes to warehouse, you plug it in, it'll update itself automatically.
So are these the original tires too?
No, they're brand new.
Okay. You haven't ever had to do brakes or anything, right?
No. Nope. I was actually just in an Uber, and the guy was like, "That's got my oil change, dude, $100." And I'm like, "You don't ever have to get an oil." And these things, which is like,
all 4 tires are brand new?
yeah, it should be. Maybe not the front. No, they're not.
Those don't look new. Those do.
There's the back. So I put new ones on the back, but that's what it was. Front tour. Yeah, that's what it was.
Yeah.
So I would have got like tire shine or something like that.
That's no big deal.
I think I'll meet those people out there. For rent.
right, it's Monday morning. Had some time to sleep and think about the Tesla. Does have way more miles on it than I thought, and it needs 2 front tires and a rear taillight replaced. This is my Airbnb, and it literally is a loft. It sleeps 4 people. Pretty cool loft up there. There's a lion up there as well for you if you like pets. And this is the other side. And it has a little fridge, AC, and it was about $100, and this is all I needed for the night. It has an outdoor shower and bathroom, so kind of interesting to take a shower in the cold with hot water. That does work. It just takes a while to get hot, but that is the good look at the Airbnb, and we're about to be heading to the bus station to get on the bus. Our first step of the trip back to Jacksonville is the bus from Bradenton to Orlando. This time we're riding the bus all the way to Orlando, then hopping on the train to Jacksonville. So we'll see you guys on the bus. As you guys can see, I made it back to Jacksonville in one piece, although we did have a crazy Karen on the train. Take a look at my other video about that. I'll put a link in the description, but it was kind of annoying and it ruined my trip. But we're back in Jacksonville and we're here to talk about this 2021 Model S Plaid that I went to look at down in Bradenton, Florida. Talk about what I liked about it, talk about what I didn't like about it. So the first thing that I loved about this 2021 Model S Plaid was the PPF film. It has full paint protection film all over the car, and as you can see here, it is a beautiful satin paint protection film, and that is about $7,000 or more worth of paint protection film on the Model S Plaid. Now the second thing I liked about the Model S Plaid that you see here, it had full self-driving. That is a $15,000 option from Tesla, and it can be transferred, or you can subscribe. It's like $200 a month, so the $15,000 option is awesome. This car has the $15,000 self-driving option. Now, what did I not like about this Tesla Plaid? So the first thing I didn't like about it was it had more miles than he actually said it did. He told me it had 9,000 miles back in December. In about 2 weeks ago, he told me it had 13,000 miles. It actually has 18,000 miles, and he said his dad's been driving it. So that's more miles than I want. There are some out there that have about half that miles for just slightly over or the same price, but they're not the colors that I want. I want black on black, and I do love the PPF in satin. The other thing I didn't like about this car, the front tires are worn out, and they are the low noise tires right from Tesla. There are no, in this size, there are no tires available in the, the Pilot Sport 4S on Tire Rack. So I don't know what's going on with that particular size, but they are 21-inch Arachnid wheels right from, I think they're Arachnid, right from Tesla. They're either Arachnid or I forgot the other model, but I'll look that up for you and put it on the screen. So I'm not sure about the 21s. It takes off the range, but it does look a lot better. So I'll let you know down here on the bottom of the screen what wheels those actually are. And what else did I not like about it? Well, it had a kind of a cracked taillight with a weird issue. Like the cracks were all around the taillight, and I don't know what that was caused from, but he said he was going to get that replaced. So those are the things I really didn't like about the car.
The other thing that I really loved about the car that I forgot to mention is the car is actually in immaculate shape. It has 0 issues except for that cracked headlight. It looks, or cracked taillight, sorry. It does look brand new inside and out. One more thing I don't like about the car though, it has the ash and wood interior trim instead of the carbon fiber, and I'm huge on the carbon fiber. In a car that expensive, I kind of want it to look sporty, and it does look more luxury with the dark black wood ash trim inside the car. So guys, I hope you enjoyed the video. I really want you to put in the comment section what you think about this 2021 Model S Plaid. Let me know if I should buy this. I have the money to buy this now, and he is waiting for an answer. I'll see you guys soon on Supercar Street Racing. I really appreciate you tuning in, and please like and subscribe. All right, welcome back to the channel. Today we got Dukes of Duval here, and then behind the camera, introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Wayne.
Wayne is behind the camera doing all the videography today, and we got this brand new to us golf cart we're going to be working on. So Joe, tell us a little bit about what you found here.
Well, obviously the first thing I recognized that the batteries were bad. They were about 7 to 8 years old, which is a pretty decent lifespan for a set of Trojan batteries.
Right.
It's typically what you get out of them, but they start to fall off about 5-6 years. So to get that long a lifespan out of them is pretty good. So I knew that was the first thing we need to replace. But this is 36 volts, so you got to get 6 volt batteries times 6, and we knew that we needed to replace them. So just had a guy come over, drop them off. A lot of guys that do delivery service, so just called them up. They came right over, helped me just remove the batteries. Typically they'll help you kind of reinstall the batteries, but in this case, once we removed the first battery, which I kind of knew was going to happen, it was going to be ugly underneath. So
we're going to have to show you guys the clean. It's on. We're going to have to show you guys the cleanup here. That's coming up in a minute. But let's talk a little bit about what this is right after this. All right, we're back once again with this.
Oh, it's a 2001, I believe, 36 volt Easy Go that I scored from a neighbor that just moved away. He unfortunately went to a community that doesn't allow golf carts. Okay. Which I almost told him that he needs to not move there, but he's dead set.
He's going anyway, or his wife's going to go without him.
And he made me a deal that I couldn't refuse, but I knew that there was going to be some problems with it, including the batteries, which is going to be the main thing. Okay. My hopes are it's just the batteries that are the issue. Some of the cables for the batteries are corroded and pretty bad, so I'm going to have to replace those. I have extras. Awesome. But for the most part, most of these golf carts, especially Club Car and Easy Go, they're pretty indestructible. Like, you can't kill them. Like, the only thing you're replacing on them most times are batteries, tires, and sometimes some of the brake parts, but we will see.
What I really like about the golf carts is in general is that there's so much room to work on them usually. The problem is with the batteries, there's not a lot of room, and when you get down in the battery compartment, it's pretty cramped up. And what you guys are going to see here in a minute is probably going to blow your mind. It might be the thumbnail. The amount of acid in the tray here for the batteries is insane. So what we need to do today is get that battery acid washed out. We're going to make it inert. We're going to clean up the engine bay, call it engine bay, battery bay. We're going to paint this thing and then get it ready for these brand new Trojan 6 volt batteries. Now, I don't even know if they do a lot of the same golf carts today with the 6 volt batteries. Do they still even do these?
No, I think it's pretty much 48,
they've done away with that.
48 volt is pretty much, I mean, you might be able to find some, but they're 48 volt now.
And you're going to see also that the lead acid, the traditional lead acid battery is also kind of going to the wayside for lithium now. So a lot more manufacturers are offering less lead acid and more lithium because of the low maintenance, the long life, the output's better, the shelf life is better. Everything about them seems to be better. They're sealed. There's no acid in them at all. So let's take a look at the battery tray though now and show these guys exactly what's happening.
Yeah, and before we say that, a couple things. One, I like most people are kind of on the brink of wanting to get lithium, but the price just still isn't right for me. So for this cart and the price that I pay for these batteries, it just made sense to continue to go with a flooded battery. I think that probably the next set of batteries I put into a golf cart will probably be a lithium battery. A little bit of work sometimes to make that conversion. So in this particular case, I didn't want to like pour my heart and soul into doing that. I just wanted to replace them. The other thing I would say about this particular golf cart, which is made by E-Z-GO versus Club Car, is that they're made with regular metal in a lot of their parts. To me, it does rust. Turn off. So I'm a Club Car guy. My main golf cart is a Club Car, and so what you'll see is the effects of having lead acid flooded batteries with the overflow of the acid that happens. It trickles over onto the metal, which causes some pretty good corrosion and other issues. So we'll see that in just a second.
And I think like in the future we might be able to convert this guy over here, this golf cart, to lithium. And when we do, I think we need to do a frame off restoration on this thing and like paint it and do all the stuff.
That seems aggressive. This car's in great shape. We'll just do a simple lithium change out on it. So yeah, let's get it done.
All right, let's get it going. Dukes of Duval here with his new golf cart, and you guys need to see this is what happens. So when you put water in these things, the water boils over as the battery makes voltage.
As it's charging, and with that, some of the acid releases simultaneously.
And so look at this. So this stuff right here, I guarantee you don't want to mess with it. I had it on my garage floor. It soaked into the carpet, and then it got into my clothes, and it burned my actual skin from my clothes. It'll put blisters on your body.
Yeah, so earlier when I was taking the batteries out or getting ready to start, this sits on top to hold it down if you want to point it down here.
Sure.
And the second that I went to just kind of mess with it, it completely came off. So this took these bolts, these hanger bolts or whatever you want to call them, and completely corroded them to nothing.
So did you order hanger bolts already, or do we have to?
Nope,
okay, cool.
Already ordered these.
Okay, great.
Keep this because the plastic doesn't go bad, so we'll reuse this. And then, so the plan is to go through this thing and completely get all this off of here.
Okay.
And then we're going to neutralize the acid, and then we're going to come back and we're going to probably sand it down a little bit, and then we're going to spray paint it.
Okay.
Hopefully get a good coat on it, and hopefully see if we can prolong the time that this battery bay has, because over time it'll eventually get so bad that a lot of people have to come in here, cut this out, and replace the whole one, and that's just a pain. So,
all right. So what's our first step? We need to roll this thing outside somewhere where we can get this stuff out.
Yep, exactly.
Are we just going to spray it out with a spray?
Just going to spray it
for
out
now. Okay, cool. All right, let's do it.
Yep.
All right, so we're getting suited up here for surgery and inspection of the battery cavity. So we're getting our gloves on here because this stuff is very toxic to your skin and to your respiratory system. You really kind of want to wear also breathing protection. But what we're going to do right here,
that's only for people that were born after 2000.
Right. If you're born before 2000, you're good.
You don't need any of that.
You're a lot stronger in the lung area.
Yeah.
So what we're going to do right now is brush all this stuff off and then sweep it up and put it in a bag and dispose of it properly because it's battery acid.
Yep.
And if you see, it's going to come right off, but when it does come off, we're going to also be able to see that the frame is corroded. And that stuff
might need to get something else to scrape.
I'm thinking, yeah, we're going to need a scraper as well. I didn't bring one. Do you have one?
I got everything.
All right, cool.
All right, so we kind of knocked off the top layer of this pretty thick stuff, pretty nasty. We've got quite the pile of acid debris down here, and now we're going to go back with this stainless steel brush and go ahead and this wire brush, I should say, and try to knock some more of it off.
Let's do it. I'm getting away unless you got a mask.
That's good enough. Okay.
All right, we're back out here in Dukes of Duval Garage, and we have a whole bag full of goodies here that I brought over to work on the golf cart.
More importantly, look at all of this corrosion.
So this is what he knocked off of the, and it's hard to imagine that came out of
the battery tray.
Battery tray, right?
Easy go. You got to figure this out.
So we're going to send this to all the small children in the neighborhood. That cleaned right up, so that will be put in a plastic bag and be inert now. And then we brought over some stuff. We got some baking soda to make the acid inert. So we'll put that with water, mix it up with water. I bought a spray bottle to put that in. And some black paint. It's engine paint. So we're gonna knock all the rust and acid, inert that thing, and then spray it black.
So, Brad, do you want to? I can pull my spray nozzle out. We'll just spray it. I mean, spray nozzle, my air nozzle out. We'll spray that out.
This is a family channel. You can't pull your spray nozzle out.
This isn't OnlyFans. All right, so now we kind of got it. The top layer, we grinded it down pretty good. I think from this point, we're just going to blow it out with the air chuck, and then from there. We'll see if there's any other bigger spots that need to be addressed, but after that, then we'll neutralize it, which hopefully will be pretty quick, and then let it dry, and then we'll paint it.
Sounds good to me. Let's get to work. All right, we're going to take our spray bottle that I brought over.
Already prepped and ready? Full?
It's not full. We got to fill it up with some baking soda and some water. Now the trick is we need a little funnel to get the baking soda in there.
Yep.
And then we'll put some water in it.
Ratio is here? Or?
Yep, I got to check my phone, so we'll be right back.
You need what, 16 ounces maybe?
Probably.
27 fluid ounces.
Okay.
So you do the math on that.
I don't know how to do math. But I went to public school.
We'll just put in what we think.
Do a lot.
Yeah,
that's bad. It's going to come out in clumps. You don't have a real funnel?
I'm sure I do somewhere. But this is good because we just throw it away when we're done.
True. All right, so we're just pouring. We're pouring the baking soda right now, and we're going to just pour a generous amount in there because, you know, it's so much per pound, and we have a small 27 ounce spray bottle. And we're going to make sure we got enough to, we might have filled up the hole.
Yeah.
And then we're just going to put some water in there, shake it up.
Again?
Something per pound, I don't remember. That's plenty.
Okay, that's
the whole box, so I guess we're good.
No, it's not the whole box. All right.
Yeah. And now we'll fill this up with water.
I'll be back.
All right, so Joe just filled this up with water.
Yeah, look at this.
And
look at this.
Watch this, because this is what baking soda does to battery acid. It instantly starts neutralizing the acid. And this is why you do this when you change your batteries.
Wow.
Check out, it's almost like peroxide going on your skin or whatever.
Now, here's the thing.
Look at that. Look at that go.
I think my spray nozzle's clogging up here.
Oh my goodness, your nozzle's clogged. Look at this.
Yeah, there it is. Breaking.
Whoa, that's working good. I almost said. This is killing it, dude. Hi, we're back out here with Dukes of Duval, and Wayne is also joining us, and Carter. And so we've let this thing sit. Yes, and you. And we've let this thing sit for a minute, and look at this. Where are the... Yeah, we need the lights. All right, Joe, look at this.
Yeah, pretty impressive that it's eating up a lot of the rust.
Carter, look at this. Look at this.
That's so cool. Nasty.
Now watch, he's going to just knock the... Yeah.
It's really easy.
Right? So, look at all that come off, and that's after 2 applications of baking soda and water. It's taking all the rust off, all the acid off.
Back up.
You guys already know it's going to be perfect when we get done. So the next step here is we're going to get the air compressor out again. And this isn't a regular air compressor. Look at this thing, man.
I mean, it's not
a beast.
It does a trick.
We're gonna blow this off now. Try to get it dry enough to paint.
Oh, that's ready to paint.
All right, guys, we are back out here in the garage, Dukes of Duval's house, and we have prepped this as best as possible. Now we're just gonna spray and pray.
Yep.
Oh! And we're about to paint this. Oh! What? All right, all the nonsense just happened, and then we are about to spray this guy with paint. So I think we're just gonna pray and spray.
Yeah. You know, I was just going to say, they make a product, and we're not trying to do all this, called OSFO, and I believe that it will turn it's a product that will turn like rusty metal to galvanized by just like painting it on or spraying it on or whatever.
Really? That's kind of sick.
It actually is pretty sick, but we're not going to do all that. I would call this the aerosol overhaul.
All right, so where are we going to paint this? We can't paint it on your driveway because we'll just paint your entire driveway black.
We're not. I'm going to buy some cardboard or grass.
Grass will just grow back, so maybe we just pull it right over there?
Yep.
All right,
this is not a major cleanup.
So, what kind of paint is that, by the way?
2 times Ultra Cover Paint and Primer Rust-Oleum.
So it's flat black, so I think it's going to look good.
Yeah, listen, nobody's going to be in here looking anyway, so it's just to stop the corrosion, right?
Right.
All right, here we go.
Yo! That's going to actually turn out good. All right, so we got this thing drying. It's ready to go. This stuff dries in 5 minutes. So we're going for round 2 right now. Second coat of paint will be the final coat. And then I actually have to go have some fun.
Yeah, so we'll pick up on this tomorrow.
Tomorrow? You want to finish it tomorrow? Yeah, we're not ripping this thing tonight. What do you think about this whole story?
She's my CEO, and I believe everything she says.
Guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, and today we're going to be talking about Tesla, charging, and any kind of electric vehicle you might need to connect to a charger. Now, you know Tesla this year has sold over 500,000 vehicles in the first quarter of 2023, which is absolutely amazing. So today, we're going to show you how to charge your electric car at home with your dryer. Welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. I'm Brad, and today we have a topic that a lot of people are interested in. How are you going to charge your new electric vehicle? So there's a lot of ways to do it. There's some ways to do it out in public, and then there's ways to do it at your house. What is your best option for charging your electric vehicle? So when you're out in public with your electric car, there's a number of ways you can get that charged. Now, Tesla just announced recently that they're going to allow other cars to use their supercharging stations, which is awesome if you don't own a Tesla. Fortunately, I got a brand new Tesla sitting out there in the garage, and I can pull up to any Tesla supercharger now. The supercharger recognizes my vehicle, starts charging the car, and then just puts it right onto the credit card. But if you have an electric vehicle that's not a Tesla, soon you'll be able to charge there, and it's actually a benefit to Tesla as well because they can earn revenue on their superchargers from other vehicles. So let's say you don't have a Tesla. What kind of charge port do you likely have on your car? Well, there's a number of different charge ports out there, but likely you have a J1772. Now I'm going to put a picture of a J1772 charge port up on the screen for you. If you have a car that directly supports J1772, you're in luck. You can pull up to most chargers except a supercharger and plug that right into your car and charge. Now there's a number of J1772 charging stations out around my house, probably about 10 very local, and then there's more all around Jacksonville. So I don't have an issue finding chargers. If you do have a Tesla and you want to charge your car at a J1772 station, you're going to need a J1772 to Tesla adapter. And I'm going to put that up on the screen right now. All new Teslas are delivered with a J1772 to Tesla adapter, and in my car out in the garage there, it was located in the trunk in a side compartment and was easily found, and it is now sitting in the garage, and I will show you that here in a little bit. There are free charging options out there, if you can believe it. There's dealerships right down the street here that have chargers sitting in front of their dealership that will charge your vehicle for free if they're working and they don't block the spots for their own cars. There's a number of dealerships lined up Atlantic Boulevard here, and about to be another Tesla dealer that you can charge your car at for free. The Tesla, you will not be able to. It will most likely have a supercharger. Hopefully, it will have a supercharger on this side of town. And all the other dealerships you can pull up and charge for free. Let's talk about the different types of 220 volt plugs that are available and can be installed at your house, or you might already have one in your house. So the first one is a NEMA 10-30. Now the NEMA 10-30 is actually the one that's installed in my garage now, and you may have this same plug in your garage because it's very common for dryers.
how do you know a NEMA 10-30? Well, take a look at the picture that I'm putting on the screen here. And basically a NEMA 1030 has two crooked prongs and then an L-shaped prong on the bottom, and that plugs directly into your dryer, and that's what supplies the 220 volt power to your dryer. Theoretically, this is a 30 amp plug. However, you'll only be able to get 24 amps of charging out of the NEMA 10-30 plug. So let's say you have the NEMA 10-30 plug already in your garage, right out here like I do. Well, then you're gonna need a way to charge your car, and Teslas do not come with a charger anymore. That's right, $110,000 car, no charger. So there's some options out there. I did choose to get the split volt NEMA 10-30 charger. It is a level 2 charger and will pull a maximum of 24 amps from the dryer outlet right out there in the garage. And I'm going to show you that here in a little bit when I actually install the charger. There are other options out there, and you can also get other types of plug installed in your garage. So if you have enough room on your electrical panel out in your garage, and you have enough service coming from the line into your house, you may choose to get a NEMA 14-50 installed. That's a completely different looking plug, and I'm going to put that on the screen right here. Now the NEMA 14-50 does come with an adapter in the Tesla mobile connector. The Tesla mobile connector will connect to a regular wall outlet like the one down here, or you can use the NEMA 14-50 if there is a plug available and you're out traveling. I'm going to put the Tesla mobile connector on the screen right here and a link to it down in the description. So that's another option for you. You can either slow charge with your standard electrical outlet, which is 110 volt and I believe 10 amps, or you can go charge with the NEMA 1450 or have a NEMA 1450 plug installed at your home. Now, what does it cost to get a NEMA 14-50 installed? It's about 600 bucks. It depends on your local electrician, but for me, there was a $600 option, but unfortunately, my panel outside is full. I need a new electrical panel, and they wanted to charge almost $4,000. I opted not to go with that route. So I know what you're asking yourself. You're like, Brad, how am I going to dry my clothes and charge my car at the same time? So there's a couple of ways you can do this. First, you could use a NEMA 10-30 or whatever your dryer plug is, Y adapter. Now what that does is it splits the power off the circuit to two different plugs so you can actually plug both in at the same time. Now there are drawbacks and limitations to that because you can't charge your car and run the dryer at the same time. But there's a solution for that as well, and I'm going to put that on the screen right now. There is a splitter/switch that also allows you to connect both at the same time, and it will actually not allow your dryer to have power while you charge your car. Now split volt also makes this, it's pretty cool. I chose not to do it. I chose just to have the dryer on when I need to dry my clothes and not charge the car at the same time. And you can do that too. Now that we have the split volt charger that came in from Amazon yesterday, we can go right out here in the garage, get it installed, and get the wiring fixed up for you guys right here on Supercar Street Racing. So let's do it. Guys, welcome back to the channel, and today we have the split volt 24 amp charger we're going to take a look at, and we're going to be installing that and see how it works in the Tesla Plaid on Supercar Street Racing. This is the split volt NEMA 10-30 charger, and it came in this beautiful bag, which I probably won't use because I have a Tesla mobile connector coming for the car, but this will be permanently mounted in the garage. And so let's see what's inside of this beefy cable. This is the 16-foot version because that's all I need, and pretty good packaging. The box was damaged, however the inside had no effects, and it's got this nice split volt little thing asking you to email them if you have any questions. And then of course here is your charger, and just like most of the chargers, I don't like the fact that it doesn't have much of a pigtail. However, that's okay because it has a 16-foot cord
and it doesn't have to go that far. I was hoping I wouldn't have to mount this on the back wall, but it looks like I will mount it right next to the dryer, right off the pigtail, and then take it into the car. So I did return the Electron charger. It would not do over 16 amps, and so it was a little bit cheaper, like $100 cheaper, and it wasn't worth it. So I returned that, and I got the 24 amp charger, which I will open now. Here's a look at the Electron on the front with the power light, charge light, fault lights, maximum 24 amps. And on the back, we do see that it has the capability to be mounted right there with a screw, which we will have to use a drywall insert. And then we have our J1772 connector, and I have a J1772 adapter, and this should be a NEMA 1030 plug hiding under there that I will open now. Okay, here's the NEMA 10-30. I do have a splitter for the dryer, so we will go outside now and get this thing plugged right in. Alright, back behind the dryer, we already have the NEMA 1030 splitter there. We are going to go ahead and mount the split volt right next to the washing machine here. The washing machine actually, of course, does not need the 220 volt circuit, does not need it. It's the dryer on the other side, but we're going to mount this thing pretty close to the splitter right here where it looks good. And first we got to vacuum up all this junk and clean up this back. Alright, I got the area all cleaned out, nice and mopped. It looks way better. So now my plan right here, right now, is to get this charger mounted somehow, and I need to figure out the height that we're going to put it back here as well, so I'm going to do that now. Alright, we got the split volt 24 amp charger mounted on the wall. Now we have to work on some wire management. I am unfortunately almost out of these big clamps, and I don't think the next size up will fit. I'm going to try it. I only got one of those right there, and I've got two of these, and I really need like 3 or 4. It's a complete bummer. None of these other ones will work. Maybe I have something else around here I can use, but I want to get the wire tied up all nice, but I'm not going to be able to use regular screws because the drywall is just going to break out. So got to use inserts and all that, so I'm going to work on that now. I got the clamps installed on the wall there and there. That one's a little bit too big. I'm actually going to go down to Ace and see what they have, but this size is too big for it. It's the size down below that, and I don't have any more. And I want to get something to mount to the side of this toolbox here, or the workbench, to hang the hose on right here so it coils up right on the edge. So I am headed that way to do that now. Headed up to Ace Hardware, the best place on earth. It's pretty close to the house. We're in the Tesla Plaid that I don't fully understand how to operate yet, but I've been having fun playing with it for sure. Just took Susie out for a ride and absolutely blew her mind, and all I can say is this car accelerates at an insane rate that I've never felt in my life. I've had 1,000 horsepower Supra, 800 wheel horsepower, both my Supra and my IS 300, and they are slow compared to this car. I can't imagine what a 15 to 2,000 wheel horsepower car actually feels like. It just has to be unreal, because this thing is a beast at 1,020 horsepower, and I don't know how much parasitic loss there is. There's no transmission, so it must put most of that down to the tires. It feels like it does, because I'll tell you right now, I haven't had a car that would even come close to this car. So I might take this thing out to the street races at some point and see how we do, if I can get somebody to go with me and film, because this thing is a beast to drive and film. But yeah, we're headed to Ace Hardware right now. We'll be there shortly. Alright, so this is what it looks like after I got done. We have the split volt charger right there, secured to the wall with cable clamps. It runs along the wall like that, comes down the side of my workbench, and then I installed this nice hook for the cable. Just a word of advice, 16 feet is not enough. If you need to reach all the way across your garage, you would have a problem.
I have enough, I think. I think I did a good enough parking job. Let's see. Yep, I do have enough. And so I have the J1772 adapter right here. I don't have my tripod with me. I'm so mad because I missed a lot of tape filming because I didn't. But this J1772 adapts most public chargers to Tesla, and you can either keep it in your car or keep it on your J1772 at home. If you keep it at home though, you need a second one for the car in case you can't charge with a Tesla supercharger. So this just fits literally right on the end of this, like so. It can only go one way. There's no way to mess this up. And then it goes right to the car. So I'm gonna do this now with the other hand because I am filming. The J1772 adapter is on. Let's see how the car reacts. All right, the charging port opened for me, and let's go ahead and charge. All right, the blue Tesla logo turned green. Don't know what that means. And it says charge on the split volt, but we will have to get into the car and see what the rate is. It should be 24 amps. We could actually go on the app too, but let's go in the car. So it actually could see it through the window. 5 kilowatt hours, 24 amps. So we can't go any higher than 24 amps with my circuit, but that is, what, 18, 19, 22, 8 amps more than I had before. So I'm hyped. This is where you set the charge rate. And so it said 2 hours to fill up, so it'll take 2 hours to get to the tip of the charge. Very cool. So that is the split volt 24 amp level 2 charger for the Tesla, all mounted up and ready to go. I kind of like the charging thing that was on the screen when I closed the door. I'm going to try to get that to come back up so I can show you guys on video. So this is what comes up when you are away from the car. It says charging time remaining 2 hours and 45 minutes, 24 amps of 24 amps, 238 volts, 6 kilowatt hours. By comparison, a supercharger the other day did 62 kilowatt hours. So about 10 times faster would be my guess. But yeah. Looks pretty good. I might put a couple more cable clamps on this over here. There's not much more I can do to clean it up, aside from running something through the wall and plugging it down here maybe or something like that, but I'm not disappointed with this turnout. It's pretty clean. There's really not a better way to do it. This dryer vent already looks like crap over here, so now all I have to do is put my charger right up on this hose reel thingy when I'm done. Guys, I hope you enjoyed the video. Thanks for watching. Sorry it's going to be a short one because I didn't video everything I was doing, but we'll see you guys really soon. Guys, we are back from vacation, and today we have taken the wine fridge out here. We have to get this area cleaned up and then get the lights installed underneath this. I don't know quite how I'm going to do it yet. It should be pretty simple, but we might have to cut a little bit of drywall to do it. I'm not sure. Doesn't matter though. This whole thing is getting painted. This whole kitchen is being painted as soon as the appliances go in. So we already put the wine fridge out on the curb, me and Patricia. Now I just got to vacuum this out and work on these lights. And we're going to get that going. And I think I'm going to remove this Alexa because we already have it on this fridge. There's no point in having two screens in here. It kind of complicates things. I can move that elsewhere.
Alright guys, welcome back to the channel. After a short vacation, I went on a cruise and a vacation. We came back to find where we left off over here. We had installed the lights underneath that cabinet and we found out that we can only go right to left. That means the power wire has to either go underneath or on top. There is a gap. I am going to have to probably at least make a hole in the drywall right there for the wire to get behind there, because unfortunately the shelf is not even all the way. It's gapped there, but not right here. So first things first, we got to get this cleaned out because it looks like very bad and hasn't been opened up without a wine fridge for probably 5 years at least. Of note, I was having issues with the cameras outside, and this guy right here is an Era 6 Pro. And it was in here. I tried it in the garage on the other side of the wall. Still not a lot of luck. So I ended up going ahead and getting a Era 6 extender. And I still got to tie the wires up, but I put it right up here where there's power on the corner of the house. That gives me a good Wi-Fi signal out here to the cameras. And so this camera out here is now working perfectly. The one on the other side of the house, however, is still flaky, and there's a Era 6 Pro like 5 feet from it, so I don't know what I'm going to do about that. But yeah, so now I've got a little bit better Wi-Fi coverage on the corner of the house where I have cameras, and as you guys know, I have like 10 cameras and like 6 Wi-Fi devices. Also, just remembered I need to order lights for behind the new wine fridge. This whole thing needs to be lit up. I wish I could do lights over here. Just not really a good way to do it unless I did it. I guess I could do it on the top. I'm gonna order white LEDs to put on the top of this and the top of this. Absolutely am. And back here I put power in way back in the day. Yeah. All right, let's get this clean. You can see right there, it was looking pretty gnarly, dude. Underneath the lip where you couldn't really clean it. All right, we did get everything removed from underneath the cabinet now, so we are ready to go ahead and start installing. We also need to move everything off the top of this because we're going to try to get the wire back there if we can. If not, we will run it underneath or into the wall. All right, these are the 9-foot Govee string downlights. So what we want to do right now is get these out to kind of get an idea of what we're going to have to do to get these other lights installed. Let's go ahead and get this unpackaged. We would actually be perfect if we could go left to right. We could start on that side. Power would be easier, but we can't because the lights don't allow that configuration. And we have to clean the glass before we start sticking. But let's lay out the lights first. Just don't know what we do with the wire over there. Okay, up here in the back, the wire will not fit through there to drill, then drill through here. So I'm going to get a razor knife and see if I can cut a channel out right here.
Got him! Got him! Oh! Whoa! Whoa!
All right, we did get the wire run behind there and drilled through the bottom. And now we are going to go ahead and stick. That's kind of not a great place for it there, but I'm going to try to go ahead and get this cleaned and stuck on. I went ahead and put the cable
mostly inside the wall here. That way it can completely be hidden, the connector, and what we'll do is we'll just fill over that, and then when they paint the kitchen. Now I'm going to go ahead and clean under here to get the lights stuck on. I got the first part of this done before the appliances get delivered, and I did get the power ran up here and the wire stuffed behind the shelf mostly. And then over here we will have to patch, and we will just go ahead and embed that wire in the wall. And then the Echo Show goes right there. Now I'm just going to clean all this up and get to work at my regular job. just like that, and we're done with this lighting project. Okay, now that both sides of the lighting project are complete, we can go ahead and put these devices on same device type in the Govee app so that we can control them all at once. I'm going to go ahead and configure that now, but I wanted to let you guys see how this looked with the kitchen lights off all the way. And so that's with the lights set between warm and cool, and I was successful except for that part where we have to fill right here where I got the wiring. But yeah, it looks really cool. I'm really happy with it. And you can see the fridge has its own edge lighting as well. I'm gonna go ahead and do like device on here and get these lights synced up with each other. All right, now I have to get everything back underneath the sink here, and then that will complete this project. The only thing I can say is these lights do not do a good warm white. If you want warm white, you need to get a different step. These are almost yellow when you put warm white. In fact, they look completely yellow. This is halfway between warm and cool. And as you know, this stove has edge lighting. And if we go here and we hold down the settings menu here, you drag the little slider and you can see it going through all the settings. And there's the edge lighting. You click OK, OK. And then you can select a color here, natural, cool, or warm. And put it on cool. So now it is on cool white down here. There's what it looks like. So what we'll probably do now is put these lights on cool. The kitchen ceiling lights are warm white. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and put everything back under the cabinet and wrap this up, and you guys can join me while I do that. Pretty gross. Just got a text. Can you believe it? Oh boy. Looks like we got a present out here we need to bring inside. Well, I accidentally hit stop there. Package got to the US and got lost in Philadelphia. Never heard from again. And of course, you know UPS. Basically, if your package doesn't show up, that's the last time you're ever going to hear from them, because investigation did nothing. Never even heard from those guys after an investigation was opened on the package. So the guys at ID4 decided to go ahead and ship me another one. Very difficult to unbox and film at the same time, but we're going to do that. So here we go. We have the ID4 digital gauge cluster here. We're going to be right back. All right, so full of peanuts. That's good, right? I'm going to dump some of these peanuts out and then start the video again. All right, I really meant for this unboxing to go smoother. Literally. Here's the first thing I see. Looks like it might be part of the yeah, so it looks like the top part of the instrument cluster there. Yep. Set that aside over here so it doesn't get damaged. Sorry, the dishwasher is running. There's that. Took some of these peanuts out. You can see it is well packed. Now we've got a box here. Let's take a look at this and see what this is about. All right, there's my receipt too. Paid well over $1,000 for this setup, and I got a bunch of options. I really wanted some of the options that allow you to plug in the USB without getting to the back of the instrument cluster, and also I wanted the keypad option. Looks like we got some of that stuff here. We got the USB cables. We have
the keypad, which goes onto your dash there. Yep, there's the, really want to get that into the actual dash underneath where your leg goes. I want to, up underneath there, Dremel that out. Looks like here we have, I'm not sure what that is. We have a template to cut the vent, I believe, right there. I think that's what that is. We have the backup camera, the RCA adapter for the backup camera, which I already have that. We have the right angle adapter for the USB here. And not sure what that is, but I'm gonna figure it out. Oh, that's for the keypad. And then I think this goes to over your vent. Once you Dremel out the vent plate, I believe that goes on top of that. All right, let's see what's next in here. All kinds of goodies on it. Underneath a bunch of green peanuts here. All right, so this seems to be the main unit. Let's get this box out of the way. And the peanuts. Yep. So yeah, I really felt bad for these guys because they had to make me a new one after UPS lost it, and hopefully they get all their money back. I'm gonna go ahead and unbox this and restart. Trying to get this open without stopping the video. I had to stop it once, but all right, I'm trying this one more time. All right, got this beautiful packaging undone. Here is the actual digital gauge cluster by ID4. This is probably the most exciting modification I've done to the car yet, or am going to do. Take a look at the back of it. So there it is. There's all the connectors, the USB, the little fan. Yeah, so this thing does not fit without trimming the plate in the back. I'm assuming there's a there's instructions somewhere or a video for me to watch, but here is the plate. I believe that the plate template that you put, doesn't even say which way is the top, but I think you tape this onto the vent behind your stock gauge cluster, and then you use your Dremel and you trim out the back so it kind of fits in there. Now I do also have, that's interesting. Yeah, I also have the Android head unit, which uses a backup camera. I have not installed the camera, so my plan is when I go in here, I am going to Y-adapt here and finally connect my Android navigation to the backup camera, which I've been wanting to do, I'd say probably for over a year now. So I'm going to look into the paperwork right now, see if there's instructions for this guy, and go ahead and update you guys after that. Alright, so I'm watching the video now on ID4 site. Don't know how old it is, if it's updated or not. The first thing it says is I need a Torx tool set. Now I have this Torx, and I think this is the right one, so I'm going to go in here now. It's super helpful to have a convertible, obviously, because, you know, so much more room to do things. But apparently you go up under here to remove these screws. Wouldn't you know it, that's the right one. So you know why? Because I used it to do the Android radio there. So going to grab a light also so you guys can see better, and I'm going to do the first step in the video. Alright, first things first, I went ahead and hooked up my battery charger because I have a feeling I'm going to have the doors open for a while and it's going to cause some current draw. I do have it on the lowest possible setting here. It's not a bad idea to use a thing like a battery tender here that I have to top off your battery every once in a while if you know, keep your battery in tip-top shape. But if you guys don't know it, you can hook your any jumper cables or anything up to the front posts here. That's what those are designed for.
Now, I have a feeling this is going to take me a while. Also got a light set up in here for a little bit extra lighting. So I'm going to get my next step ready. I'm going to go ahead and try to take out these screws up here by hand. Let's see what happens. Oh, wow. Yeah. Apparently you don't need a lot of torque here. Because these are hand tight. And I thought about getting my small screwdriver out, my electric screwdriver out for this. But they're just, it's in an awkward place. I don't think you'll be able to get that in here. So here's the second one here. Let's see if I can get underneath this. Nope, there's not a good place to go. Alright, this is kind of hard to get out by, oh, there we go. Came right out. Not a bad idea to have a place to put your screws, but BMW gives you one right there. Alright, second screw coming out. And out. I'm going to go ahead and check the instructions and check back with you guys. Alright guys, so the next step is you just should be able to just pull the cluster. Everything's difficult with one hand. But yeah, look at that. It just comes right out. Pretty easy. Also, make sure that your steering wheel, I drive with the steering wheel all the way down, but make sure that it's all the way in the down position. Otherwise, it might be difficult to get this out. And there should be a connector on the back here. Now here's the next part that's going to be hard, is getting this out, because there's like literally no room. It's very hard. And you know what? I'm going to go ahead and grab a towel and cover the steering wheel so I don't damage it. Okay guys, as you can see here, I covered up the steering wheel. And I think if you lift up, it will pop right out and be difficult with one hand. I'm really trying to do this while I film. Okay, there we go. So that is it. And now there is a connector on the back with a little clamp that you disconnect. Apparently, it is right there. I'm gonna do that now because it takes two hands. But you just pull the little protective lever over and then you disconnect it. Okay, so there is a little notch here on this connector that you have to push in to move the connector, to rotate the connector down. So just get a little screwdriver or something and push that notch in. This thing should come right out. And then we'll update you on the next steps. But this is our query now. We've got this vent that is right in the freaking way. Ideally, they would have made a vent that was pre-done, but they didn't do that. So we are going to be cutting this now. It's going to be scary and fun. Can't wait. Alright guys, so the next step here is we need to take out this air vent and the light switch. Looked like he just popped this off, but I advise you to get, whoops, lost the tool right there. I advise you to get this. This is a trim kit. This has all the tools you need to deal with trim stuff in any vehicle. So there is a little, I'm sure this literally pops right off in the video. Let's see what he does here. They make it look so easy. He's
when
like,
the cluster
yeah.
is removed, take out the air vent and the light switch.
In a very heavy German accent, take out the air vent and the light switch. So I can relate because I'm half German. So got this tool here. Now you see, this thing is specifically designed not to hurt your trim because it's got plastic on the back. Watch me break it right in front of the whole entire world of 5 people that'll watch the video. Okay, so that popped right out. You don't want to break the tab, so just be careful or you'll be on one of those videos where it's like dying inside. So I'm going to be doing this again because I'm going to be painting this trim in the coming week, but I wanted to go ahead and do this first. But yeah, so wow, check that out. Now we also got to take out the headlight switch, but now that you're in it, I'm assuming it pops right out. I am assuming. Okay. Boy, I love how much focus. I love how much space there is. Look at this. Amazing. All right, let's see what we do next here on the video.
All right, so he's popping out that headlight assembly switch. I don't think we need to take it off. That seems a little bit too... It hangs down.
Make sure it is aligned to the right on left-hand drive vehicles. On right-hand drive vehicles, it must be aligned to the left.
Okay, so...
The sticker must be aligned on the lowest part of the air tube.
Alright, so he's saying to get the sticker.
Cut out the sticker and place it over the air tube.
It came with it.
Make sure it is aligned to the right.
Alright, well, let's go. I'll go grab the sticker and see what he's talking about here. Alright, so this thing has to be cut out, apparently. So I am going to take a few minutes now. Go ahead and cut this out to the best of my abilities, which is 0. I'm going to drink some non-alcoholic water that tastes exactly like water. And I will be right back with a nice cut template. Just watch the video. Hopefully I did this correctly. I've got the video up right here. I mean, that apparently is how you cut this out, right? And then, so you do it.
Make sure it is aligned to the right on left-hand drive vehicles.
So,
on right-hand drive vehicles, it must be aligned to the left.
He's on a left-hand drive vehicle, so he's aligning it like this, and it kind of bends over, goes to the bottom of the air vent, and then you cut everything except this.
The tube is still in the vehicle. Place the metal shield to cover the hole in the air tube.
Metal shield and cover was... I lost the metal shield and cover. Oh, right here. Duh. Here's the metal shield and cover that goes over what you cut out. Alright, let's go try the next step here with... Oh, here's Mr. Bink. I know. Kitty, are you hungry? Oh, you're such a good kitty. Are you going to stay with me forever? Okay guys, so I got this into the air vent area. It's going to be an adventure. So I literally use shipping tape, and you can see where the lines are folded right here. So take your template, fold it over there. I taped it multiple places. I am going to get my Dremel. I'm going to watch the video and make sure that I cut, you know, I think this is supposed to be like, yeah, okay, so I've got it taped wrong. So basically you Dremel the air vent there across where it curves, and you come straight down here. Mine is taped too low right there, so you can see where I messed up, but you get the idea. You're cutting the vent all the way from here over to here, and then straight down here to the bottom, and then you're going to match the picture here. Let me pull it up for you. So check this out. This is what's on the instructions.
Place the metal shield to cover.
So there's the instructions.
Piece as shown in the picture.
Alright, see how they cut? Sorry, I dropped it. So that's all you're doing right now is you're dremeling, or whatever your favorite dash destruction method is. I know. Mr. Banks. He's still chilled. Mr. Banks. Such a good cat. Alright, I'm gonna load up the Dremel gun now. I have to turn the light off for that, unfortunately, but I am going to work on that right now. This is scary. Kitty! Alright, so I got the Dremel. This is what I'm going to use for it. So I've got this Dremel. I think I lost like the real attachment, but I'm going to use this cutting disc right here and really destroy that dash. So I'm going to go ahead and put this... What? I know, dude. So I'm going to go ahead and put this disc on the Dremel. Get back with you guys. Got my Dremel tool all set up here, even though it refuses to focus. Good grief. Come on, man. So yeah, gonna go ahead and mount this to the Dremel, and I'm gonna Dremel out that air vent and destroy my car. Got my Dremel tool on here, so this is just a regular cutting bit. Variable speed Dremel here. It's gonna be hard to get this thing in here and cut that. Seriously? I already broke the... Okay, I already broke it. Real life here. Your Banks is so vocal right now, but seriously, These cutting discs are so fragile, and I just literally touched it to something. You'll have to play with the Dremel speed. I keep it on a pretty high speed. I'm gonna go ahead and try this. I've been dreading doing this for months. I can't do this and film, but you see what's gonna happen right there. Around that template, right around the edge of that vent, I'm going to cut that, and I'll get back to you guys after I have destroyed my amazing car. Okay guys, so trial and error. This is what I've got here. So basically what I found out after playing with this is your best bet for cutting this is not a Dremel. It's very thin. They don't explain this to you, but this knife here is all I needed. I cut this original slice with the Dremel. The problem is the Dremel can't get into the space, so I cut the rest with this. Now, it seems like, what good would this do? I don't understand. We're gonna find out here though very quickly, because this little piece is going to go here. I'm gonna retrieve that and see if I actually did this right, but it's really rough. You can see here, there's still like a little bit here. I'm gonna trim off. All that has to be gone for this plate to work properly. Yeah, I missed a little bit right there. I'm gonna go ahead and trim that off, and I'll get back to you. Okay, I wanted to update you guys. This is the cable for the backup camera. I am splitting that cable to go to my Android head unit. So I've got a Y adapter here. I went ahead and taped these up with electrical tape. That's a Y adapter. One of these will feed to the backup camera. The other one will feed to my Android adapter. Now I'm gonna go ahead and tell you right now, I'm having a lot of issues getting the cluster in. It's very difficult to get. I know, man. I know the feeling. It's really difficult to get it into the area. The steering wheel is in the way. It's tilted all the way down. I'm gonna work on that for a minute, but I wanted to go ahead and get everything connected to it. So once I do get it in, I don't have to worry about connecting everything now. So I'll get back to you guys if I can figure out how to do it. Okay, so I connected all the cables that came with it. Obviously one of them is for the stock connection to the instrument cluster. The other one is for the keypad right there. Just the keypad here that mounts in your dash with double-sided tape. And then the third one is for the backup camera. So there's also this USB. I did get the right angle USB, so this will only go, the cat's so vocal. This will only go in one way because, you know, lovely USB. So this makes it so it sits more flush, like that. Then you take this additional adapter and you mount this into your dash. So this is an extension for that. Now at the same time, this thing is very hard to get in the dash, so I'm still working on how to do that. And once I figure it out, I'll let you guys know. All right, so I'm having a lot of issues getting this cluster installed, and I figured out from a different video for the 5 series, maybe it would help if I got rid of these little edges on the dash. So I went ahead and broke those off right there to see, because I got it almost in, but it's just very difficult. So let me try to do this now that I've got these little corner edge pieces broken off. I've got all the wiring run through the dash here, coming down through the dashboard and through the headlight jack. Let me give this a shot. Oh, also I taped up here because it started to, this is really like taking, my car's taking a beating on this. Yeah, see, I already scarred up my car. This is really, I'm having issues here. Be back. Okay, I'm ready to punch myself in the face. I think I've messed my car up so many different ways and scratched every single thing up, including my steering wheel, which was perfect. My dash was perfect. It's all messed up. This is a very hard install. I come to the conclusion that it has to fit behind the little tabs in the corner. I tried to Dremel them out so it could lay back a little bit more. It's not going to. I don't know if the cover is going to go on or not, but we're going to do a power on right now and see if it was worth it. Okay, well that's pretty freaking awesome. And if we go over here, we can get the Android. All right, so now the challenge is getting this thing mounted and getting this trim ring on. And oh, also, by the way, during this whole process, I lost this little clip. Yep. So now I don't know what I'm gonna do about that. I don't have it. It fell into the dash. It's freaking gone. I'm gonna work on this. Goodbye. All right, so it is the next day. Wow, what a night. What can I say? I spent 5 hours trying to get this thing installed yesterday. All I can say is this about this, because I don't want to give the company a bad rap at all. So the first package I got from them got lost. Not their fault. Second package came. I followed the instructions. I cut the air vent. Still, I could not get this thing installed. Now, I made the biggest mistake in the world. I didn't protect my steering wheel and my cover here for the steering wheel that great. And yeah, I scratched up my interior, which was perfect before. My steering wheel has marks on it now, which it did not before. So that was my impatience after being frustrated with this thing. Also, it is not lined up correctly. It needs to go down about 1/4 of an inch, so I'm going to be removing it again and cutting away some more of the vent, and I want to go get some of that flexible aluminum tape instead of the little cover that they supply to fill the vent. So for now, I stuffed a towel in the vent to keep the air going, but I want to show you guys what this thing looks like. And again, I actually scratched up the screen right here just a tiny bit, which I think might come out with plastic polish. I scratched up my steering wheel. I scratched up my top of the steering wheel cover. I scratched up my dash out of frustration, and then in the last just ditch effort to ruin my entire car, I scratched my tint right here. So wonderful, now I have scratched up front tint. So overall experience with this has been a nightmare. This is all I'll say. It is still so hard to get in that I had to force it into the position where it is now, and I didn't use the stock factory screw holes. I put self-tapping screws in wherever this thing would go, but it is in. But you can see at the bottom, the lip is showing there. That needs to be fixed. So let's start it up and show you what it's like. So I don't know why the, okay, so high battery drain is on, which I don't understand why. The car's been off. That's something I need to look at. And actually the car's on a charger right now, so that's interesting. High battery drain, okay. Increased battery. Okay, so that's new since I put the screen in. But as you can see here, I got the screen installed and I did configure it. There's the RPMs, and this is how it looks. And you can either use your stock here to go into the menu. So you push in the menu button there, and that's where you have the configuration items. I do have it on, I'm not sure which one I have it on right now. I think this is one of the sport ones. I think it's Fierce is what it's called. But inside that menu, that's where you set up all the options for the screen. You can set up a display for when you're normally driving, and then when you go into sport. So you notice how when I go into sport, I have it changed to a different theme, which is called orange. I don't know, sport orange or something like that. I can't remember what it's called. But notice, like, I've configured it the way I wanted it. I set up horsepower and torque right here as the extra gauge that I wanted. I got the M Sport logo. Pretty cool. Now it doesn't show boost. I heard they're working on that, but I don't know if that's ever going to be available. But I wanted to just show you guys because I had such an experience with this thing that was a nightmare, and still not right. I did not install my camera yet. I've got the cables all back here. The keypad for it, I did not install either because I was so frustrated at the end of my night. I literally just wanted to throw it out the window, and that's why I threw something at my front windshield. But honestly, my front windshield needs to be replaced anyway, so that's probably going to happen soon. But wanted to show you guys this, and if you go in here and you go into appearance and you go into themes, and default themes. So default means when you're not in sport mode. There's that classic analog, modern analog, classic orange, modern orange, bright blaze. Okay, that's what I have set for when I go into sport mode. And fierce blaze is what I have set up all the time. And so there's plenty of other options for this thing. You can set up an extra gauge like oil temperature, oil pressure, whatever you feel like you want. But it's cool so far. It's definitely an expensive purchase, and this is all I can suggest to you. I would personally probably get a professional installer to do this. And honestly, I would ditch the plate that comes with it to cover the air vent, and I would just use the aluminum tape. Like it's, you know, it's like flexible metal tape, because you can also push on that a little bit if you have to get this thing in. And I'm not kidding you. I had to force this thing in where it is right now, and still this bottom lip is showing, which is bothering me. So I'm going to take it all out. I'm going to Dremel out the vent pretty much completely out of where it shows up behind the cluster, and then I'm going to put the cluster back in, hopefully. So I'll update you guys when I do that, but I wanted you guys to see how the display looks, and I want to get this video edited and up. If you have any questions, post them in my comments section. Have a good day, Supercar Street Racing. Welcome back to the channel, and we are here in the Supercar Street Racing office with another On shoe to look at. And you guys know I love these On shoes, and today we have the On Cloud Flyer in Glacier and Flame to check out, so let's get going. Welcome back, guys, and we are here in the SCSR office with these On Cloud Flyers in the color Glacier and Flame, and I'm so hyped to check these out. I have not opened them yet. My friend did. She said she didn't like them, but I like them, I'm sure, because I like that color. So the color for the Flame is kind of an orangish, reddish color, but I'm super hyped to get these things opened up, try them on, see if they're comfortable, walk around in them for you guys, and then give you a little look at that on Amazon. So let's do that now. Yet another On product here in front of us on Supercar Street Racing, and today we have ordered the Cloud Flyer in Glacier and Flame. And you can see here the box is made of recycled material with the On chicken logo, like I call it, because I think it looks like a beak. It's actually O-N, On, which is confusing for some people, but it just spells On up and down like that. The Cloud Flyer in Glacier, which is an orangish color, and the Flame. The Glacier is like a grayish, and the Flame is the orangish red color, and these are size 9 male, and I have not opened them up, so let's take a look at that now as we open up the Cloud Flyers. Let's go ahead and unbox the On Cloud Flyers now and see if they are as fly as I think they should be, because I am hyped about these. All right, so always you get the logo notice thingy here that says this box is recycled 100%, so they do recycle it. And they use water-based inks too, which makes a big difference on the actual impact on the environment. And then inside you always have this little tissue thing here covering it. And wow, dang, these things are fly. Look at the On Cloud Flyer. It's kind of a silverish color with kind of an orangish color there under the tissue paper, and there's the other. And wow, these look awesome. I knew I would like these. My friend, she opened them and said she wasn't that big of a fan of them. But let's get these things out of the box now and see what they look like in detail. All right, you guys just saw the unboxing of these On Cloud Flyers. So now let's take a closer look at how they look at some of the details and the colors, and see what we think about that. The On Cloud Flyers in Glacier and Frame are right in front of me, and if you look at this shoe, it does come with some packing inside. Now that is to keep the shoe from getting crushed and deformed in shipping, but it pulls right out like this. And they do have like a little shoe cardboard thing, and they have this paper, and that of course is in both the left and the right shoe. And once you get that out, you can see the On Cloud Flyer in its full glory with the orange and the silverish, which is Glacier and Flame that they call it. And taking a look a little bit closer at the shoe, on the top we have the On logo here
We've got kind of a rectangular, like tall, skinny rectangular cloth going right here that leads up to the laces where they have a little orange loop right here, kind of accenting the color. If you move to the side, you can see the on logo here in kind of a reflective, so if you run, this kind of helps you because it's reflective for your safety. Same little rectangular things here, and they are bordered by these thin silver stripes there. We have the Swiss logo here, the little cross, and then it does say Swiss Engineering in silver right here. And again, the CloudTech logo is right there on the side of the shoe. And on the back, it says Helion. And I'm assuming that refers to the little springy holes right here on the Cloud Flyer. Now moving to the back of the Cloud Flyer, we have another On Chicken logo on the back, which is around it is a darker gray. So you go from the silver here to the gray, which is a cool transition. Looks kind of cool. And then on top, we have the On logo in silver with the flame on the tongue. And inside of the shoe here, you do have the orange flame material again, moving into the actual inside of the shoe. Nothing particularly interesting on the back, just a little slit here for the Helion, as they call it, on the bottom. We have an On logo there. It probably has 20 On logos on the shoe, which is kind of overkill, but that's fine. They love their products. And back on the other side of the On Cloud Flyer, it literally just repeats itself all the way through. And you have this silver strips here with some tiny little silver cross fabric here, which is more, this is more of like a heavier, stiffer fabric. This is more like cloth. So this is a more durable fabric there. Same little stuff moving to the back here. This is between this stiffness and this stiffness, but still a stiffer fabric there on the On Cloud Flyers. Now that we've had a good close-up look at the details on the On Cloud Flyer here, we're gonna actually try these on, walk around in them, see how comfortable they are, and give you a final decision before we take it to Brad in the studio for some more details. We're in the SCSR living room now with the On Cloud Flyers, and as always when we get these shoes, I'm gonna give you my honest review. I have massive bunion problems right here, and I'm pretty self-conscious about even showing that, but it is true. I got bunions here, and I also have really flat feet, so buying shoes that fit me well, I usually have to buy wides, but I haven't had a problem with the Ons yet. They have seemed to been like the perfect shoe for me. So let's go ahead and throw these guys on, get it on, and we'll go ahead and walk around. And once again, very, very comfortable. And you can see where my bunions are pushing against the fabric, but luckily the fabric right here is soft, so it is not causing me any pain. I'm in general pain when I walk, but this is not causing me any problems whatsoever. And wow, they are super comfortable, just like the last pair. Now let's go ahead and take a walk around in the On Cloud Flyers. And they feel really good. And here's the treadmill that I usually work out on in the beautiful Supercar Street Racing compound backyard. But walking around and test driving these On Cloud Flyers, let's see how they feel. Very comfortable. Like, I can compare these to my ASICs, and they are definitely more comfortable. They don't hurt my bunions at all, even though you can see right here clearly my bunions are pushing up against the shoe. It's soft enough where it's not giving me any issues whatsoever. I'm just test driving these around the house now. Don't hit the vacuum. And let's go outside now for a little test drive on the street. We've arrived outside the Supercar Street Racing compound, and we have the On Cloud Flyers on, and they're actually feeling very comfortable. I could see putting, 3 or 4 miles on these without any issues whatsoever. Now these are actually my shoes for fashion, not for exercise, but I wanted to take them outside and do maybe a couple of minutes in them and see how they feel. So I'm just gonna go here, turn around and come back and let you know if I feel any weird issues with the shoes. We just got back from walking around in the on-cloud flyers, and I had no issues whatsoever with them. Actually, very comfortable shoes. I am super happy with them. And we did move a pair of our flip-flops from up here down to the shoe rack so that now we make room for our on-cloud flyers to go in the on shoe collection. And they fit so nice up there in the existing collection that now there's only one pair away from filling up our 9-pair shoe rack. You guys just saw me take these on cloud flyers for a nice little test drive. I gave you my opinion about them, so now you know, if you order some, how I feel about them and how they feel on my feet. But now let's go into the Supercar Street Racing studio. Brad's waiting in there to tell us all about these on cloud flyers and how you can order your own. Hey guys, once again, you're in the Supercar Street Racing 4K production studio, and my name is Brad. I welcome you to the channel. I'm so glad you're here. If you could do me a huge favor and like and subscribe, that would help the channel out tremendously. And make sure you buy everything through any of our affiliate links, anything you want on Amazon. Click any of our links and then buy it, and that will give us a few little dollars to help keep the channel going. But today we're concentrating on these on-cloud flyers, another fantastic on product. I think that they honestly make the best shoes on the planet Earth. They're the most comfortable for me. They are more comfortable than my ASICs that I wear to work out. And on the screen right here and right now, we have the On website. Now, when you get to the On website, if you want to look for the ones that are last season and on sale, I've got it up on the screen right here where it says last season. You click that. Once that pops up, you can click shoes and kind of filter that down a little bit. And we're looking for the Cloud Flyer. And if you don't see it right away, you can also just click on it. So here are all the shoes that are available from last season. And let's say you want the Cloud Flyer. Here is a Cloud Flyer 4. Here's the Cloud Flyer that I have, the actual shoe. Now, when you get into this is the color I have, Glacier and Flame. You have to click on your size, and they still have size 9 available. The ones that are grayed out here, you cannot get those. They are not available. Now, this style here is available, and that would be, I'm not sure what color that is. I don't see it on here. Oh yeah, Midnight Rust. So that is the Midnight and Rust color right there. You see it, and it is not available in my size. So basically, on the cloud website, the On website, you just click on the shoe that you want to buy, and if you go to the last season, they'll have sale shoes, reduced by 20, 30% sometimes. And let's say you want the Cloud Flyer 4 here. You click on that. And then you go down here and you go to men's, and then they do have a size 9 available in metal and lapis, whatever lapis is. And these are actually really cool. They are reduced by 20%, and you can go ahead and order your shoes on the On website. I will have a link in the description to order some of these from Amazon. Please do me a favor if you buy them and buy through my affiliate links. And we got to get out of here because I've got to go try on some more shoes. So peace out.
Guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing one more time. This is Brad here, and I'm so happy to have you guys with us on the channel in the Supercar Street Racing living room here. Today we have to fix a problem, and it's all because of this Netgear Nighthawk modem right there. That thing has been giving me issues for almost 2 years, but today that changes because of what's on the table right here. I have absolutely been dreading this day. Today is the day that I have not been looking forward to at all. And the reason is because I need to get a new system for Wi-Fi. And what I have decided, and I looked at the new 7 Wi-Fi 7 is what it's called. It has pretty nasty reviews. So we have gone ahead and gotten the Aero Pro kit here. That is a mesh Wi-Fi 6 system. Now I have a mixture of 3 different things here, almost 4, and it might stay that way because I have so many devices to connect. But here's my problem. Sometimes this Netgear Nighthawk will not allow connections to it at all. Now, I'm saying what happens is you connect to it with Wi-Fi, the Wi-Fi connections will drop off the planet, and in order to get them working again, you have to reboot this router. Now, we do have several other things in this house, and I'll show you one of those right now. We do have this access point in the garage, and that is so that our cameras outside there can get Wi-Fi because, like I said, it's hard to get Wi-Fi to this corner of the house. It's pretty far away from the router. This access point here provides Wi-Fi for a lot of my smart home devices. It simply is a Wi-Fi repeater. It connects to a Wi-Fi signal and then it broadcasts a new signal with a new name. This router sitting here in my home theater room is also a Wi-Fi solution. It is connected hardwired via a LAN cable to the switch inside of the living room, and it also provides a set of network Wi-Fi connectivity that a lot of our smart home devices use here. The Netgear Nighthawk modem here is connected to a switch which is located underneath this little cabinet right here, and that switch does provide LAN connections to my work area, to the studio, and that's what we're going to be replacing today. We're going to get rid of all this stuff and we're going to go with this, hopefully this ASUS surfboard modem and this Aero Pro 6E kit. Now the first step to this whole thing is getting this ASUS modem out and getting it set up. One thing we have to consider with this whole new setup is all our existing devices and what access points they connect to. Now, a lot of them connect to the main access point, and we know these Wi-Fi network names need to stay the same. That's the most important thing. When we set up our main router right here, we have a router here, we have a cable modem here, they're not integrated. This, we're going to use the same access point names, because if we don't, we have to go program probably 100 smart home devices and they will not be happy. They want the same Wi-Fi access point names, and they want the same, and when I say access point names, I actually mean SSID, which is the name of the Wi-Fi network. They want the same SSID, and they want the same passwords. Down here in the Supercar Street Racing TV stand, we have our switch, and we have our network, like it's a NAS drive, basically it's a Western Digital MyBook. It's pretty old, over 10 years old. But this switch is going to provide LAN because the new Aero only has 2 ports. One will go to the cable modem and the other one will go to my switch right here. We have the ASUS surfboard modem and it's so tiny, but if you think about this, this is not a router or a
a Wi-Fi access point at all. It's not a Wi-Fi router. This does not route, so you have to have a external router. Now what the router does, it acts as a gateway between the internet and your devices. And once this guy provides a signal to the router, which is one of these, this guy will do all the routing to your home network, and this will be your gateway. So the first thing to do is get the cable modem up and running and provisioned with Comcast, and I have heard that a lot of people have had issues with the MAC addresses here. So what we want to do is go ahead and get a picture of the MAC address on the bottom of this, just so we have it, and we'll do that with our phone. And in case we have to go to Comcast with problems, we want to have that ready. So it's also a good idea just to take a good idea and to file that away in your Google Drive or something like that if you have one, just to keep it on record. And so we did take a picture of the MAC address of that, and so now we can go ahead and try to get this set up. Now one other consideration is your subnet. So your subnet, this gateway that I have now is the gateway address of the device. And this is your local LAN, not your WAN, not your internet, but your local LAN has its own subnet, and this router is on 192.168.0.1. My plan is to put this back on 192.168.0.1. Now what that means also is that this guy was actually passing out IP addresses to the LAN, the internal LAN, on that subnet. So everything in my house would be 192.168.0 and then a number between 0 and 254. We're going to reset that up now the way it is, just to stop headaches and lessen any chances of us having problems. Now if you notice on the back of the Nighthawk here, it actually has 2 LAN ports. Let me crank the lights up here. It actually has 2 LAN ports on the back that are occupied. One of them goes to the switch down there, and the other one goes to something else. It actually goes to the studio. So the studio is taking one of the LAN ports on the cable modem. We will have to move the studio down to the switch down there. So yeah, first things first, we got to get this disconnected, get it out, and move one of these wires to the switch. We have a couple of wall boxes here that have Cat5 Ethernet run to them. One of them goes to the home theater room. The other one goes to the opposite side of the wall. And we actually have 3. One goes to the home theater room, one goes to the opposite side of the wall for the local office work, and the third one goes to the studio right here. They are not labeled. I'm going to go ahead and label those right now. Okay, like I was saying before, we have 2 Cat5 cables going to the Netgear Nighthawk, which we have to move. But before we do anything to the Netgear Nighthawk, we want to make sure that our new modem will provision, because I've had people say that it will not. Now this is a refurbished modem, and it was $105 on Amazon, and this is the Aris Surfboard S33 V2. So we're going to need power for our modem. This is only temporary, and we do have a power strip We do have power on our ASUS, so let's go ahead and get this thing provisioned with the phone. Right here on the phone, we are in the Xfinity app. We want to start activating our modem. We have found an active cable outlet. We have connected the coax cable. We have powered it up. And then now we have to put the MAC address in, which we cannot show here. All right, so now the Comcast app is looking for the modem, and it says it will take up to 11 minutes. The modem is flashing green at this point. Now our ASUS modem has gone from orange to flashing green, and Comcast does say activating your service at this point. So we're waiting on that to happen. We have successfully activated the ASUS Surfboard S33 with no problems whatsoever. It was smooth as glass. And now our next step is to actually plug our router in and get that. We should be able to go ahead and remove our router now, but we have to move both of these guys to the switch, and there are some cable ties here, but they might still reach. So the next part is actually unboxing our new router system. Let's get going on that. This is the Eero Pro 6E mesh Wi-Fi system, and the reason I went with the 6 and not the 7 is because the 7 actually had bad reviews already. The 6 has been proven as a very capable device, and it does use Wi-Fi 6 technology. We'll explain that a little bit when we go into the Supercar Street Racing Studios, but first things first, let's get this Eero unboxed ASAP for you. And we see the Eero Pro 6E here looking so fresh and fly. And I am hyped. And we're all done with the ASUS. It looks like it was successful in setting up. We'll see if we have issues with that. But this is the Pro Mesh system, Eero Pro 6E with routing capabilities. It is a tri-band system, supports up to 2.3 gigabits per second. It has 2 Ethernet ports. It's a 3-pack, so I have 3 of these to put out. That means any of these 3 can connect to Ethernet, or they can just repeat the Wi-Fi system without that. So over inside the box, we have this Eero setup manual with 3 really nice looking power supplies. So we need to go ahead and get this Eero connected to a power supply. I have already downloaded the app in the phone, so I'm ready for that part. I'm gonna go ahead and apply power to the Eero, and I will be selling this guy. And we do have power for our Eero. All right, it says it found an Eero Pro 6E, so it says it's connecting to the internet, but I have not connected the cable. We need the Ethernet cable. I was not able to connect to the internet. This is where my nightmare begins, so I am resetting the cable modem. If that doesn't work, I'm going to move the Ethernet port to the other port and try again, and then if that doesn't work, I'm going to call Comcast and see what's going on. Wow, I can't actually believe it, but we did get past that part now, and it is saying, where is your device located? It is in the living room. Now we have to set up our Wi-Fi stuff. We have to do that off camera, but it's asking for the Wi-Fi name. We're going to repeat what we have now. As you can see on the screen on the phone, we are fully set up now with the Eero, and we're going to click Finish Setup for now because we don't have to do anything, but it wants to update the software, so we're going to go ahead and let it do that on the device now. And now it says it's updating, so we'll get back to you guys when it is done. All right, we have a bunch of devices already showing up. I haven't touched any of the settings here. The Eero, I think, is ready to go. We do kind of want to play with the network, though. We want to change the gateway and the network settings so that it passes out different IP addresses. I think, I'm trying to remember if I have anything that we need to do specific IPs on. I don't think we have anything with static IPs. Now we have gone ahead and changed our default gateway address to match the old default gateway because we have some devices with static IPs, and it wanted to have the device on a different subnet. So we changed it and rebooted, and that's what we're doing now. It's restarting. Our Eero has come back online now. I'm connecting the switch to it. This provides wireless or wired connectivity to the everything wired in the house. So let's see what happens with that. We have connected wired. I'm gonna check a couple of the wired devices and see what happens. All right, I did check on my wired devices and they are good to go. This is a big bonus. Now our next device is going to go into the home theater room, and I made a tough decision about the many different networks that we have here, and we're gonna try to reprogram everything. This is gonna be difficult. I have a lot of reprogramming to do, but we're going to try to move everything to one SSID name and call it that, because we have like 8 different ones right now. We'll go ahead and plug that in, and this has a hardwired Ethernet connection to the world. We have updated successfully the Eero Pro 6E here in the theater room, and I have decided to bite the bullet and just name everything on one SSID. Starbase 2.4E, I mean, we have to recode a bunch of devices, but we have too many SSIDs floating around here, and we will buy another one of these for the Supercar Street Racing Studios so that we have them everywhere. Out in the SCSR garage is where we have another access point. We will need a total of 4. So we simply just plug in the new device right there for now. So it is updating now, so we'll go ahead and let this finish. Out here in the Supercar Street Racing 4K production studio, and we have an upgrade for this guy as well. We have another Eero Pro 6E that we will be hardwiring to the network here. So all we have to do right here and right now is figure out how to get the plastic off of this box, because we don't have a knife. So do you think that our skills are good enough to do this? Let's go ahead and plug this guy in, but let's put the Ethernet port in first. You can plug it into either port in the back when you're using it like this as an access point. And then let's go ahead and fire it up and get the app out. Found it. It found an Eero Pro 6E. We got everything plugged in up here. We got our Eero device plugged into the switch. It is booting up right now. All we need to do is make sure it has a link light here in a minute. Yep, it just linked. We just got a notice on the app that the SCSR Studio router is up and functional. You probably can't see that, but it is online, it is wired, and it is 1 gigabits per second, so that is perfect. You can see right there the settings. So the studio is ready to go. All we have to do now, and it doesn't have any connected devices yet, but it will. It says it's connected now as wired, and I'm gonna go ahead and set up some of the devices in here now to connect to the new network. The next part of the equation of the Wi-Fi system has arrived, and this is the, I'm not even making this up, Coolwoo fan wall mount holder for the Eero Pro 6. And supposedly, this thing is so easy to hang up that it just literally plugs into the plug, and then the actual cable just wraps around the back like this. You see how it just winds around like that? And we're gonna go over there and plug this in right now and see how this works outside in the Supercar Street Racing garage. And hopefully the access point actually comes back online. Let's see. And on the back here, I forgot to mention to you guys, we do have instructions on the rear for installing. You slide the guy into the bracket right here. Step 2, you wind the cable on the back, and 3. And then step 4, you plug it right in. So let's go see if it works that easily. Guys, this is kind of an ingenious design here. We've got our Eero here we're gonna have to unplug. But what I'm gonna do right here and right now is go ahead and undo this, and a lot of devices are gonna go offline. But what you do is you put the cable through the back like this, and then you just kind of wrap it around. So let's try that out and see what happens. All right, we got the wire coiled around the back, and now we have our Eero mount there looking so fresh. And it looks great. It literally just sits there and holds the Eero up while that thing is rebooting. You can see the light right there.
Now, I do have 3 of these, and I have a Eero in the theater room that can be hidden behind the couch or something like that. So I'm going to go grab that right now and get that one done as well. All right, we got the Eero behind the couch here. Now, the only issue I see here is that it is preventing the couch from going up against the wall. So I may want to move that. It just puts a little bit of space back there, but on the other hand, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't make a big deal. All right, guys, right in front of me, we have the final piece of the Eero puzzle here with the Eero 6 Wi-Fi extender, and this guy is going to go live in the bedroom. We have a perfect little spot right here for the Eero, so all we have to do is plug the Eero in right here behind the lamp. Eero can sit right on the other side of the lamp right there, and the cord will hide nicely. And we are just going to go ahead and let it boot all the way up and then add it right in the app. Okay, it's going ahead and adding the Eero 6 right now. This is the bedroom. Now let's see if it wants to update the firmware here, which it likely will. Finish setup. Yep, it's going to go ahead and install a new firmware on the access point. It's trying to sell us this garbage, which you don't need. And now everything is updating. We just have to wait for it to get done. All right, we are all done setting up our extender in the bedroom. You can see everything is back online. It is using wireless. The studio is using wired, and the living room is using wired. The rest are using Wi-Fi to extend the network. And if we click on the bedroom here, we have 13 devices connected, and it shows you all 13 of the devices here. If we click on the studio, it has 26 devices connected. Garage has 27 devices connected. Theater room has 21. And living room has a total of 12. It just went up to 14. Now 13. So you can see how it redistributes the devices, the load on the network, depending on the speed where you actually are. But we are done with this project. Let's toss it back into the studios with Brad and take a look at this online on Amazon. Welcome back to Supercar Street Racing and the 4K production studio, and you got Brad here once again bringing you some high quality products from Amazon. And today we have finally started replacing our entire network and Wi-Fi system in the Supercar Street Racing huge compound of 1,500 square feet. And we're taking a look at one of those devices right here. This is the Amazon Eero Pro 6E Mesh Wi-Fi system. Now this is the one that comes with 3 devices, and any of them can be the gateway that connects directly to either your existing router or your cable modem to your existing network. So there is the 3 device system right there that is on sale for $439 right now. I did buy that for the house. And then if we go to the next tab here, there is the standalone box that I bought also for the studio right up here, and this extends the Wi-Fi into the studio for all the devices in the studio that are not hardwired, like the lights in the ceiling are on Wi-Fi, and there's a couple of other little things. Most everything in the studio is hardwired, but there are some things that are on Wi-Fi. And then finally we have the extender. Now this isn't a tri-band, it's just a dual band, so it doesn't give you the 3rd band, but they don't make a 6E extender that I could locate. So those guys are all highly rated on Amazon. Check the links in the description when you're ready to purchase this. And I hope you guys enjoyed another video from Supercar Street Racing. I am out of here. I gotta go shopping. Hello? Hello? Why are you saying hello? 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 Oh, hello. Cat is literally saying hello. So weird. Hello? Supercar Street Racing here, and it is a wonderful cold Tuesday morning, and something I have not been looking forward to for a while. Just a little update though, also on my gauge cluster got lost in UPS. My
my electronic gauge cluster from Germany, and they are working on sending me a new one, but it was supposed to be here yesterday, and then UPS says shipment has not been received yet, so I do not know what's going on with that, but I will update you as soon as I know. Here is what we're working on today. So I believe the PCV valve on the N55 has failed. Now, the symptoms of this are whining coming from the engine and a rough idle. And also it was diagnosed by a shop not too long ago because I have some codes that say loon mixture, and they couldn't find anything wrong, and they think it was the PCV valve. Now, one thing you have to know is BMW tries to hose you on this, and they want you to buy the whole entire valve cover instead of just buying a PCV valve. You cannot just pop out the PCV valve and replace it. Or you can spend $82 on eBay for an aftermarket valve cover, which was my plan. But I did find this fix online, so I bought this from Amazon. I'll put the link in the description. This is a replacement cap diaphragm for the PCV valve on the N55. You can see here's the part number, if it'll ever focus. So $25 for this guy. I've got some JB welds here. What we're gonna do is I've got a online video that I watched. A lot of people cut the cap off and like kind of chip it off and pry it off. But I saw this video online where this guy just used some snippers on the side of it. He snipped the side and then like right here, and then it popped right off. After that, he used a flathead screwdriver. I'm gonna try that. So that'll be in the next clip here. All right, so taking a look at the N55, the first step to doing this is to remove the nice little engine cover here. I do realize when I took it off that I'm missing the grommet on that side, so the thing kind of just sits there. Now, I've never done this and I didn't watch a whole video on how to do it, but it looks like this cover here needs to come off too. This is kind of what supports the engine cover bracket. Engine cover mount is, I guess, what it is, because we got to get this guy off. There's the PCV valve. Looks like I got to take at least the airbox cover off, so I went ahead and undid the latches there. Now I'm going to pop the airbox out real quick, and I'll be right back after I do that. Okay, airbox is loose. Now it needs to be unclamped, I believe. Actually, maybe not. I might be able to get this cover off from here. I'm not 100% sure. Hopefully that whole thing doesn't have to come off. I'm gonna check real quick. I'll let you guys know what I figure out. All right, a little update. I did watch a video online that said if you can snip away at this part on the side, you can pop the ring off and then this will pop right off. I tried these snippers right here, couldn't get that to work at all. They didn't have enough grip to get in there. I tried a few other things, ended up using my Dremel with this cutting disc, and I cut on the side and you can see where it popped out, where it separated, and I just took my screwdriver and pried it in there. Now I'm about to try to remove it. Very difficult to film and do this at the same time, so I'm going to try this real quick and get right back. Okay guys, little update. Went very well. I just pried my screwdriver under the lip around there and broke some of that lip off, and then the PCB came right out. And sure enough, I can't tell whether it was damaged or not because I damaged it with the screwdriver, but chances are that this thing has a hole or two or is malfunctional somehow, because this is a very common problem. Let's see. Those are holes that I put in it with the screwdriver, so, but I think this thing is shot. So go ahead and grab the new one out of the box. Now these designs are different, so don't be surprised when the new one doesn't have a diaphragm out to the end. That's a new design that it works, I'm sure, just as good. I'm going to take the opportunity now to clean this out completely, and I'll get right back to you.
Just a little reminder, so I did clean this out completely. Just a reminder, when you start cutting on this thing, don't go too crazy. You can actually damage the housing there because it's plastic. So you don't have to cut too far. When you think you're not there, you probably are there. So cut until you just have to kind of figure it out. It's not very thick, but you see I did nick the little housing, but that's fine because we're using JB Weld. I'm now going to take this opportunity to clean all underneath this area because I'm kind of OCD about that. So I'll be right back. Got the new PCV valve cap here. This is the old one. Don't forget to take the little plastic piece off and replace it here. And then this lines up the same way the old piece was. And so just line it up the same way with the notches on the inside. And don't forget your spring. So when you take it out, keep your spring the same direction that you had it. So I left my spring like that. You're going to put your cap back on, but before you do that, you're going to get your JB Weld all ready. The biggest deal is do not get any JB Weld on top of this, only on the side. It will interfere with the diaphragm working correctly, and people have had issues with that. Keep the JB Weld all along the side there, and that should seal it off good. It's going to be a little difficult to get in here because of this cover, but I think I can figure it out, I hope. So I'm going to try to find some stick to do this with. I'll be back. Okay guys, just a little update video. It was impossible to video and make the repair at the same time, but I am completely done. So what I did was I mixed up JB Weld here. It's the quick set, so it's 6 minute. If you're worried about running out of time, which it does set pretty quickly, you might want to get the stuff that takes a little bit longer, but I kind of wanted the car to be running sooner. So I got that JB Weld, and I used, actually just used part of the packaging from another box as a little spatula. And I ran the JB Weld around the side of it, all the way around. And then I pushed the cap back on, aligning it properly. Don't forget your spring. I couldn't actually remember if I put mine in, but I don't see it, so hopefully it is in there. This stuff is probably dry already. And if you have any issues with leaking, you can always go back afterwards and put some like caulk around the outside edge. But I would say that if you don't get it completely covered on the inside edge, then it's probably not that huge of a deal. Like I said, just go back over it. I've got some black silicone over there that I could use. I'm going to reassemble the car and start it up, and I'll come back with an update. All right, I got the airbox back on. I'm gonna wait to do anything else in case this is leaking and I have to seal around it. But we're gonna find out right now live if this thing works. So let's crank it up and see what happens. See if we get any errors or anything. Any shaky idle. So it's running fine. First start is always loud. Go ahead and crack this garage so I don't die. Looks like everything's fine. A little bit of valve sticking in there. I think that's normal though. I think that's Vanos. I don't think that's anything to worry about. But yeah, car's running great. I'm going to go ahead and let it warm up. I'll put all the details online. Have a good day, everybody. Man, this is a crazy thunderstorm. It is blowing and wind is going crazy. There was hail at some point. It is just nuts out here today. Look at that. We got that brand new video keypad peel sat for you. That peel sat. so good in your life. You love it. The peel set.
Are we alone? It's a question that's fascinated people for, well, probably as long as we've been looking up at the stars.
It really is one of those fundamental questions, isn't it? And today, we're taking a deep dive into it.
That's right. We're going to explore the history of how we've thought about extraterrestrial life, the scientific methods we're using to search for it, and some of the most tantalizing clues we've found so far.
And who knows, maybe by the end of this, we'll have some answers, or at least some new ways of thinking about the question.
At least some more questions, I'm sure. But let's start with the basics.
Okay, that was good.
Have we already found evidence of alien life, but we just haven't recognized it yet? What do you think?
Well, it's certainly possible. And that's actually one of the most intriguing ideas that we'll be exploring today.
It's pretty mind-blowing to think about, right?
It is, especially when you consider how much our understanding of life in the universe has changed just in the past few decades.
Exactly. I mean, for centuries, people could only speculate about what might be out there. But now we have actual scientific data to work with.
Yeah, we're discovering new planets almost every day. And some of them are in that sweet spot, the habitable zone, where conditions might be right for life as we know it.
And maybe even for life as we don't know it.
Exactly. But before we get too far ahead of ourselves, let's rewind the clock a bit.
Okay, let's go back in time, way back. Did people in ancient times even consider the possibility of other worlds, other life beyond Earth?
Oh, absolutely. Ancient philosophers, even early Christian writers, were already grappling with the concept of plurality of worlds.
Wow, really? So this isn't just a modern idea?
Not at all. Thinkers like Democritus and Epicurus in ancient Greece, and later Christian writers like Augustine, they were already pondering the vastness of space and the possibility that Earth might not be unique.
I love that. These ancient thinkers just looking up at the sky and wondering what else might be out there.
They didn't have telescopes or space probes, but they had their imaginations. And they weren't afraid to push the boundaries of what was considered acceptable to think about.
And sometimes those big, bold ideas, even if they seem a little crazy at the time, they can end up leading to incredible discoveries.
That's so true. And we see that throughout history as we explore the evolution of how we've thought about extraterrestrial life.
Okay, so we've got ancient philosophers pondering the possibility of other worlds. When did things start to get a bit more, well, concrete?
Let's fast forward a bit to the 15th century. Now, this is where things get really interesting.
Okay, lay it on me.
William Vorlong, a theologian, actually proposed that Jesus might have visited other worlds to redeem their inhabitants.
Wait, hold on. Jesus visiting aliens.
I know, it sounds pretty wild, right?
Mm-hmm.
Especially for the 15th century. But it shows how people were already grappling with the theological implications of extraterrestrial life.
Yeah, if there are other intelligent beings out there, what does that mean for our understanding of religion?
Exactly. And it's a question that still resonates today. But it wasn't just theologians who were pushing the boundaries of what was considered acceptable to think about. Nicholas of Cusa, writing in 1440, described Earth as a brilliant star, just like all the other celestial objects we see.
Okay, so he's starting to see Earth not as the center of everything, but as just one part of a much larger system.
Exactly. He theorized that all these extraterrestrial bodies, including the sun, could potentially be inhabited. It's a remarkable vision, considering the limited scientific knowledge of the time.
So we've got this idea of a plurality of worlds gaining traction. Was everyone on board with the idea of extraterrestrial life by this point?
Not exactly. René Descartes, a prominent philosopher of that era, argued that while we can't definitively disprove the existence of intelligent beings on other planets, it remained a matter of speculation.
Okay, so a healthy dose of skepticism, always a good thing in science, right?
Absolutely. We need to be cautious about jumping to conclusions, but even Descartes couldn't completely dismiss the possibility.
Right. The seed had been planted, and over the centuries, that seed would grow into a full-blown scientific quest for extraterrestrial life.
Exactly. And it wouldn't be long before that quest took some major leaps forward.
So when did we actually start looking for alien life?
The mid-20th century is when things really took off, and it split into two main branches, the search for any kind of past or present life, and the hunt for intelligent life. That second branch, the search for extraterrestrial intelligence, or SETI, that's had a huge impact on our culture.
Oh, absolutely. Science fiction has given us some incredible alien encounters on the big screen. Close Encounters, E.T., Arrival, just to name a few.
And those stories, they've done more than just entertain us. They've helped shape public perception and spark debates about the potential consequences of contact.
That's true. I mean, what would it actually be like to meet an alien civilization? Would it be friendly, hostile, something we can't even comprehend?
Those are some big questions. And science fiction has helped us explore those possibilities, even if just in our imaginations.
Yeah, but it's not all about hypothetical scenarios. Scientists are actually out there actively searching for signs of alien life, and that's where the famous Drake equation comes in, right?
You got it. The Drake equation is an attempt to estimate the number of communicative civilizations within our galaxy.
So, how many alien civilizations are out there? Does the Drake equation give us an answer?
Well, not exactly. It's based on a series of factors, many of which are highly uncertain. Things like the rate of star formation, the fraction of stars that have planets, the fraction of planets that could support life, and so on.
So it's more of a framework for thinking about the problem rather than a definitive answer?
Exactly. Even Frank Drake himself, the creator of the equation, acknowledged that these are speculative estimates. They're open to debate and revision as we learn more.
But even if it doesn't give us a precise number, the Drake equation has played a crucial role in the search for extraterrestrial life. It helped to kickstart the scientific search and focus our attention on the factors that matter most.
And that search has led to some incredible discoveries. We're finding new planets all the time, and we're developing increasingly sophisticated tools to study them.
So what are some of the methods that scientists are using to actually look for signs of life out there?
One of the key approaches is the search for biosignatures.
Okay, biosignatures. What exactly are those?
Think of them as clues that might indicate the presence of life. They can be anything from chemical compounds in a planet's atmosphere to geological features that suggest the presence of liquid water.
So, like finding oxygen in the atmosphere of a distant planet, that could be a biosignature.
Exactly. Or methane, or even more complex organic molecules. These are all potential signs that something biological might be going on.
And scientists are actually finding these biosignatures on other planets.
We are. It's still early days, and we need to be cautious about interpreting the data. But there are some really intriguing findings out there that suggest we might not be alone.
This is getting really exciting. So are there any places in particular that have scientists buzzing about the possibility of finding life?
Oh, absolutely. Our own solar system has a few hotspots that have scientists really intrigued. Mars, for example, has long captured our imaginations.
Yeah, Mars, the red planet. I remember watching those first images from the Viking landers back in the 70s. It was like looking at another world.
And in a way it is. And what we've learned since then is that Mars wasn't always the cold, dry desert it is today.
Really? So what was Mars like in the past?
Evidence suggests that billions of years ago, Mars was a much warmer, wetter place with rivers, lakes, and possibly even oceans.
Wow. So you're saying that Mars might have been habitable at one point?
That's what the evidence seems to suggest. And that raises the tantalizing possibility that life might have emerged on Mars, even if it's long gone now.
Okay, so Mars was potentially habitable in the past. What about now? Is there any chance that life could still exist on Mars today?
Well, Mars lost most of its atmosphere and became much colder and drier over time. But some scientists believe that microbial life could still be clinging to existence somewhere beneath the surface.
So like little Martian microbes hiding out underground?
Exactly. Perhaps in underground aquifers or hydrothermal systems. Places where there might still be liquid water and a source of energy.
That would be incredible if we found even microbial life on Mars.
It would be a game changer. And it's one of the main reasons why we keep sending missions to Mars, to search for those signs of past or present life.
Okay, so Mars, maybe microbes underground. Are there any other places in our solar system that have scientists excited about the possibility of life?
Definitely. Europa, one of Jupiter's moons, is another prime candidate.
Europa, isn't that the one with all the ice?
That's the one. But beneath that icy surface, scientists believe there's a vast global ocean.
Wow, a whole ocean hidden under the ice. How deep is it?
Estimates vary, but it could be tens of kilometers deep. And what's even more exciting is that this ocean might be heated by tidal forces from Jupiter.
Tidal forces, so like the moon's gravity pulling on the Earth's oceans.
Similar idea. Jupiter's gravity creates friction within Europa, generating heat. And that heat could create hydrothermal vents on the ocean floor, similar to those we find on Earth.
And on Earth, those hydrothermal vents are teeming with life, right? Even without sunlight.
Exactly. They're like little oases in the deep ocean. And some scientists believe that similar vents on Europa could provide the energy and nutrients needed for life to exist.
So we've got Mars, maybe microbes underground, Europa, maybe something swimming around in those dark depths. Are there any other contenders in our solar system's life lottery?
Well, there's one more that might surprise you. Venus.
Venus, really. But Venus is like a furnace? The surface temperature is hot enough to melt lead?
I know, the surface is definitely not hospitable. But recent studies have suggested a surprising possibility microbial life could exist in the cooler, high-altitude clouds of Venus.
Wait, life in the clouds of Venus? That sounds like something straight out of science fiction. What kind of life could possibly survive in those conditions?
We're talking about extremophiles, organisms that thrive in environments that would be deadly to most life on Earth.
Okay, so like those microbes that live in boiling hot springs or acidic mine drainage?
Exactly. And in the case of Venus, we're talking about microbes that could potentially tolerate the acidic conditions and high pressures found in the Venusian atmosphere.
So instead of little green men on Mars, we might find microscopic life floating around in the clouds of Venus.
It's a possibility. And it highlights how our understanding of what's considered habitable is constantly evolving. Life might find a way to exist in places we never thought possible.
This is all so mind-blowing, but it raises a crucial point. How can we be sure we'd even recognize life that's radically different from anything we've encountered on Earth?
That's the million-dollar question. Our understanding of life is based entirely on what we've observed on our own planet.
Right. DNA, carbon-based life forms, water as the essential solvent. But what if life elsewhere has evolved in entirely different ways?
What if alien life uses different building blocks, different energy sources, even different solvents? That's where the concept of life as we don't know it comes in.
It's a pretty wild idea, isn't it, to think that life could exist in forms that we can't even begin to imagine.
It's a challenge for scientists, but it's also incredibly exciting. It forces us to rethink our assumptions about what life is and where we might find it.
And that brings us to some of the most cutting-edge research in astrobiology today. The search for life as we don't know it.
And that's exactly what we'll be diving into next. You know, one of our sources makes this really interesting comparison between the search for exoplanets and the search for extraterrestrial life.
Oh, yeah. Like, what do they say?
Well, they basically argue that just like scientists once assumed planets existed beyond our solar system, long before we actually had the technology to detect them, we might be in a similar situation with alien life. Like, the evidence could be out there.
Yeah, that's a good point. We just might not have the tools or the right mindset yet to recognize it.
Right. We're always discovering new things about the universe, constantly refining our instruments and our understanding.
Yeah, it's totally possible we've overlooked something crucial, or maybe we're just looking in the wrong places.
Well, think about those early exoplanet discoveries. The first ones we found were these massive gas giants.
Oh, yeah, those are the easiest to spot, right? Because they cause those huge wobbles in their stars.
Exactly. And it took time, more advanced technology, to find those smaller rocky planets that might be more Earth-like.
So maybe we're just starting to scratch the surface when it comes to detecting life beyond Earth.
I think so. It's like we're still focused on what's familiar to us, what we can easily measure with our current instruments.
So we could be looking for the wrong things or using the wrong methods because our understanding of life is limited to what we've observed here on Earth.
Exactly. What if alien life is so different, so bizarre, that it's literally beyond our current comprehension? It's a pretty wild thought.
Yeah, it's like trying to imagine a color you've never seen before.
That's a great way to put it. And it's a challenge that astrobiologists are constantly facing.
And speaking of challenges, one of our sources actually highlights the skepticism and debate surrounding the field of astrobiology.
Oh, yeah? What do they say?
Well, some critics argue that it isn't a true scientific discipline, you know. They say it's more speculative than rigorous because we haven't found definitive proof of extraterrestrial life yet.
I can see where they're coming from. It does require a certain level of, I guess you could say, faith to devote your career to searching for something that you might never find.
Right. But even without that definitive proof, astrobiologists are making significant progress in understanding the conditions that are necessary for life and the potential for life to exist beyond Earth.
Oh, absolutely. They're exploring some fascinating areas, like extremophiles.
Yeah. Those organisms that thrive in those super hot hydrothermal vents or in the freezing depths of the ocean, those are pretty incredible. They really push the boundaries of what we thought was possible for life to exist.
Exactly. And by studying those extremophiles, scientists are gaining insights into the incredible adaptability of life and expanding the range of environments where we might find it, broadening our perspective on what's considered habitable.
So if life can survive in those extreme conditions here on Earth, it could potentially exist in even more extreme environments on other planets or moons, right?
Precisely. And it opens up the possibility of detecting life through unusual signals, which reminds me, one of our sources mentions the famous wow signal.
Oh, yeah. I remember reading about that. Wasn't that a strange radio signal detected back in the 70s that some people thought could be a message from an alien civilization?
That's the one. It was back in 1977, a radio telescope picked up this strong narrowband signal from space, and it lasted for 72 seconds.
So what happened? Did they ever figure out what caused it?
Well, despite repeated attempts, the signal was never detected again, leaving its source a complete mystery. Was it a glitch? A natural phenomenon we don't understand yet? Or was it a fleeting message from an alien civilization? We may never know for sure.
It's kind of unsettling to think that we might have already brushed up against evidence of alien life and just missed it, you know?
It's a good reminder that we need to keep an open mind and be prepared for the unexpected in our search for extraterrestrial life.
So, the wow signal, a potential hint, but still a mystery. Are there any other observations out there that have scientists scratching their heads?
Well, there's KIC 8462852, you might have heard of it, also known as Tabby's star.
Oh yeah, Tabby's star. I remember reading about that. That's the one that has those weird, unpredictable dips in brightness, right?
That's it. Astronomers have proposed a bunch of different explanations for its strange behavior.
Like what?
Swarms of comets, dust clouds. But honestly, none of them fully explain the observations.
And I think I remember reading that some people even suggested that it could be a sign of an alien megastructure, right?
Yeah, some have proposed that, the idea of some kind of megastructure built by an advanced alien civilization to harness the star's energy. But that's considered a very unlikely scenario.
I mean, it would be pretty amazing if it were true, though.
It would be groundbreaking.
Yeah.
And it highlights how our thinking has evolved. We're starting to consider possibilities that might have seemed outlandish just a few decades ago.
Okay, so we've got these potential hints, the wow signal, Tabby's star. But what about more concrete evidence? Has there ever been a discovery that's come close to proving the existence of alien life?
Well, one event that generated a lot of excitement and controversy was the analysis of the Martian meteorite, AL-884,001.
ALH-84001. Refresh my memory.
It's the one that came from Mars and landed in Antarctica.
Oh, right. I remember reading about that. Scientists thought they found fossilized bacteria inside it, right?
Yes. Back in 1996, a team of scientists announced they'd found what looked like fossilized bacteria within the meteorite. It was huge news.
Yeah, I remember it was all over the news. But what happened? Did other scientists disprove the findings?
The debate over ALH-84001 continues to this day, but most scientists now agree that the evidence is inconclusive.
So another case of tantalizing hints, but no smoking gun.
Pretty much. It seems like we're still searching for that definitive proof that we're not alone.
And in the meantime, scientists are developing new ways to search for that proof, right? Even if that life is completely unlike anything we've ever seen before.
Exactly. We'll dive into those new approaches in the next part of our deep dive. So we've covered some pretty fascinating ground in our search for an answer to that age-old question. Are we alone?
We really have. From ancient philosophers imagining a plurality of worlds to modern scientists searching for biosignatures.
And let's not forget about that mind-bending concept of life as we don't know it.
Oh, yeah, that one really stretches the imagination.
It does, doesn't it? But it's a crucial part of this search, forcing us to challenge our assumptions about what life is and where we might find it.
And I think one of the biggest takeaways for me has been the realization that we still have so much to learn.
Absolutely. For centuries, we assumed Earth was unique, the only planet capable of supporting life, and now we know that our galaxy alone likely contains billions of planets.
Billions. It's incredible to think about, and many of those planets could potentially harbor life.
It really is mind-boggling. The discovery of exoplanets has completely shifted our perspective.
It really has. It's no longer a question of if there are other planets out there, but rather how many of them might be suitable for life as we know it.
Or even life as we don't know it.
Exactly. And that's what makes this search so exciting.
It really is. We're not just looking for another Earth, another planet that looks just like ours.
We're exploring a vast universe of possibilities, acknowledging that life could take on forms that we can't even begin to imagine.
And you know what else has really struck me during our deep dive? Life might be far more adaptable and resilient than we ever thought possible.
Oh, I totally agree. I mean, just look at the extremophiles we find here on Earth, thriving in those incredibly harsh environments.
Exactly. Boiling hot springs, freezing cold depths of the ocean, acidic mine drainage. Life finds a way.
It makes you wonder what might be possible on other planets and moons.
It really does. It highlights how important it is to be open to new possibilities, to challenge our assumptions about what life requires.
And that's where life as we don't know it comes in.
Exactly. Thinking about life that might be based on completely different biochemistry, using different building blocks, different solvents, different ways of harnessing energy.
It's a challenge for scientists because it means we can't just rely on the biosignatures we're familiar with from Earth.
We need new ways of detecting life, even if it's completely alien to us.
So instead of looking for familiar signs of life, like oxygen or methane, we need to focus on those fundamental properties that define life itself, regardless of its chemistry.
That's exactly right. Things like complexity, organization, the ability to maintain a state far from equilibrium.
It's like learning to read a language we've never encountered before. We might not understand the individual words, but we can still recognize patterns.
That's a fantastic analogy. And that's what groups like ELAB are doing, developing those tools, those frameworks that will allow us to recognize life even if it's radically different from anything we've ever seen.
It feels like we're on the cusp of a new era of exploration, one that's not just about finding another Earth, but about expanding our definition of life itself.
And embracing the incredible diversity that might exist out there. It's an exciting time to be in this field.
It really is. But as we push the boundaries of our understanding, we're forced to confront that fundamental question once again. Have we already found evidence of alien life?
It's the question that's been driving this search for generations. A question that has fueled countless debates, inspired scientific missions, and captivated the public imagination.
You know, after all the research we've done for this deep dive, I can't help but wonder if the evidence might already be out there.
Hidden in plain sight.
Yeah, just waiting for us to develop the right tools and the right perspective to recognize it.
I mean, think about those tantalizing hints we've discussed, the wow signal, the strange behavior of Tabby's star.
Even the controversial analysis of that Martian meteorite, ALH 84001.
What if those weren't false alarms, but rather glimpses of something we didn't fully understand at the time?
It really makes you think, doesn't it? The answer to this age-old question might not come from some grand singular discovery,
But rather from a gradual accumulation of evidence.
a shift in perspective, a willingness to embrace the unknown.
And you know what? Here's a final thought to leave you with. Imagine for a moment that we do find conclusive evidence of alien life.
Okay, I'm imagining it.
Not in some distant galaxy, but right here in our own solar system.
Wow, okay. In our own solar system.
Maybe on Mars or Europa, or even in those enigmatic clouds of Venus. How would such a discovery change us?
That's a huge question to think about. It would completely change our perspective on everything.
It would force us to confront our place in the cosmos in a way we never have before.
It would challenge our beliefs, our understanding of science, our very sense of identity.
It would be a defining moment for humanity.
It's both exciting and a little bit terrifying to think about.
It is. But you know, as we wrap up this deep dive, I'm left with a sense of wonder and a renewed appreciation for the sheer vastness and mystery of the universe.
Me too. Who knows what incredible discoveries await us out there?
And maybe, just maybe, the answer to the question, are we alone, is closer than we think.
Well, I guess the search continues. Thanks for joining me on this deep dive into the search for extraterrestrial life. It's been an incredible journey.
It really has. And for all of you listening out there, keep looking up at the stars and keep asking those big questions. Who knows what we might find?
Are we alone?
Here's that new watch, Peel Satisfaction, with a red candle and a blue pill. The peel sat on the new watch with the pill. And the candle. That peel sat. We're back in the Supercar Street Racing dining room here. And we have an upgrade for the Supercar Street Racing compound. Double wise cam pan for the Supercar Street Racing compound. I'm hype trained. We're back in the SCSR dining room with the Wisecam pan. Now, you guys saw when we installed one of these over at Dukes of Duval's house. Well, I'm having new gutters put in the house next week,
and I had to take down my Wisecam V3s that were outside, and I decided why not go ahead and grab a couple of these Wisecam pans for the front yard. That way I can go back and forth down the street with either one of them, and they are about $40-something, so I picked up 2 of them. And so right here and right now we are going to try to unbox this Wisecam pan on Supercar Street Racing. And we have the magic scissors on Supercar Street Racing to unbox our Wisecam pan and see what is actually inside the box. Even if we did this on Joe Dukes of Duval's video, we are going to do it again right here and right now. And I am experienced now at putting one of these in, so I can comfortably say I can handle this. And inside of the cardboard condom, there is a second cardboard condom to protect your brand new Wisecam pan, and then you have this mounting template to put your screws in the wall. That way you can get your holes drilled properly. You've got a quick start guide right here that tells you exactly how to do it. And it shows you a little diagram of what the camera looks like, the different parts of the camera. I already have SD cards in the current cameras to reuse. It tells you about the light setup, the bracket installation, and then how to install the bracket right here. And it says when installing, make sure there's at least 30 millimeters of clearance and 150 millimeters above your mounting location. And that is all for the Wisecam pan that is in the quick start guide. And you will notice when I did Dukes of Duval's camera, we did have to kind of adjust it a little bit because the pan was like hitting the stop and we wanted it to be a different pan. So we will probably end up doing that too. And inside of the box, here's the beautiful, lovely Wisecam pan, which will go directly on the wall. So this will sit on the wall like this. And the Wisecam pan will sit beautifully right above that. And before we do that, we do have to right here and right now you put the SD card in right there, and then this is actually the setup button. And if we break into the other cardboard condom that is inside of the one cardboard condom inside of another cardboard condom inside of another one, we see right here, right now, we have this lovely right angle plug, and we might have to use this, we might not. Let's see, where does that plug actually go in? It goes, yeah, we will have to use this. That means we'll have to disconnect the current cable. I was hoping we wouldn't. And that might be a problem in the one that goes into the attic. I think that's going to be an issue. The one on one side goes up into the attic, and it is all the way in the attic. So we would have to, yep. It won't work otherwise because the other one would hit the mounting bracket. So we will have to get up in the attic and probably pull the wire back through and put the new wire in. But it mounts just like that onto the wall. And then this guy goes in it just like that. There is a bolt somewhere right here. That bolt there, that big bolt, goes in the bottom right here and tightens up. And then you can make it tight wherever you need your camera to pan. And it says don't forget the bracket here. Reminds you not to be an idiot, that there is a bracket in here, and that is all. And that is a bummer for me because I will have to rip the wire out that's going into the attic. It's silicone. I'll have to redo that. No big deal. I'll figure it out. And this one goes in just like this at the bottom. You see how it's a right angle? It goes in like that so that it can sit flat. Without that, you cannot install the Wisecam pan. And next we will take you outside and show you what we're going to do, and then proceed to install the beautiful Wisecam pan, guys. So hyped for panning.
we're up here on the ladder with the GoPro, and this is the old camera that we will be replacing, but unfortunately we will have to pull this cable back through because the new cable is a 90-degree end. So this is going to have to go back up through the attic, but right now we're going to go ahead and mount this mount up here somewhere, probably right there. Let's grab the camera to make sure that it actually can fit on top of that and have room to rotate. So the camera will have to go that far up, like so. So maybe the second brick right there, right on the edge. Okay, now that we have our mount ready to go, all we have to do is plug this camera in, and on the bottom of the camera, as opposed to the old one, this one has a 90-degree USB plug that just fits right in like that, that allows it to be flush. Now that does cause a problem because our current wire is already run up to the attic, so we're going to have to pull this through, but there it is ready to go, and then you simply mount. You have to run it through the back of the mount, just like that, before you insert it into the bottom of the GoPro. Just like, well, like that. We don't want to go crazy here. We just want to tape the new wire to the old one and pull it right up into the attic, and it shouldn't be that difficult because I made a big enough hole. So let's get this taped off.
Back up here on the ladder right now, and we got to go into the Wise app to set this up, and we're going to delete the old driveway camera. So let me get the app opened up here, and we're going to go into the old driveway camera, and we're going to delete device. We got to remember how to do that. Delete device at the very bottom. Hit that. We'll delete that. Then we'll add device. Camera. Wisecam Pan V3 right here on the app. It says plug it in. It's done. We need to get a 2.4 gigahertz network only. And I don't see. Let me go ahead and connect my phone to the network that's outside. All right, I was able to get my network found, and now it wants me to push the setup button. Said ready to connect, so let's hit next. We're supposed to scan the QR code on the camera. Stat peel. Sat. I forgot to put the SD card in it. We need to do that now, so I need to grab that out of the old camera real quick. Alright, so the device is now powering up, and it has a red light on the front, and that means it is initializing and getting ready to connect to Wi-Fi.
We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are.
Okay, we are in the app now, and we have gotten our waypoint set. And if we see right here, right now, on the driveway cam on the app, when you set it to pan and scan, it will go to your 4 waypoints. Right now, I've just got it set directly on the driveway, and you can see me right here in the picture right now, in real time, on the Wisecam Pan V3. And so we will move on and install the second one now. Alright, we need to transfer the SD card and load the drill bit up. I looked up and I'm working in a freaking bee's nest up here, so I've got to get rid of that right now with a spray. Crazy. I had no idea. I saw one bee and I didn't realize it.
See if I can get rid of this wasp nest, whatever that is. Woo, that sucked. See a bunch of dead ones. There's a bunch of them. I think they're yellow jackets. All right, long story short, the camera didn't connect. It's annoying. I'm gonna go ahead and reset it by pulling the power and putting it back in here, and then try to connect it again. This is annoying, but it happens. Let me get that done now. Need 2 hands. The threat has been eliminated, or so I think. We'll see if they come back and sting me. Let's try this again. All right, guys, we have the Wisecam Pan V3 all connected and hooked up. And as you can see right here, right now in the app, we can pan and tilt this guy, hopefully. Yep, see, there I am right there. I don't know why it went all the way. But yeah, there we go. And that is perfect right there. You can see right here on the app, and then I don't know why, I think it's looking at me. And let's make sure that the SD card is installed. Manage SD card. Yep, it is there. It is watching me. Guys, I hope you enjoyed this video. Let's go into the Supercar Street Racing Studios to finish this one up. Welcome back to Supercar Street Racing in the 4K production studio. We are sitting right here, right now, in front of you guys, waiting for a hurricane to come, and that should be here Wednesday. But until then, we wanted to show you guys about the Wisecam Pan V3 indoor-outdoor IPS-rated pan tilt zoom Wi-Fi camera. You can see by our project, they're not too difficult to install. They're pretty easy to set up once you get them connected to Wi-Fi, and they've got a nice 1080p picture. And right here, right now, you can see they have a 4.6 rating out of 228 ratings, which is not bad. They are currently selling for $39.98, and we will give you guys a link in the description to go ahead and purchase that through our affiliate link, and it helps out our channel greatly. We get a small amount of money from that when you guys do buy this, and as you can see, we have a ton of Wisecams at the house. I think we have about 12 of them now. So please buy it through our affiliate links. It gives us a little bit of income for the channel, and you know the channel does lose money, and you don't have to buy this particular product. You can buy any product through any of our links, and it helps us by giving us a small commission. But yeah, check out the Wisecam Pan V3 and tell me what you think down in the comments section, and we will see you guys again next time on Supercar Street Racing. Chilling. Oh, people are hitting me up trying to come over and hang out in the backyard. I'm like, all right, you can come over and hang out. Out here. Did I just see water dripping? No way. Thought I saw water dripping in here. I think I'm seeing things. Yeah. But it is coming down nicely in Florida. And it's a good opportunity to come outside and check out the pool. We're having a party here tomorrow, a work party, and so I have been out here getting everything ready and getting the patio prepped, and I got some nice new decorations for the patio here, and it look pretty good. This is eventually going to be all tiled,
So I'm not going to do anything with this permanent, but for now that's good. But yeah, we got the rain. Here's a good look at the nice lights. And yeah, man, what a night. It's just Florida life. And, with no more palm tree here, my gutters actually don't get clogged. So they are working. And that's a little update before we go on to our next product we're going to take a look at. Are you guys enjoying the pool in the rain?
I don't know. I'm hungry.
And did you feed Bubba Jr.?
Let's go, Brandon.
Yep, we did.
Thank you again, Brad.
I can't post this because it's got music in it. Guys, welcome to the channel. And we got some good mood lighting here. But today we are taking a look at a wireless USB Type-C microphone that I bought off of Amazon. The determining factor of whether this thing is going to be kept or not is the sound quality compared to the stock microphone. And as you can see here, this is about a $30 microphone that I've been putting off getting one, and I wasn't sure whether I wanted a wired or a wireless, but here's a look at this. And you can see here, it is a Chinese made brand. It's supposed to be rechargeable as well. And so I like the box design a lot. See if I can get it out with one hand. May have to like put the phone down. Yep, gotta put the phone down, I think, to get this box out, and I'll be right back. Here we have the ALW Quali wireless USB Type-C microphone, and we're going to crank the lights up a little bit here to see this. Just realized how cool this bathroom is. It's just the best bathroom ever. Anyway, got the ALW Quali. These guys have the funniest names on their products, really. It's hilarious. I was actually expecting it to be a little bit bigger than this, but now when I think about it, it literally is just two small pieces like that, and one of them is for the phone and the other one is for your lapel mic. And they stressed a lot how it's a basic starter, you know, it's just made for like podcasting or whatever. And it looks like we have a recharging cord in here. That's another thing that's difficult to get out, so I will get that out and be right back. Taking a look at what's inside the box, we had this other little box there with this lightning adapter, which we're not going to need. We don't have a Apple product, never have, and so we don't need that. That's a USB Type-C to lightning adapter, and also have a nice little USB Type-C charging cable and some instructions here, which probably are ridiculous because they're always don't know how to hire translators to write them. But we have here some basic instructions on some how-tos. Sorry for the shadow. We've got some overhead lighting here, but it's just like little basic instructions. I mean, there's not much to it. We have this charging case, and we have this little adapter thingy that goes on the bottom of your phone, and then we have the lapel part. So I'm guessing both of these charge. Well, no, you can't charge that in here, I don't think. Now I don't remember which way it was in the box, but I think it was like this. So that thing also has a USB Type-C on it. So I believe that has to charge separately, but I'm going to take a look at these instructions right here. So the receiver is what goes on your phone. It is right
there and right there. This goes on your lapel, and this is the charging box. I'm guessing that you can't charge the receiver in the charging box, only the microphone, but I'm gonna find out real quick because I'm gonna plug it in for you guys. I'm enjoying this wonderful Angel's Envy bourbon that my lovely coworkers treated me to, one of my vendors actually, and I have been sipping on this for the evening after we had our pool party today. We had a little work get together here, and this is the Angel's Envy, that of which I speak of bourbonish, and it is just the loveliest thing. And we did some of these lovely tequila shots too, but yeah, it's good stuff. It's really smooth, and I am thoroughly enjoying it on a Saturday night in Jacksonville, a rainy Saturday night with a leaking patio roof. Point of clarity here. The receiver, this guy right here, that goes into the actual phone, does not charge. It uses phone power. But if you need to charge your phone, you can actually plug your phone in right there while you are using it to charge your phone. This guy charges your lapel mic, which we are going to grab a little power brick now and try that out. I'm actually kind of grateful that the leak wasn't on top of the TV there. It's just in the corner. Hopefully some of that foam will seal it, but I wanted to give you guys a look at the lighting. It's not finished out here yet. I actually got all new yard lights, low voltage landscape lighting for the stake lights that are out here. I got 12 of them on Facebook Marketplace for $50. They're old school, but I went ahead and purchased some brand new modern warm white LED bulbs to put in them. Even though these guys already have bulbs in them I could have used, I'm going to save some of these lights as well for the side of the house. Both sides, I'll probably put 4 or 5 lights on both sides, but I just wanted to give you guys a good look while we have some free time in this video at how the landscape lighting looks. And down by the water there, we have lights that go over the water. They're just lantern hanging lights, and then we have a blue LED rope light. I don't want to go out there because I got no shoes on, but a blue LED rope light over there by the dock to round out the lighting. And of course you guys have already seen the lighting we did on the patio, and those LED color changing light bulbs are in my sunroom, lighting up the pool deck pretty nice. I just love recording in the bathroom for some reason. I just like my temperature and time and weather. So we got the power adapter off of the Fire HD Pro. It's the same exact thing. It's just a USB Type-C charger. They give you a dinky little cable, but you don't need to use that one. Seeing on the bottom of this, there is a USB-C. Again, one-handed here, going to attempt to plug in this. Now, I will say it's kind of awkward why this is on the bottom of the... You know, you can't really... Now you just have to kind of lay it down. I mean, why wouldn't it be... I guess there's no good way to put it on the side, but I mean, I guess you can lay this guy over, but I don't know if you guys saw that very well, but there's a flashing red light on the bottom, meaning that is charging right now, and I'm guessing that that will go green when it's done charging. I am going to let that charge here for a little bit and show you guys this diagram and this instructions one more time, but it's pretty simple. It just says to connect the receiver to the phone port, to your USB-C port. Press switch key of microphone. The indicator light turns green and the power is turned on. The indicator green light of receiver keeps always on. Then open the phone camera, live app or other apps, and then to use the microphone to receive sound. And then here it tells you that there's no battery inside the receiver, that you just use your phone is basically what powers the receiver here. And then you can plug your charger into the side of this to charge your phone if your phone is running on low power, or if you want to keep that phone charged the whole time. that you are doing recording. So I'm gonna let this guy charge up for, I don't know, maybe 30 minutes, and then we'll be back and we'll give this thing a try, test the range, test the sound quality compared to the phone, and make a determination on whether this thing is going back or not. Okay, I came back about an hour later, and it's solid red, so it doesn't turn green, but it turns solid red when it is done. So we are going to now experiment with this brand new microphone and see what happens. I'm gonna go ahead and plug it in the phone now. Actually, I take that back. We haven't even looked at the actual product. And here is the lavalier microphone. So you're supposed to plug in this part to the phone first. Then it says to push this button. So let's give it a shot. We'll turn off the camera and get it plugged in. Okay, so the light is green now. I'm assuming that this guy is working. It's got a little clip here. Hoping this audio is working. Not really sure. So this is me giving a product demonstration. Here we have the lovely Echo Show 5 sitting here in the wall, and I just woke it up, and never mind. So here we have this lovely product here, and we're testing out the new lavalier microphone so we can start doing nice presentations. But first of all, I do have it dark in here on purpose because the light switch doesn't work anymore. So here's what we're going to do. First, we're going to walk to the kitchen, about 20 feet, give it a test. Okay guys, we are now in the kitchen. Hopefully this audio is coming through loud and clear. We are now walking into the guest bathroom. We are now probably about 100 feet away from the microphone. We are now heading from the guest bathroom to the bedroom, maybe 150 feet away. We're in the bedroom now. Can't wait to see if this actually works. And we are walking back towards the lovely camera now, which is in the office. And we're about 20 feet away. And here we are, and we are going to see how that worked out. All right, guys, we are back in the bathroom here with the lovely smart mirrors, and we do have our brand new wireless microphone on, and it is quite a nice product, I have to say. I'm kind of impressed by this for the price. It is not a professional microphone by any means, but it does the job quite adequately, and I think with some slight tweaks to the audio in Premiere Pro, like maybe a little equalization on the high end, we can make this actually work for our videos. So this is staying in the Supercar Street Racing family. I do recommend this product if you do blogs or any other type of recording on your phone, even day-to-day recording, making videos. This thing seems like a really nice addition to have to your collection here. Reminder that it does come with a short white cable like this, and I was using my Amazon charger for my Fire HD 10 Plus, which is not a super fast charger, but it is a higher current than a normal USB 5-volt charger. This, again, this is the charging station for the microphone itself. It does not charge the receiver on the phone because you don't need to charge that guy. Remember, the receiver on the phone does have a USB-C jack on the side, so that if you decide you want to charge your phone while you're recording, you can do it through the microphone adapter. So it's got this nifty little charging case with a USB-C, which means you can't stack it like this while it's charging. You will have to put it on its side, and it doesn't want to stay on its side, so it'll probably have to be on its back like that. Again, here is the presentation. It is in Chinese, but it has English writing as well on the back. That says it's plug and play. It says 20 meters of accessible reception. It says precise radio, whatever that means, clear timbre, highly sensitive and widely compatible. And I do agree that the range is extraordinary on this thing. I do believe that I could probably go into the backyard and have no issues at all with reception. I want to say it was about $35. I will put a link in the description, and I encourage you to click through my links. It helps me support the channel and bring you more high quality products like this. Please subscribe and like the video as well, and we'll have more for you guys very soon. I've got another product. I had a manufacturer contact me about reviewing a smart door lock, so hopefully I have a place to put that. I'm thinking maybe I don't know, maybe the door to the garage, but we'll see. We'll see when that comes in. That should be coming in soon. Hope you guys enjoyed it. We'll see you next time.
All right, guys, we got the mini beer shots, and nobody knows how to make them on Earth, but you get the liquor 43, you get the heavy whipping cream, you put the liquor 43, and then you put the heavy whipping cream on top, and you got the mini beer shots, right?
Damn, can't
My sister
wait.
knows. We got the Jaguar socks. We got a freaking dishwasher that's brand new. We got a Tesla hat, and we got the Peel Satisfaction. That Peel hat on the dishwasher that's brand new is so good. And you got the Tesla hat here, you got the dishwasher, you got the Tesla hat, and you got the dishwasher, and the Peel hat is so good. And this thing's so sick. And that's a slow one, man. We need a 80-mile-an-hour one. We might have to move all this stuff out to the shed. All right, we have everything out of there. Yeah, I got all of the shelves out now. I'm just trying to remove all of these drywall inserts. Oh, there's a stud right there. Guys, as part of the home theater install project, we are going to be ripping this entire closet out and redoing everything. We don't have much storage in the house, so this is kind of a bummer that we have our brooms and stuff in here. We might have to move all this stuff out to the shed in order to have some space in here. But what I want to do is redo all of this from scratch with better power and everything else so that we have a great base to start from. Get rid of this monitor up here. We don't need that anymore where we're going. And so why don't we just start right now and get all this stuff out of here and rip this entire thing out. And you can hear them drilling on the side of the house here while I am in here working. Yeah, this is just our whole entire home audio system in here that we're going to be redoing. And this is just towels in here. That's all we really keep in here. So I feel like we could probably move that down here and not even have to worry about it in this whole entire area. So why don't we just get busy right now and start working on this and start ripping all this stuff out. There is wiring going to the entire house right there. Those are speaker wires. We also have power and subwoofer going there to the entire house. And my plan is I was going to actually cut the back of the wall out, but I don't think I really need to do that. I think what I need to do is just redo everything we have right here. So let's get busy on this. The first step in clearing out this closet is getting all these towels out and relocating them to a different area, or a lot of this stuff I'm going to throw away and get new towels anyway. It's a good time to purge and get new towels. This stuff doesn't need to be in here anyway. It was a temporary solution, but now I have housekeepers that bring their own stuff over. All right, we have everything out of there except for the essentials, but all this has to come out too. All we want left is just the basic stuff up here. We need to order a new power strip for this whole closet to make better power. We need to replace the receiver. We need to get rid of this stupid monitor. We don't need that. All we're doing is stereo. We don't need a dumb monitor up there like I thought we did. Let's get all this stuff out of here right now. The heart of this entire system is this house audio player. It is an Echo Dot right here, and we are going to get rid of that. These are the remotes for the TV and our Pioneer. That is coming out as well. We are not using this Pioneer anymore. In fact, we are going to throw it directly into the trash bin and replace it with this newer Pioneer system. So let's get busy in here getting this stuff out. Let's get this Echo Dot directly out. Let's get all the rest of this stuff out. Basically, this feeds the house and also this sub down here. We're getting all that stuff out. We're gonna clean all this, paint it, fix it up, do all that. Let's go. Okay, we have most of everything out of here. We have to cut out a lot of these zip ties now to get the rest out. So I'm gonna go ahead and cut a lot of this stuff while you guys watch. We no longer need this because the new receiver has Wi-Fi. The old one did not.
Got him! Got him!
So we have all of our power wires out. We have all of our speaker wires out. The receiver is going bye-bye, actually into the garbage dump. I'm not reusing any old RCA cables either. Alright, time to get all this junk out too. This monitor can go in the trash can. Literally is junk from a thrift store. You know it's old if it's got RGB. So this is my speaker selector switch. That is for the sub. I'm going to get new cables for this. This is also power for the sub. I'm going to go ahead and let that fall down like that. Network cable no longer needed. That's out. So let's get this power out of here as well. We're going to lose light. Okay, I got everything out of here mostly except for the switch box and a few other little things. There's power that goes into the mirror on the next wall. And then we got all this out of the bottom there. We need power that way too. We might put a box there as well. But I mean, I'm almost want to take this entire shelving system out and start completely over. So I'm trying to decide whether I want that noise in my life right now. But for right now, we need to clean all this up. So we got to get our vacuum cleaner out and go ahead and clean. Alright guys, so the fiber guy just left and now I am here with this daunting project that I am dreading, but I need to get all of this out of here now, get all the shelves out, and I forgot about my subwoofer. I don't know what I'm going to do with that yet, but I'm going to go ahead and get these shelves out as much as I can and maybe try to label these wires at the same time. And also, these are cabinet screws. They're the worst. They're the square ones. Who does square ones? Literally the worst ever invented. Okay, I got all of the shelves out now. I'm just trying to remove all of these drywall inserts so I can fill later. No shelves are going in here now. Alright, so I got all of the drywall inserts out. All that is left to do now is clean up and then go ahead and patch all of these holes. So let's get a nice garbage bag and go ahead and get all this cleaned up. All right, we vacuumed everything up. Now we just have to clean up the rest with a cloth. This has not been cleaned for years. This dude was in the fire pit. Check him out. He was hiding in there when I started the fire. He crawled right out, and I don't know. That looks... I don't even know what kind that might be. Have no idea. Anyone knows, comment. Pretty cool. Alright guys, we are off on an adventure right now. We've got an hour and 43-minute drive here to get to a restaurant that we're going to, on the way to pick up a brand spanking new vehicle. And I'm not going to tell you what that vehicle is right now, guys. You got to wait just like I do, and we'll get back to you with an update as we get closer. Alright guys, we are almost to our destination, about 13 miles to go until we get to Cocoa Beach, Florida. Super easy, fast trip, and I will update you guys once we get to the final destination. Guys, a little update. We have arrived in Cocoa Beach at our Airbnb, and it is super nice. As you can see here, we have everything we need and then some. And if you look out back here, we've got a pool and we're on the water. Absolutely beautiful. So yeah, we're in Cocoa. Looks like the weather's gonna break down a little bit and get wet, but took a nap, about to head out, grab some dinner, and get a drink. Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. We're sitting here at whatever, what is this place called?
Island Bar.
So we're at Waterfront
Island
Bar. And we were just talking about YouTube and how to create a channel. And if you look over here, we've got this wonderful view of the water here. And so we're sitting here having vodka. And we're talking about Teslas and the fact that I may or may not have just bought one tomorrow I gotta go get. So by the time this video's out, they know about the Tesla. So yeah, so this is how we make videos. And then
cheers. That's my husband.
That's her husband over there. So we're just sitting here having fun. So we'll talk to you guys soon.
See you soon.
it is an absolute must to get out here and get an hour of walking done. It's not optional if I can help it, even though I got maybe 5 hours of sleep. I don't know. I think I fell asleep at 11 and woke up at 4:30. Typical when I have alcohol. But I am out here in Merritt Island doing my hour walk. When I am done, I'm gonna go find brunch or breakfast, have a keto breakfast, and pick up the new car at 11:30, hopefully, if everything goes like as planned. That's how you start your day. And there is the Lighthouse Christian Church chilling right there with the rainbow sign, right across from a school, I think. I had to record this. This is my absolute favorite house of all time. I am so digging the lighting on this house. I want my house to look exactly like this. I don't know how I'm gonna do it. I know about the soffit lighting, but this guy has like these sconces on the garage. So they got, waiting for cars to go by. So they got two single car garages, and on each side they have sconces. But the coolest thing, I would have probably done warm lighting in the soffits, but the coolest thing about this place is the door lights. Those are, on each side of the door they have the LED lighting. Place is awesome. Love it, love it, love it. They got the security cameras installed, brother. Yeah, man, cool. Guys, we are here. So now you know that I bought a Tesla. And
your destination is on the right.
It's probably that one right there on the end. That looks like that might be my car. So, yeah, that's probably my car there on the end. Let's check in here. We are out here checking out the new car. The only thing I don't like is it has the Pirellis instead of the Michelins. It's got the P0s instead. And it just looks crazy. I think this is my second brand new car ever. So this is it, guys. 2023 Model S Plaid, black on black with carbon fiber interior. I have not been in the car yet to check it out, but that is the car. Registration is sitting on the dash, and we are just waiting to trade in the beater, which is right over here. All right, so he is working on the trade-in right now, taking the plate off and all that.
Figure out how to check that down there.
Yeah, you just turn the key on.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, just
which, because it says like the miles per gallon and all that stuff.
Oh, push the little. We are inside of my new Tesla Model S Plaid. It is unbelievable. Literally can't believe it. And we are headed to Jacksonville, and we have 74% charge. We're gonna make it with 14% left, and that's all we have to worry about. And I do not know how to drive the car, so no clue what I'm doing here, but I am about to drive, and we've got cameras. It is absolutely strange to drive a yoke. It's like, actually the turning radius is so good it doesn't even matter. But yeah, we're driving in the new Model S Plaid, guys. I can't believe it, I'm hyped. And we're gonna go back to Jacksonville. Little update, guys. We are in the Tesla Plaid headed back to Jacksonville. When I left, it said that I would have 15% battery when I got to the supercharger. However, now it says 26% battery, so that has steadily been increasing. I have the driving mode on chill, the steering on chill, the acceleration on chill. Everything is in chill mode. So it looks like we have plenty of battery power when we get to the supercharger, and we'll go ahead and top it off because I don't have a charger coming until Sunday. So if I do want to drive it again, I'll want to get some power into it. But yeah, a little update. I found out how to play music, so I'm playing internet radio right now. And the only thing I don't like so far is you can't listen to phone notifications while you're listening to like internet radio and things like that, but that's just normal stuff. You're either on Bluetooth or you're not, so that's the way it works. And we'll give you guys another update at the supercharger. We just left the supercharger and it was charging at, I don't know if it was on purpose. He said that's a Generation 1 supercharger, so it's slower than like a newer one. So that's kind of normal for that one. It took about, I don't know, an hour and a half maybe to charge to 100%. And yes, I am charging it to 100%. Tesla's website says to do that, even though some people don't. It says charge all the time to 100. So I did it. It was $29 to charge for whatever range that is, 100% will give me. I won't be charging hardly ever out in public unless I travel, which I don't do very much because I will have a level 2 charger at home on the 30 amp dryer. So yeah, we're headed home now and that's it. Nothing else to report. You ready?
Yep.
All right, so we've never even felt this before, so let's see what's up. You ready?
Yep.
Let's do it. Okay, we're gonna hit it from just a roll. Ready?
Yep.
Here we go.
Jesus Christ.
Oh my God. Holy.
Jesus Christ.
Holy shit.
Wow.
It's not real.
I told you, you feel it in your stomach? Like, oh.